this knowledge of the revelation, the revealing, pulling off of the lies, to see the aletheia, to see the truth that we're not supposed to partake. Do not sup, do not partake. Come out of her, be in the word, stay in the word, not of the world. So couldn't make it more clear in your word that we're supposed to separate ourselves, and you are the hados, you are the narrow way. So thank you for that suffering that we're put through a press. Hados, it's a divider, but it's not us. It presses. That's the divide. It's separated because it beats, or it presses again. The ellipsis is the word tribulation. So thank you for the suffering, because in the end, our treasure awaits. So, but we can't partake. That's what we have to separate ourselves from this beast system in every way we possibly can. Take back your independence that Father gave you by being organic and not partaking in this beast, the system of that wants to separate you from what your organic, natural self would have done generations ago by what's been tried and tested since the beginning of time, back to the old, not Old Testament, but the ways that have always been right. Father, I am. He said before Abraham was, I am. So we have to fall back to Father for that blessing. He said he would give us abundance. Our bounty would be overflowing. Our stores, we would have an abundance. We would not just survive but thrive, because like at the time there was extra fish and extra bread, and he wants us to eat the meat, not drinking watered down milk. So don't try to add to what has already been spoken. And I thank you for that, Father, that there is no other way. The only way is the Hados. The only way to the Most High is through Shiloh, the redemption of the bride, through Christ, the Hamashiach, the one who was anointed in oil, the one who was hung, the one who was crucified. And we must follow, so we must be crucified, or we are not a disciple. Disciples are the ones that take up their cross, and nobody was ever hung or carried crosses. That's religion. That's Catholicism. That's Constantine adding that unk, or the Mary and horse and ISIS. We got a modern day ICE. It's called ICE''S, kidnappers. In the name of warp speed. If you don't stand against this, these are people kidnapping people. ISIS. We got them on the streets of America now, right? America can't, but as soon as I can, I'll be out of here, if that's what Father will unchain. So, ISIS, ICE''S. I understand if people have committed criminals in a term of accounting, and all crimes are crimes of commerce under this corporation, this new mystery, Babylonian commerce, merchant numbers and birth vessels, birth through the canal, the mother's canal, through the waters, through this merchant law, maritime. Yeah, you got a number, 8675309. All right, we'll put a little humor, otherwise got to be here. Can't be all business all the time, but you got to be on that, OCD, not like excessive compulsive. We call that attention to detail in the military, but it's called carrying your cross. OCD, daily. OCD, are you carrying it daily? He says in the book of Matthew that you need to be carrying your cross. Remember the nobody hung from crosses. They were pressed so they couldn't breathe. That's why they just ritualistically shamed you with your masquerade and your standing the X, 666, va, 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 like the stakes that they put in his hands and one in his feet, one of the over the top of the other, and then so he couldn't breathe. Just like George Floyd, just like Eric Carpenter. They played ritual like 5G whiz on you. Yes. Work smart, not hard. That's right. Put your treasure awaits you, so you better be girded, he said, in my service. So were you putting your loins, Maranatha, he said, until I return. Hosanna. He's the one who lifts us up. Hold on, guys. I got to get a... All of a sudden... Got that darn issue because the tear gas, but no worries, no tears. No tears for fears, no crying in here. Father said we must, pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. Don't worry about that. Are you a soldier of the Most High? Are you walking and following? Do you love him? Are you walking and following his commandments? That's the word agape. He's the commander, he's the leader, he's the Aleph, he's the Alpha and the Omega, he's the Ox, he's the creator, he's the writer, the author, and the editor. Creates all things after his own counsel. So he's his own counselor. He does all things after his own counsel for his own pleasure. We burn flags in here. Don't. Thanks for announcing yourself, but you can write where you're from, but don't burn. We have burn flags. I poop crap like diarrhea. It runs in the genes on flags, and then I wipe them with my fourth point of contacts. Because I didn't take an oath to a flag. I took an oath to the God-given natural organic color of law, Black's law. Remember, black and white aren't a color. But anyways, the organic law of the land, you idiots. It's always been here. Since the beginning of prognosco, from the foundation of the world. He said, yes, to have foreknowledge of. That means he also know. He also knew. He knows. He also chose who would be bought and paid a purchase possession from the foundation, vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy. There is nothing else. You're just fated. Well, I think you might be on that dragon pen or something. You're smoking like the pit ritual, and you're CERN, no need for concern. Remember, 666, va, 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 like the stakes they put in his hands and his feet. Staked into a stock, to a yoke. Are you carrying your yoke like he carried it? Are you being crucified by this world? Zeus. The creator is not Zeus, you idiot, Leon. You're a child. Get out of here. The creator is the Most High. He said, before Abraham was I am. David declared him the Lamb of God. It's a title, you idiot. Zeus. There's no E's in Hebrew. You're an idiot. What do you mean, Zeus? You mean Jesus? You're Mithra, sun god? Baphomet, you're Jesus with breasts? You're Jesus? Leon's an idiot. Wrong channel. Go somewhere else. You don't know anything about aletheia, the word truth. You wouldn't know anything. You're just a child, little idiot. I won't hold it against you, but if you speak any more blasphemies against I am, he said before Abraham, that was Shiloh. David declared the Lamb of God that makes Father the Ram. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a vessel of wrath. I can already tell you by your fruit, darkness. You know them by their fruit. Don't judge them by their cover. There are Leon twice, and then I cast you like unclean fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So you might want to go push your Jesus, Jesus, Zeus, sun god, your god of your Apollyon, Mithra. You might know the name of your god, Nimrod. So you get your blood pumping there, phallic worshiping of the sun and tree. No, you're an idiot. Satan is time marker, and I'm not going to sup with a viper, so you can just take yourself out here. I'm not hearing any of your. You mean you don't know anything about Saturn? You're an idiot. Okay, that's Kronos. You're an idiot. Okay, shut up, child. Be gone with you, you little evil doer. Evil like workers of darkness, vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation. I happen to have Saturn, the feast of the Saturnalia. Bah. You take your little Saturn sun god and take yourself somewhere else. You're an idiot. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. So stop with your Hail, like your Hail HH, your Heil Hitler nonsense. Somewhere else. Get out of here. You're an idiot. I just showed you. Why would I have a tattoo of that Chronos time marker? You're an idiot. You don't know the marker of time. Oh, we got a couple of you hanging out in here. Right. Back to Revelation, because that's where we're at in the celestial firmament. So most don't have any understanding of the bis, no bis, no knowledge of the current, back to the future times where we're at, and the celestial markers that have been left, and what age we're even in. 99% of the people lack the bis, knowledge, understanding to be a witness to Revelation, the last book in Scripture, but doesn't mean it's the end of the world yet. With the end of the age of deception, we're not in that age. Even before that age, there was markers that were declared that included Chronos, the Saturnalia, time worship march that they used to do with their wheel of time, the wheel in the sky, all their Yule wheel worship. So, all right, you're out of here. You're an idiot. Shut up with your hell, Zeus. You're an idiot. Go hide in your little channel somewhere else. I knew it was coming. You'll know them by their fruit. So, yeah, such thing as J, or there was no letter J at the time of the Hamashiach, but there was remember, Father birthed the flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentiles. So, always have those that try to come against, but no weapon. So he says, don't sup with vipers. There's always going to be vipers. We live in a world where most people go to hell, and hell isn't below your feet. So they're idiots. So we should have just had a little discussion with these people think that heaven is in the sky, and there's balls in the sky that are gods. God is not a ball in the sky. So, all right, you're an idiot. So I'm not going to sit there. Let's just get rid of you idiots. We'll not do that at all. Won't have it. It's Saturnalia, the sun worship. Oh, is that Zeus? That's Baphomet. That's your Jesus worship of your sun god, Mithra, the sun god, on December 25th. The Saturnalia, the feast of Saturn, their worship of the sun god. Baphomet, the one with 3 genders. So take your transgender god somewhere else. All 3 of them. Beast, man, and woman. The beast. Have sex with beasts. That's your orgy, Jesus. So thank you, Father. You said come out of her. So we're not be fornicating with the beast. And remember, it says it will give. It's not his, because it's not a man. It's a system. It's a world ruling. It's not even a country at this point. It's a corporation. So the corporation is the beast and all its tentacles, like an octopus, like a sign. Be clear as of what is to come. How about a sign, a forewarning, prognosko, to have foreknowledge of? That's what a sign gives you, correct? Like a windy road, like snakes up a pole. They'll be fooled by sorcery. That is the word pharmakia. They already got stung, didn't they? You knew it was a snake. Warp speed before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. Dos. So thank you for that, Father. Thank you for the eye, the spiritual eye, and the scriptural eye, and the biblical eye. Well, those that have a celestial, that's not many. Many are called. That's on, Father's bride. It's a little teeny ortigos bride. He doesn't love everybody. Most people, hell is bis, knowledge. They lack it. My people shall perish for lack of knowledge, it says. So it's not up to me, it's up to I am. He said before Abraham was, I am. So that is Father, and that makes him the Ram. David declared him the Lamb of God. So welcome to Revelation, because he declared that book that you call Bible, that's well you call Bible is the word book. Written, he is the word. He's not perverted. He doesn't have breast. He doesn't have flesh. Father is I am. In flesh, he said, remember, be comforted. I am. To Peter, remember? I don't know. Most people don't read the word. He's the word. So thank you for the word. Thank you for that. Thank you for the celestial word, the celestial gospel written in the firmament. The heavens in the book of Psalms declare the glory of Father, right? Glory of God. But, well, guess what? Which God are you speaking of? God is a title. Their God is Mithra, the Baphomet sun god, birthed on December 25th. You call him Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the new year in the winter, right? New year doesn't start in the middle of the winter. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. Father doesn't have flesh. Christ didn't have breast. Only for the eyes. They have a eye to see. That means apocalypse. That's to lift off the cover, the removal of the scales. Only his bride will see. Just like that. So thank you, Father, for the blessing, for being horizo, not the scorpizzo. The scorpizzo is the false teacher. So watch what you put in your eyeballs and your earballs, or where your hearing ear. Don't worry, it'll be deafened. You won't hear what I'm saying. You won't have the same taste. Probably not in music, like something that rings in your ear, like tone, frequency waves, like radio, like radioactive, or like I'm on a Mexican radio. All right. Let's remember he said come out of her. So whenever I can bounce, not like a kangaroo, Australia have been invited, but let's go south, at least start in the Americas from here. So we'll equal, because not like liberty, Libra, like scale justice, but like equal, or like death is a doorway. Every day we're supposed to die to self. That's why we're supposed to turn our cheek 490 times, sometimes a day, it seems like, to this world, because you want to seek vengeance, can't do that, can you? Not under this covenant. So thank you for the blessings of this ministry, where we're not fooled by these traditions of men, these Jezebels. And although we have all fornicated with the beast, some of us have served this beast. So are you partaking, fornicating? That means, guilt by association. Are you paying your taxes? Are you a good debt slave? You can separate yourself by starting an independent, maybe like get a power burger, something like that. It's over here. How about that? So we'll put that over there. All right. Welcome to the 923 ritual, 1945. So 686 is when Hiroshima. Remember Hiroshima? I already told you of this. Started with tariffs, then Pearl Harbor, and then Hiroshima on August 8th. Here we are. No, 6th. What's the 88? Oh, my bad. 6th, Hiroshima. Remember, there was Nagasaki as well. So welcome to this ritualistic 923 ritual, where they're replaying like World War II equals like in the same way. That's the word hados, but in this way, it's the word World War II, now aligning with World War III. So they didn't call World War One World War II. They called it the Great War up until World War II. So you might go back in time. Now back to the future. Welcome to SHTF. This is what it looks like when it hits the fan, but if you're putting on the armor, you won't have, he said, do not partake and you will not receive of the plagues. Don't add a jot or, a period, like comma, or common sense, like commas in the safe. Well, where you put your treasure. But I don't know if you know what that means, but all right. Are you on the wheel of fortune? Wheel in the sky keeps on turning, but that's okay. Don't worry, Father created, he's the writer of evil, 45:7 Isaiah. So you're not going to make somebody believe something, because believe isn't a thought. You can't believe in a God or a demon or a devil or Jesus or Chewbacca. Well, what do they call it? Chewbacca. Planet of the Chewbaccas, right? Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewoks. We got big feet, so Planet of the Apes, right? Evolution. Nonsense. Like America makes not one penny. He said, come out of her, my people. The Slave Nation Corporation. Are you partaking in her? There are ways that maybe you can't leave this nation state. Well, evolution is going around the system, like, Power and Burger, like chickens, like rabbits, like a cow. If you have enough people, if you can unite, nobody wants to unite with me. So I think I'm going to definitely try to come out of her as soon as I can squeak out the back door, logistically and legally, so I don't have any issues. I don't want this to be Rolling Stones. I want to get mowed over. I go through grass like a mower with a Ford mower, with a Ford motor. If this was chess, I would have made you flip the board over. I'm cold as winter in Boulder. I'm taking over. Never mind. So, just it is what it is. I have to wait on Father's time to unchain, uncuff, if you will, release the cuffs. Let me go. Not freedom, the dum dum. I don't want to be free. I'm willing to work for what I have. My dad always told me, son, nothing in life is free. Somebody had to pay a price, or it's going to pay on your mind over matter. So there's always a price to pay. Don't you think that anything in this life is free? This life is going to chew you up and spit you out. You know that? As soon as you get away from me, go ahead. You don't like me? Tell them something you don't like me about me. They take you away to your new family. Go live with them for the rest of your life. So, but that's the way my dad treated me. He was a good dad, though. He was. Well, we had the fear of God. He put the fear of God in, so we didn't live in a time that, yeah, well, he said, come out of her, my people. So eventually Father will redeem the bride and they will be set and free, like a contract is when two people agree, like free, the road to freedom is free markets, but you can't have free markets when you have put, stop, stays, derivatives, like $3 quadrillion. Quadrillion. Holy smokes. Like the pit, the piper you pay. Which kind of smoke flute you blowing on there, Peter Pan? I don't know. Do 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 do. They get you little circles going in your eyes, get you under some spell, huh? But anyways, remember, don't sup with vipers, halos, things that go round and round like gee whiz, like spewing towers of cheddar. Too much commas in the safe, like cheddar. Never mind. Probably where you put your treasure. How about towers? You live in one of these cities. He said, come out of her. Why would you live in a city when you can go raise your own food? I feel so, responsible because I don't eat as good as I could. So really need to try to curve some of these things that I've done partaking too, because diet is you are what you eat. Remember that. Don't ever forget our grandparents told us that, or our parents did, because our parents actually told us because our grandparents did. Remember, they wanted a better life. Where did that stop? Why don't the children of this day matter? No, we'll just send them to war. The 18 to 30, the greatest of the nations, we'll just send them off for the war machine. Welcome to machine. Remember what Roger Waters said? Remember what, was it Eisenhower warned of the military industrial complex? It's a little too complex for you. You can go somewhere else. You can't focus like OJ, like vitamin C, concentrate, orange juice. What the guy ate. Never mind. The guy with the glove. I won't go there. Is that Michael or OJ? Yeah. Too much, moonwalk right out of here with your worship of this sun god and your lunar worship. So I think I'm a lunatic. He said, come out of her, partake. And remember, they threw tea in the harbor over 2%. Now they got state, federal, gross net. It makes me sick. How about that? Father didn't like, remember, he fastened the cording off the curtains like a blanket, like a veil, like the bow, toxin, TOXON, the cover. Welcome to Revelation. Father does it, not me. These are just his words, not of my own. Revelation 18:4 tells us to what? Come out of her. Isaiah what? Oh, was it? It wasn't Isaiah. I was reading Isaiah earlier, so well, it was 51:45, was it not? So come out of her. We are warned of Babel. Jeremiah is what it was. My bad. So apologize. I was in the book of Isaiah earlier. So Jeremiah, like he said, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. So prognosko is the Greek word. There was a time of Babylon, and here we are in modern day. New mystery. 40% of the world's, resources are consumed by less than 3% of the populace. Welcome to the finest Teslas. Never mind, I won't go there. Well, myrrh and silk and frankincense and, oh, yes, in this modern day, 40% of the populace, resources are consumed by less than 3% of the populace. That's new mystery for decades. You know what that is? Decagon, like a stack of 10, 2 racks would be 20, but whatever. I don't know where you put your treasure. If it's in change, folding like jingles, or like that folds, or if you put it in like land and like ounces and pounds, maybe in chickens or rabbits, or like silly rabbit tricks of our kids. They get you tricked like some treadmill. You're like a hamster, like a pig, well, like a guinea, like a rat. How about a mouse running on a little wheel, like a revolution, like putting, rounds in a roundy round, like a circus wheel, like a carnival, Ferris, Bueller. Are you learning anything? Bueller. All right. Whatever, I got to be here. I'm making sure I'm going to stand up to this beast. I've been doing it for a country minute, more than that, more than a decade. So I ain't afraid to put my neck out there. That's what it's all about. I don't come to just play games, silly rabbit tricks for kids. The New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter, you idiot. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. You can't be saved. You have to the end to be saved. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. You don't like this, go somewhere else. Take your little Sex Pistol Jesus, your little Nimrod. Let me see a stick up. I want to see your deck of mine. Remember 10? We'll go back to the future, right where we started from. Like go round and round, like a merry-go-round. I'm like spinning around. Remember you get on that thing when you're a kid, they fling you right off. All right. You guys are children. This is for real. This is really happening. Reality is not what's written in a book. That's the word Bible. That means history. He wrote it, and the victor gets the spoils. You think you read history because you read it in a book. You've got a lot to learn. You've seen one side of the story. You're what's called bias. The loser gets left out. Left and then right. Right's history. Shut up, loser. Fifth Amendment. You have the right to remain silent. I don't know. That might be better. No poly, no waiver, no statement. How about that? Don't be deceived by water. Get watered down. These Father sent you here to a place, not I. All glory to Shiloh, all glory to Christ, all glory to I am. He said before Abraham was I am. He said, I am the Aleph. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega, the beginning and the end, the creator of all things. So we'll just go round and round about that, won't we? No, I ain't going to argue with you. Don't you worry about it. I have nothing to argue with. This is definitive, defined. It's defined by definition. Remember, aletheia? That's the word truth. If you don't define the words that you speak that come out of your face, pie hole lips, not like we're going to take Mr. Potato's Head's lips off and Mrs. Potato Head wants to start rearranging. Don't rearrange with your transgender God here, with your Baphomet worship, with your Sex Pistol Jesus. You're birthed in the middle of the winter, orgy Jesus Christ. He said, many will come in my agape. You know what that word is? Love. Who do you love? You can't serve two masters. Which beast system are you serving? Are you serving this beast by taxation, corporation? Well, then you're funding war and you're paying for the death of, well, the Ukrainian generation. Corporation destroyed by taxation, taxpayer, remember? Dollars, corporate slaves. Here we are. America, you can, but I can't, so I'll get out of here as soon as I can't. Can. I can't right now, but as soon as I can, I will, but America can't. So anywhere but America, because I can't. So, but that's okay. I don't care what anybody in this country thinks. At least if I can't, I get stuck here because I know many people can't. At least they can do something to separate themselves from the system by growing their own chickens. Get chickens. Get farm fresh eggs and chickens coming right out the back of a chicken butt. How about that? Get a rooster to keep an eye on them, and there you go. Now you got one way to separate. How about a water filtration system? How about getting out of the system? Check out of the system. Beware of thy shall calling my name only pardon. Nice. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you for your testimony. um, Brothers, sisters, anyway, maybe there's many people who can't come out of the system they can't leave this America where I can't, but you can, and maybe you can't stand it anymore, but there are ways. The ways is to separate, come out of her, my people. Do not partake of her ways. You know, you'll know them by their fruit. So maybe you should figure out a way to tithe and grow organically back to the ways like Christ, um, they didn't eat like we ate. Why did people live so long? Why are we a generation that only lives for the years? Because of our diet. You are what you eat. It's not what goes in a man that defiles us or a woman, it's what comes out of us. But please try to remember that, our health has been just totally attacked. They attack us by food, by air, by water, by education, by television, every way around this system. They find a way to poke at your eyes and tell you lies to your eyes. It's called verbal and visual voodoo. They don't only poke at your eyes, but they tell you in television. See? And they space you apart, and they got you divided by flicker rate, and they take and get you by rhythm cycle, but you don't see it, so it doesn't matter. You're like, honey, give me some popcorn, and just because you saw it at a certain flicker rate, now you don't even like popcorn. Your wife's wondering because they put it in your eyes. They sting you since you were a child, and they started casting spells and have you spelling in cursive and spelling curses and telling you we went to the lunar surface, right? We landed on the lunar light, and that we're some kind of block or rock floating on a ball or block or in the third dimension from the sun, corkscrewing and spinning. That's the Hebrew word forward. To corkscrew, spin, warp, change. Change from its origin, original aletheia, truth, definition. Now they got you spinning on a block in the third dimension, like two 90-degree angles. Oh, wait. On your little black cobra, like they go around what do they do, that little march around the box? Where was that at? Man, why isn't it coming to me? Normally I can, something gone. what is that? Where they march around the box? They do the march around the block, the black box, like the mirror, like the black box, like the Cabra. Remember that? Remember their march? They all get going in a. Well, that's gee whiz, spinning like a tower, like radio waves, like 5G, 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter waves, like a tsunami. Well, that's just a big wall of water, but remember, water. Oh, I gotta get my puppies in. I just boiled. All right. Okay, so again, there's many ways that you can separate yourself from this system, and it doesn't mean that you have to totally flee the country, although I would think that's the best thing you could possibly do, because this country is an absolutely abomination. But then you put yourself under this corporation's, war machine, because you're going to be on the other end of it. People have the comforts of the military here. They can just hang out and, enjoy what they think is freedoms, but there's no freedom or there's no free will. But they think they have the rights, and they don't have any other rights in this country. They're the most indebted nation. They're not the free. Of how come everybody's in debt? But 37, almost 38 trillion. How many quadrillion? 3 quadrillion. How many unfunded liabilities? Trillion, 400 plus. These people are out of their mind. They don't understand debt, where you put your treasure at. They don't understand money's not the root of all evil. It's the agape. And people don't know what agape is because they don't know what their love is, this earth. That's the word agape. Agape is 2 John and 6, but they don't take that word very seriously. They just, give their authority over to some man or pastor on some church pew or pulpit or somewhere on TikTok or YouTube to some dude, you know, um, when we're supposed to have a relationship with the Word. And He is the Word. Remember, He said, before Abraham was, I am. But many are called, but only Gas. That's a puny fraction. Father doesn't love everybody. Father only loves His bride. And under the Old Testament, Agape, Genesis, the Old Testament Jewish law, Torah, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. No, I don't need to get all whacked out by, no. People use psilocybins for people that have disorders of depression. So, but it's not no thanks. Not my deal. Okay. Remember, they drink of a mead that made them hallucinate and not of wine, but people are childish. So, it's people like, I'm a veteran, and people have long spats of post-traumatic stress disorder, and psilocybins are able to bring these people out. People have gone a little too far off the deep end, maybe did a little too many things. There are ways, but I'm not promoting. It's not what goes in a man or a woman that comes out of us. It's what comes out of the people, him or her, that defiles us. So people microdose. I've heard that works really well for a lot of people. And I'm not promoting these things, but I am holistic. So that's better than the snakes up a pole. I'll tell you that. How about that? Try that. Take a bite of that apple. Anything but snakes up a pole. To the big farm guy, go see the doc. What's up, doc? Just chase the carrot. Like, yeah, whatever. You keep chasing the effect. Go to the scripts up to the pole, to the pharmakia. That's the word sorcery. They'll be fooled by sorcery. The word is pharmakia if you have a lexicon. But anyways, 2 snakes up a pole. Which way are you going? So, well, cross. You ever seen the medic symbol? But moving on. Red Cross, that's Catholics. Remember, Catholicism? Gotta keep it with the times here, you know, Satanism. So they love their orgies and, well, they partake in some of these things, but they don't moderate. So all things in moderation. How about that? So, well, we're not all things. You're not supposed to eat flesh or put your hands on children. So we won't have any of these Catholicism or Mormons. They do prophets, and they got their own issues, like rolling stones with their temples, you know, built of stone. He said he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. So you might want to go back to the dirt where they grow those mushrooms at, if you will. They grow them in poop too, if you will. Cow dung, feces. But anyways, Father is the ram. Remember, it's supposed to chew the cud and split hoof. So careful your diet too, please. Yeah, I'm more of just cannibal, not cannibal, cannabis, bis, like not abyss. That's knowledge. I do understand. I've been a medicinal grower, so not snakes of a pole. I don't do the farm guy. Never have the effect. The only 3 effects I've ever had from the cannabis is happy, hungry, or horny. So, well, sleepy. Maybe there is another effect, but it works, and there's a time and place for everything. So all times and place and space, Father. Oh, hey, careful. Oh, my buddy's got me to pay attention to the guy who was hanging out there today. Oh, that's my good guy. Oh, that's my pants. Get off of me. You just knocked it out of my hand. Oh, you're such a good guy, Big. I love you, biggest guy. You're my biggest one I ever did have. You're the biggest guy I ever did have. You're the biggest one. You're the biggest one. You're the best guy. You're the biggest, best one that ever did best. Big guy. Look how big he is. He's big as a whole couch. He's as big as a whole couch. Oh, I love him. You sound like you're vicious, but you're not gonna bite the dad. You're not gonna bite the dad. Pants, stop it. You keep getting underneath me and you're knocked to the bone. Oh, he's got to get some lovins. Need some love. He's got to come up and get some attention here. Oh, go off the couch. Go off the couch. You got careful. you. Oh, got it, boy. About. Get that nose off of me. Oh my goodness. I've got the silliest kids ever. Oh, what a silly guy. What a silly guy you are. All right. Stop it. You're being too much. You're just too full of it. You're part dingo. You're just crazy like your dad. My crazy dingo. Oh, now that I'm the center of attention. Nah. Don't you give me no kisses. You want to be crazy like your brother? Crazy like your dad? You're crazy. You are the craziest puppy I ever did have. You're crazy. All right, you all done? Get a drink of water. All right. Did you play yourself out? Thank you. They got a little good kids. We're hanging out today. Just and took care of the ladies this morning. They're out. Nigel's out there crowing at 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock, and he's got the crow, but he's been doing his job. He doesn't like the crows to come out on the edge of the fence line. We got to put up a lot of fencing out here, so and these crows like to definitely mess with the dogs and the chickens and the cats, and they're just, I don't know. I love the crows, so we have to put up with them because they're awesome. They've been here for many years, so probably before I got here, so many of these crows have been out in this valley where I live, but they're just part of the farm subject. You got to figure out a way to get out of this system, brothers and sisters. There are ways to separate yourself from the system. You know, they really are. They're very smart, and they're not stupid at all. They can definitely adapt and can talk, and they communicate with the right. And they'll bring you treasure if you can get the crows. If you can feed them, they will bring you back prizes, shiny prizes. So you never know what you get. You might get some jewelry or some symbol of a bit of change. So I've had crows come. There's a pair of crows that live out here, and they keep in this. I don't know. There's probably about 500 acres right here on this back area, the whole back side of the valley where the last power line is at. So it's like I got the last perch. They come out here and fly on this, because this is the very last line on the whole. So they love it to come out here. I get all the birds. So I don't have the Gee Whiz phone. So on the road the other day, and I thought we see. All right, we'll just keep trying to crush through it. It comes and goes, I guess. So again, let's go back to our lives are too complicated. Each one of our lives are very different and unique, and so there are so many people who won't be able to flee Babylon, if you will. But at least I. All right, let's try to keep it going. Feeding these celestial markers. Blessed no matter what in my life happens. I know blessed no matter what in my life happens. I know that. Celestial witness to these time markers, the birth of Christ. We saw that firmament. This is why Herod knew to have the firstborn, killed. They were all, this was a celestial marker that was prognosco. They had foreknowledge of the coming of this celestial alignment because they know these cycles. So that's why I'm able to continue these celestial markers we hold apart, that we be able to declare, and I feel blessed to be part of that, be this last generation, this remnant, to declare this revelation, declare that we're in this age, in this book of air. We're not in the age of water. We're not in the age of Pisces. That's deception. That was that birth age of Venus, the morning star, and people get this all messed up. And yeah, so that was really good advice from my dad, and I appreciate his time that I got to spend with him. So, young age, and I had to come up quite a bit because of my situation. So here I am today. A lot of that shaped too. If she glitches on. Thanks for the couple that are hanging out, trying to push through this, but looks like block. They don't want you to be in the system. They don't want you to know that Christ is inside of you and Father's inside of you, and you don't have to go to a church or a temple to be with him. That's a threat to the system. So God forbid you're independent of the system. Oh wait, let's talk about puppies and kittens and things that don't spark the algo. Do another rhythm and flow. So yeah, that's what happens. Part of being over this Target You take black. If you're not taking flack, then you're not over the circle symbol. Just can't hear how they spoke around the algorithm. We'd be. Good stuff. I know I'm not going with the flow, and I'm not with the like acid stuff. All my birds are getting rained on. They'll be all right. That's some more roofing for them out there for the ladies. So, oh, we're gonna hold stream for a minute now. Let's see if we can keep going. Did we work past it? Now that we unspark the algo around and around like a rhythm cycle. Rhythm is a dancer. Oh, maybe we just didn't do anything but played silly little reindeer games. You know, the Mass A. We did the Mass A, the Cristo Mass A. We did the Red Crosses. Just speak around it, but don't speak any reality. Don't speak any truth. Don't let anybody know the real deal. Get them sold on pieces of paper payments. Trade the minerals for paper payments. Paper ain't no conversation with the paper, that part. Don't talk about anything real. Start talking about anything real, like growing your own garden. Well, that'll spark the algorithm. Become your own independent system source, the food source, separate. So, wonder how many eggs we got today. Well, that's a threat to the system when you got your own chickens. So, all right, let's redo the chat filter here. Man, I really wish this chat filter was different, but it is what it is. Oh, wow, you guys have been talking the whole time. Cool. Right on, right on, right on. Where are we at here now? All right. Your plants got stolen. See, here we are in the times, man. That's not good to hear. Yeah, I've had that happen before. I was doing a medicinal grow, had some patients, garden disappear, and I was not happy about that, but I was able to get them their meds. Planners. If it ain't one thing, it's another, man. So, yeah, we're fourth point of contact and start doing more yesterday. Continue having, doesn't a farm when there's no livestock like a ranch, the Silk Ranch. And there's many ways to be a rancher or farmer. Many people raise things. So the farmer, many ways to farm. So It's not. Are you ready for that day? There's no more interweb for a while, for months on end, maybe. Bring it back. Uh, I know, but I'm out in the middle of nowhere, and there's no 5G. There's no, you know, there's none of that technology here. It's very spread out. So I live an hour and a half at least from the first city. Yeah, no, we'll all be all right. That's why we should glean as much as we can while we can. That's why I'm here. Until we can't use this tech, I'm going to use it, try to turn it on its head. I have for more than a decade on this platform. So it feels good to be able to, still be able to use it. This is SHTF. This is what SHTF feels like. So people don't know that. And I've always said if even I could just speak with one, it speaks to one person. So before I ever went live and just did, content, channel content, it felt like it wasn't in vain. So thanks for hanging with me here. I don't know. Again, we do have energy that comes from our sun that affects the radio blackouts. It affects a lot of this. Um, Energy does have massive impacts on our communication systems and does have a large effect on what we know as the internet, even though there are a lot of cables that are most of these, you know I'm just on a phone, so it's cellular, so it is through. Well, no, I don't think so. That's what it's about, connection. That's what So that's why I need to keep trying to get out of here and get out of America if I can. I want to die trying, you know. So I'm gonna try to let this case roll out. That's why I spent the money, and if I'm gonna have to figure out to come up with another $5,000, I will. Father will sell something for me. Something will sell eventually out here. I just get closer towards the internet that makes the motorcycle, or towards the internet. And when it's selling on the internet, getting closer to the winter, in the fall, it makes the sell of the motorcycle less and things like that. But I've got got a couple vehicles out here still I could put up here on the chopping block. If I get that other person to come work on the truck for me, I would already had it done. But Father beats me like that. But I'll figure it out. And nothing here is worth, if I could just leave here for now and get through this cycle in my life or whatever, because we're all going through it. I come out on the other end. I feel like I would, you know, there's nothing worth physical trading here. Even the precious metals, I can't. That's even not easy to travel with your precious metals. It's not easy to travel with your precious metals. You know, you could take a risk. You get stopped with them, and somebody could take them pretty simply if they wanted to. Mm. But yep, I think the best thing we can do is try to find ways not to partake in this system. So I know I have a strong base understanding of knowledge what this system does. I know most people are not even aware of what they're doing. They just pay taxes and go along like a leg, just like a limb, just go along to get along kind of people. So some of us are, aware and are have been awakened, not woke, but awakened by, Father calls out to our hearts. Just what we see going on around us makes us feel sorrows, and we don't like what we see. And so we speak up about it. And that's a blessing, because some people don't ever get the eye to see or the ear to hear. So it comes with a price we pay. It's a burden when we carry this weight, but it's a blessing all at the same time. It makes you stronger. What doesn't kill you, it does make you stronger. Whether you learn from it might take time to heal, but all things should take a little. Nothing heals overnight, or nothing is like that. So the eye is the thing that heals the fastest on our body, but careful of the eye, because it's the one that tricks us. It's the fool, it's the devil, it's the demon, it's the distributor of lies and fortunes to self and others. So it's the one that fools us more than anything. It does. It gets us, um, well, we've been warned of imagery and idolatry by the word. So, but I know it's easy. The flesh, anything we see of flesh is what I mean. I guess I'm not explaining myself in detail, but it is the flesh that makes us, um, you know, separate ourselves from Father. So we give into it, and it's hard, and we don't want to. We don't keep that faith like Daniel, that no matter what pain or what approaches us, that we will come out victors, and nothing can eat us. Nothing will, no weapon formed against us will prosper. So I think it's pretty important when he says, come out of my people, that you try to start figuring out a way to not do this. Now, again, there are people who cannot leave this corporation, so they need to figure out ways, even if it's just growing some chives on a windowsill, maybe some cilantro or a tomato plant in a 5-gallon bucket. You're doing something. Some tomatoes, there are things you can grow during the winter. They can get light and you can still continue. Everything that you eat that doesn't pay the system, that you're not paying taxes on, then you're sticking it to the system. And that's what they don't like. Why Christ was such a big threat to the system, is because he came saying, you don't need a temple. You don't need a physical man. You need the word. You need to sit down and have a relationship with my Father in his word. In his Old Testament, he came in his Father's Shem, in his word, in his Agape, in his name, then that's what the people don't understand about why Christ and what he came to fulfill, and why he was such a threat to the system. They created their own system where they were able to enslave nations. Babylon, that's in Jeremiah 51 and 45, that it talks about in the same way that he was telling them to separate themselves from Babylon. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. We have it throughout Christ. Those are Father's words. He's trying to tell you that right now. If he's not calling out to your hearts to, separate yourself from this evil, yeah. We got the tin roof out here. So, got 0 people in here, but YouTube's so screwy. Good stuff, Ross. Yeah, it's been sprinkling. It's been raining out here. We've been getting some more off and on weather. I'm sure them ladies are loving it. So, well, we got the chickens back. I'm sure there's plenty of places for them to go inside. They know how to get inside. So maybe she'll gather some eggs real quick and see how many eggs we got the next time it lets up. So we got 8 eggs yesterday. So they're doing good, but it's, we got a lot of rest of the sunlight, so they should lay throughout the rest of the day. Yeah, it's been, it's a blessing to have them back now. I went and picked up their rain water yesterday, or their water, unless it's rain, but their barrel that I have that makes it so easy to water. It's got the chicken on there. Heck yeah. Juniper's outside. She stays outside. There's all kinds of places for those kitties to go. They got the motorhome. They've got the tractor trailer in the backyard. There's all kinds of places for them to get out of the rain, underneath the semi, under the cabins. Everything's lifted up out here. So good stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I love the rain on a metal roof, guys. So we'll just have to work through the Jiffy Pop, as Ross said. And he said, "I am the way, the truth, and the hados. I am the separator." He didn't say I'm the life. He said, "I am the hados. I am the hados. I am the althea, and I am the horizo. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the separator. I am the divider. I am the horizo. I am the pro horizo, predestination. I separated their flesh, imprison them, and I pull them to my light." Nice. Good stuff. I love the utility. My dogs are spoiled. They come inside. If it was raining, they'd be lining to come in. And there's dog houses and places out of the rain, but so they're my spoiled boys. I love them. Yeah, we've been getting a lot more rain out here. Uh, and that's a blessing, no connection when we go back to what Christ said in the Greek, in the canonized version. We know that Father is the not the scorpizo, the separator. That's the false teacher, the one that causes the flock to scatter. And that's every one of us, because we've all been workers of iniquity, and even when it comes to his word, not just our daily lives in sin. Like Christ, like Peter, he questioned, he questioned Christ because he didn't understand that he was, he obviously knew who he was, but he couldn't quite understand because he was still falling for these Mammon, Jezebel, like we do today, these traditions of men. We're not keeping it to Father's word, and we're making our own versions of it, and it's a blessing to have that understanding where most people never get that blessing. They don't understand what it means to be the scorpizo or the horizo, the separator. You know what I'm saying? That the separator of the light and the dark. Father is the one who imprisoned us in this meat suit, the one that makes us sin, you know, because he creates vessels of mercy, and he does that in us because we don't love him enough to do his will. We give in to our own. So it's by self that we have our own struggles, and we are our own worst nightmare and our own worst enemy. I'm my biggest mistake ever, and that's the blessing, though. That's why we draw nigh to him, and that's why he tells us to circumcise, through Paul's writing, this outer man, these wants of this worldly things, and become less and less of the world and more of the word. The lesser than and the greater than, the horn of plenty, where he grows inside of us when we're willing to sacrifice self. But not many are called, but oligarchs are willing to go through that narrowing, that sacrificing, deny self daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So we always give glory to him. We know it's him doing it in us. He's making us do it whether we want to do it. We've been programmed like a robot, but we're not an android on this other side. It's like some cyborg led by this, we're on it right now, but he said, turn their works upside down. You must be esteemed as the potter's clay, and he beats those impurities of this world out of us. So we find this world less and less fascinating, and the word more and more is what divides us from the world. And so that's why he is the horizo, and that's what gives us life, daily cross, daily bread, daily sozo, salvation. We pick ourselves up because he's the one who lifts us and carries us from that beginning point each day that we start, that we must turn our cheek with this generation that we live under this meat covenant, and we'll endure to the end of the day or to the end of this life. That's the bride. He does it in us. And I just don't know anything in this life right now that's going to make me turn from this word, that makes anything in this world more important. There's really nothing I want, flesh-wise. I have animals that I need to take care of because they're my responsibility. We're supposed to be good stewards of this world. The animals, the rock that we walk, all these things. So I have to finish my commitment. But, I know there's other things. Father has a whole life for me ahead of me. I could live to be 100, At the rate I'm going, I am healthy. I should have already had a heart attack. I should have already had, I got away very, I think, lightly with the stroke, being hit by a grenade and breathing tear gas, 5 canisters for months on end. I think that's the least of my, the least of my, you know, that I'm still upright talking, and that I have hearing, although it's quite distorted, and my eyes has a vision distortion. I can still have balance, and I didn't, that could have thrown my equilibrium off even at that, where I shouldn't even be able to walk. And how am I able to talk properly? Like, shouldn't even be seen possible, but Father does things that he's shown me miracles in life. Just recently, my last, year, you've been a witness to things, some pretty unfathomable things, but all through Christ are possible. All things through Father are possible. And so his will be done, and he makes the way. He's the way maker. He is the hados. He's that separator. He's the one who pushes us away from that, not temptation, but test, and push us through hell, if you will. Not a literal hell, but something that's unbeknown to our understanding. He will come out and pour the right measure. He will heal all the pain. He will, whoever did us wrong, he will right anything that was crooked. He will straighten it out. You know what I'm saying? And that's the blessing of what knowing this gospel and having it and sharing it with others, is that many of us are not going to get what, in this lifetime, anything other than a lot of pain. But that's part of what walking in Christ. And if you're doing it for his name, and if you're doing what is righteous, if you're standing up for a righteous word, and you're doing it for your brothers and sisters, do unto others as that you would have them do unto you, then you're serving what Father tells you to do. You don't have to be going to some church and be a denomination and any of these things. To be a disciple, to be Christ-like, to be walking. See, he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. So many people aren't going to recognize the bride. Many people are going to recognize the people that Father chose, because many of them push them away, and they don't want them in their lives, and they don't want them part of their lives, because they're not going with the flow. And it's the herd mentality, not sheep like the ones that are chosen of the flock, but this mentality of the masses that don't say anything, and they don't speak up about this agape and what it is that we're here to do. And it should be clear in his word what we are here to do. We are here not to be loved. We're not here to make friends and to do the things of this world. That's what Christ made very clear. And that's why he was such a threat to the system, to the Pharisees, to the church, to the people who had all the money. And they were the ones who were able to glean all this, through their halakha and haggadah of their perversion of their law, to be able to steal and rob from the poor. Christ was not happy about this. He made it very clear. And I don't see how people think today that America in any way, shape, or form is an okay country. It's not. It's an abomination. And I hate this country so much. Do the people I hate in the country? No, the people are at least trying to do something about it. I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin that they commit, that they fornicate, and they don't even try to separate themselves from this beast. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't hate them. I just hate the system that they support. And I hate America more than anybody in this country. Nobody hates more in America than me now. Look at what they did to my son. I've been reporting that he's murdered. Instead, they threaten me that I'm speaking gibberish and that it's nutty, and they threaten to throw me in jail. They strip me of every right to even protect my animals and myself. I just have to have faith in God that he's just going to protect the farm, and just be like Daniel, walk in the lion's den, walk right in the belly of the whale, like Jonah in this darkness that, he enslaves me in, and I just have to do it. So, be all right. It's just a lifetime. I'm eternal. It's not like this is a forever deal. It's just a short walk, and this is a very important time and test, though, because there comes a final judgment. So try to remember that, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, though, for this long march that he's had me in these last, year and 2 and 3 months here, about 15 of these lunar months. And that I'm still here standing. And that my desire is not the word. I want to know where my son's at, but that's just because I'm a dad. I don't let it wreck my life. Although it does carry a big burden, a big weight, I don't love this whole situation more than my son. Look how long I was. Was I not patient? I went 15 months before I bucked up and gave the ministry money over to myself to help my son, to keep myself out of jail, to help him so I can even keep the ministry going. If I'm in jail, I cannot pastor to this ministry. I can only pastor to the guys behind bars. Walls, if you will. Can't get loud, my bad. So thank you for the testimony there, Ross. They don't want to talk about this word. They want to go by their crackers and grape juice, their Holy Mary, Mother of God, blessed now at the hour of our death. I know I did all that. Colin Kaepernick, kneel and stand up, the whole football ritual. So baptized, all that nonsense, water baptized, all the. Yeah, if that don't throw a red flag out there, nothing will, huh? Whoop, 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 whoop. Should have known we could pay to confess for your confession of sin. If you trace back to Roman Catholicism, right, you could pay. You could sin, you just pay your way out of it. So, what do we got coming in here? I'm thankful to still be standing, and I know that there is light at the end of the tunnel. He never takes the light away from me. He might make it very hard to reach, might shove me down deep down in the water where I can only have a glimmer of that light. Sometimes it only flickers, but I know that there's a direction if I head in that direction, because he is the Hados, he's the way. I might not pop my head out of water in this lifetime. I might not. So, no such thing as luck. But Father, I know that for all the things that I don't seek in the world, and if it's of the word, that my treasure awaits me, because these worldly things aren't, I wouldn't want people like myself to have to go through this, others, but I know there are many others that have a similar suffering as I right now, and I'm not the only one with a kid that either just hates me, never wants to talk to me again, or he's not here anymore, and I even talked to somebody yesterday, and they said to me that they didn't agree that my son wouldn't have contacted me by now in some way, shape, or form after this time. He's had enough time if he was upset to cool off and anything, but I'll just have to deal with whatever Father throws at me, so yeah. I kind of have that, Ross, with the whole thing about Elijah. I had to give up the ministry, precious metals, that I was trying to get the money to get the ministry in South America up to keep myself. I was 6 days from going to probably jail with that attorney that was not, hadn't done anything in months, and they hadn't even summoned anybody or any witnesses or called any jury selection or nothing. So, So I'm blessed, I know, to have worked hard enough and to be again, as I said, kind of half cocked and not even half cocked, kind of quarter cocked that I've worked out here because I just don't care about these fleshy things anymore. As long as my life is, like I said, I keep the house somewhat maintained. I don't even keep house like I used to. Um, the animals are fed and they got food and I've got something in my belly. I don't, either, warm when I want to be warm or, I don't care about being cool if I'm hot, but got ways to cool off. I got a shelter down there that's 28 feet under the ground. That's cool no matter what. So I got ways to, to get through it. But nice. So I know that I am moving forward, though, as much as I don't think that I am now, because I have been able to pay an attorney that's not cheap and makes it very clear that he's not, don't waste his time. Uh, I'll get through this. There is a court date coming up this month. I have another court date. Stray kids. I don't know what that is, but either way, he will be able to get somewhere with this case, and it's not just going to sit there, And it has been a long time. It even feels like it's an impossible feat that I cannot reach and even get one scratch to make one stair step to climb out of this hole. That is it a hole or is it not? I don't know. You tell me. I don't feel. I just feel like this is what Father has me doing. So I still feel like I'm living the American dream. I don't know who Felix is, so I'm not sure who you're talking about. So, but because I'm out here, I'm a minimalist. I live off the grid. I trade for what I own. Look, I just put up, $15,000 worth of, those precious metals that was hoping to get that South American ministry paid for, and yeah. Yep, you gotta, and sometimes you gotta help yourself out, and I'm just not used to doing that much, brothers and sisters. I just have a tendency to try to serve other people, and that's just been my nature since I was young. My son's that way, and he's a giver, so I don't know where he's at or if he's alive, what he's doing, but I know that he would definitely not want to be living by looking over his shoulder and not serving other people. That's not like Elijah. I mean, that's what he does. He goes out, and even in his job, he helps out people. He does those tuner cars, the modifications, and he gives really good work, and he gives really good rates, and and he helps people out whenever he can. He did that when he was young, and he's just seems so difficult for me to think that he's having to look over his shoulder every single day of his life, and he is, if he's with his wife, then that's fine, but then that means they're both struggling together too, and I don't understand why they would be struggling. My daughter should have been able to file a lawsuit already, and neither of them should be able to struggle. So that what leads me to believe that there is some kind of cover up in this case. That's why they sent the Josephine County judge to 4 or 5 hours away from this county to fill in for a hearing, a pretrial hearing, when Vandenberg should have been there. Why would Vandenberg not make it a day that he would be there? So it screams cover up. It screams cover up for what they did to my daughter, and my son, and then what they did to me. So this has been, over and over and over. I can show that they have targeted my son and my daughter because of my doing, and a lot of it has to do with what I do on this platform, whether they like it or not. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Um, Outstanding. Good stuff. Well, you're more than welcome. You are a part of it, Connection. You're already a part of it now. So, uh, you're a part of it right now. Just being a part of this ministry is online until we can make it a physical thing out here with bodies growing food to minister, path to tithe. Then this is fine. The ministry doesn't ever have to be a physical ministry, but I'm not gonna have a strong will through Father to create this tithe ministry for the bodies that are here, um, and blessings of organic food. I wish I had stockpiles of it right now, and I don't, because I really am getting appalled at my diet, and I really just want to eat organic food. I really don't want to eat anything man-made ever again. But you know, I'm not there yet. I got to get there first. That's why I went ahead and did what I did. I don't need to be eating prison food for the next whatever. And I really don't feel, again, that in my case, I feel stronger and stronger each day that they don't have a case. And that's why there's a cover up in this case. And that's why it is where it is. And it'll all come out in the wash. So, whatever happens, happens. And I have to be 100% honest with you. If I had the chance to leave, I'd just leave these civil suits behind and not care about it, and just leave and get out of the country for a while and take a vacation and come back and try this at a later time and date. Nothing is forever in this lifetime, because you do eventually die, and it's just temporary. So, you know, I will, if I can, I don't know how I could leave this case going with them still looking over and throwing my son in jail for something I know he didn't do. It'd be hard to leave the country, but maybe I can go to some consulate outside of this country, and again, maybe I can contact, I'm sure I can file civil suit, not being within within the US. So if there's a way for me to go, I will go, and I will just think of it as a vacation for a while. And change is good. I like change. Change doesn't scare me. I don't need to be a creature of habit, although I like to get comfort, in my little, we all get normal little, clock, if you will, doing our own time frame. I live off grid, so I have a different time frame than you guys. I don't do things like normal people do, but uh, normal, what the norm, what the constant does. Uh, but again, I will continue my march if Father allows me. I don't. All right, hold on. I got to go back and read your guys' chat. Man, I can't even see anything you're saying. Okay, that was the last chat. You are here. Okay. Check in. Check. Please, Connection, if you can, change your diet, please. Change your diet. Okay, Connection. I know it's not easy, but change your diet. Start eating better. Start eating more organic, and you will feel better. Okay, I know you will. Um, Good stuff, Brother Ross. Good to hear that. Yeah, but you don't, just because you have children, Sabrina, doesn't change anything. Um, yeah, I'm going to trial, for sure, going to trial, which probably means, I mean, I don't know yet. So that is a pre-trial. Uh, it's just a hearing. It's a hearing update. So it's the 25th of this month. Appreciate you guys. Disability, cool. Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Ross. Fellowship. Yep. So I move back to my apartment. It's actually made 90 Mars. Any stickers I think I'm doing. Yeah, I want to go back to that connection. That's what I want to do. Yeah, well, there's no luck. Father will do what. Yeah, that's what I want to go back. That's why I get the. I'm already thinking in my brain, like, how do I keep these birds laying all winter? I got to keep these birds laying all winter long, and I'm going to have to figure something out in my brain already. So I like that constant, protein source with the eggs and having that in the meat. So, but that's the other issue that I'm having is that I'm here, and I do have Kevin here, and Kevin trying to get his place set up, so I don't have a constant, hand from Kevin because he's busy doing his. He's trying to get his setup right now too, so and that's fine. I knew something like that. I totally am okay with that. I don't want to interrupt what he's doing. So, but either way, I know that eventually here, if I have to stay here, that I would, work towards the sources and replace all the animals that I've taken from here because I just couldn't do it on my own after doing, having goats and sheep and chickens and rabbits and pigs and these animals. Raising this on your own as a one independent person is not easy to do. A farm takes 2 or 3 people to run properly without putting too much work on yourself. Plus, I'm off the grid, so and I carry my water. It's not like I'm out here with running water hoses and I make all my own power and I'm like in the middle of nowhere. So it's not like I do this the easy way. Everything I do is by the skin of my, teeth, my brow, the sweat of my brow. I'm just barely able to do this without having, I worked on my driveway for 7 years with a rake and a shovel, chopping up the rabbit brush and the sage and throwing it back in the spots and getting alligator tires, treads, and throwing them back in there as many, to keep the road to even hold together. There were so many things that I had to do the hard way, but I like doing it that way. That way I build it from the ground up, you know what I'm saying? Um, and then I do these things out of nothing. I create something from nothing. And I'm not this person that's been handed. Remember, 6 years ago, I had everything taken from me. And that included 25 pounds of silver for my retirement. And I didn't have any gold back then. But again and again and again, I have to, let all these things go and kind of get knocked like a strike of bowling balls and get knocked clean and get back up on my horse and say, okay, Father, I guess I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm going to get back up and I'm going to do it again. I'm not going to give up on you. I love you more than I love this world. And this world doesn't mean anything to me. Your word means more than the possessions of this world. So I know we've all been stripped and knocked down and Father, strips us back. And this is one of those times in my life that he's just absolutely stripped me back completely and I'm still here standing. But the only thing that I have, is the word now. And I have this ministry, which is a blessing because this has brought me much closer. And I don't know, I still would produce content. I don't think because I was still producing a similar amount of content before this thing happened with Elijah. So, wow, that's amazing. Thank you for that testimony, Sabrina. I imagine your body was so strong back then. We didn't have none of this monosodium glutamate and, you know, what is that other stuff they add by the beet, pulp and the cane pulp, whatever. It's an additive. There's all this fillers and preservatives and dyes and man. Thank you for that testimony. Appreciate people who live on an organ. Man, that's what I want. I wanted that so bad for this ministry, brother, sister. So I gotta go, man. And I don't think that anybody in this ministry would hold it against me. And I appreciate that. That if I leave this country, it's not because I'm running. It's I need to go to a better place that I would give me much better, ability to grow better food. And my dollar will go a lot longer, further. I could actually help people if I can get my things together and here and, just sell, one piece of land, I could create benefits for other people, hire people, pay them a good wage and help myself while helping others. So it's time to get out of this country. If I can leave, our sisters, I'm going. So I pray that Father will do his will, and that will is his for him to unchain me and release me, um, so that I can return back to my roots. I tried here for 10 years, guys, to get people to come here, and nobody came to farm with me, to grow next to me, be by my side, to be motivated, and to do it as a team. So I'm going to not do this permanently. I want to get this ministry set up so that I can come back here and be refreshed. I know I can come back here. I'm not turning my back on this, you know, portion of the ministry. I'm not going to let them chase me out of here. I'm not running from the country. I'm doing it because I know that it tells me to separate myself, I'm saying, from this corporation, and to not do this, to do not partake. So there's ways to do it here. You can still be here. You can do it in the belly of the beast. You might not be able to get out of the country, but it's my instinct like a bird to fly south for the winter, if you will. I don't need to be told to put up nuts for the winter. A squirrel, a chipmunk got the brain the size of a pea, and I'm going to put those nuts up. You call me nuts all day, all week, all month, all year, all decades. You can keep telling me I'm nuts, but one day it's going to rain. One day the weather's going to come. One day that sun's going to knock down this grid. One day, and if it doesn't happen in my lifetime, at least I died trying. It's better to have and not need than need not have. I'm not going to be a failure. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. I'm not a failure. He said, loins girded in my service. So he tells me to come in here and do this, to share the light. As a messenger, you've got to be able to get prepared before the storm. You don't go out there and fix your damn roof when the roof's leaking. You fix it when it's dry, you idiot. Get with the times here. You guys want it when it's raining buckets on you. You want to go out there in your raincoat and try to fix the roof. That's not the time to fix the roof. You understand? As a messenger, I've been sent as a messenger. I don't cow out and blow the horn when it's already happening. I tell you to fix your roof when it's dry, not when it's raining. How in the hell am I going to get you to, we just have a different mindset. This world and I don't get along anymore. There's nothing here for me anymore, brothers and sisters, but the word, just so you know. And please don't think I'm turning my back on this ministry, but I just don't feel like I look around and I see the state of this union right now, this corporation, and it's an abomination. We've had back to back, and we know it's more, but we back to back dough, P. I got a P on my dough in the file. They're back to back. I was telling you that this guy is one too. You thought just I let the Biden was one? Yeah, right. They're all in on the same game. They're gaming society. And, if you're a threat to this system too. That society, if you will, those Masons, those people, they don't want you. They want you enslaved to their system. That's why they want everything digitally tracked and traced, and anything that's organic. They don't want you to, they don't want that. That's a threat to the system. So if you're not standing up to this system, then you're not doing what Christ would be doing. Christ would be growing a garden right now. Christ would have a community of people organically growing food, probably next to some stream with an abundance of wildlife, and trapping and doing things the old ways. He wouldn't be all digitized, all cyborged out, probably wouldn't carry and even have a phone. Wouldn't care about this society. Like I seen recently, somebody said, if you turn this internet like we're on now, right, brothers, sisters, this world is a horrible place. It's filthy and disgusting. What is happening is just hard to watch. But if you're in nature, this is a beautiful and wonderful place. If you're away from this and you don't have the TV on and you're in the ether, God's place, where there's still abundance of wildlife and it hasn't been disturbed by humans, it's a beautiful, wonderful place we live here. There's an abundance still for us, but we're not going to reach that equilibrium, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to try to sit there. And now I know it says, like in Jeremiah, if come out of her, it says if they don't turn from their ways, the destruction of Nineveh will come. There was a point in time where we've had an abundance of time to turn from this beast system, but They don't want to. And it's not like you're going to change a bunch of people, and you're not going to change anybody. These people will be drawn to do these things on their own. You understand? Um, we need to have our independence from the system, brother system. If the system wants to do the system, this was about the right to choose. But I'm telling you, if you don't put your neck out there now, you're not a disciple. You're not, and I'm calling you out, and we all need to call each other out. Purify yourself as he purified himself, brothers, sisters. So purify yourself from the system. You're telling me that growing some kind of chives in your windowsill is a bad thing to do? Well, according to the system, no, they want you down buying their genetically modified chives. They want you to not, what was it? 40% of the populace during World War II with the Victory Gardens grew their own food. Now less than 1% of the populace grows their own food. We have no independence from this system. We've been enslaved by the dollar. And whether you like it or not, even that quarter that I say that should buy you a gallon of gas, it's almost $6 or over $6 right now. It won't buy you the gallon of gas. I know, because you can't take the quarter there. You got to go exchange it. They've made this difficult for people to have independence from the system. You know, uh, nice. So this is the way we take our independence back. A free market is free trade, meaning you and I agree on something outside the system. And if we both walk away happy, that's called a free market. And that's a threat to the system. They don't want you. That's why they want to get everything they can as soon as they possibly can on this, blockchain, everything digitally tracked and traced so they can credit score, and you won't move within the confines of their system without licking their boot or being, part of their system. And they'll do it for you. Most things will be done for you because they want slaves, just like they have now. They have people enslaved under this, mighty dollar, and it's losing its grip. And it's about time, anyways. We're in the fourth turning. We're in the 80-year debt. This is the reserve currency cycle that it lasts. So we've reached our expiration date in this corporation America. It's over. Put a fork in her. This is what Trump has been brought in to do, to destroy the old system, and he is killing it and bringing in the new. And he's doing an excellent job. He's a mastermind. I don't like the guy, but he knows what he's doing. And people are hanging on to this old system and thinking that it's going to be here when it's not. And they're going to go into the new system because they're not independent, have one foot out of the system on their own. They don't like the new system. They step out and they're their own system, but they don't. They don't have any foot out of the system. Like I said, that's just growing chives in your windowsill, cilantro, a tomato plant, and a 5-gallon bucket, some potatoes, something, anything to do anything but stop supporting the system. Those potatoes aren't going to get taxed on those potatoes. You understand? Um, you got to understand that there are ways that you can do this. Maybe you can't completely check out of the system, but anything you can do to be independent of the system is the way to show that you're Christ-like. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, well, no, that's how it is. Is if there's no if there's no victim, there's no crime. Remember the laws of the land, Ross? I mean, we're all eternal. We've been here for time and millennia. If a man is not hurting anybody, leave him alone. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. So if somebody's not, you know, committing a crime, and there has to be a victim, so if there's no victim, there's no crime. And so this whole thing has changed. It was about rights, the right to choose. Leave him alone. Leave her alone. She is not hurting anybody. So what? Her grass is long. STFU. I don't want to hear it. No, you got to conform. This is literal Stasi Nazi Germany that we live in now. I don't want to hear it. This is in many ways worse. They didn't have the camera systems that did the way to track and trace and algorithm you with this grok system and these, AI bots and everything. There are bots that come in here that say keywords just to piss me off, brothers, sisters, try to get my goat. They're not even actual real human beings. They're a bot. This is what this government uses, their AI system. It's an algorithm. You fed it. You gave it what it wants. This is this placebo effect that's making all this run. Everything's running. They're gaming everything right now. You want to know why hasn't anything happened right now, anything further? Because they're using this AI to do it. And it's not like it's some kind of learning process. It's just taking what we all know and it's computing, it's computing. It's taking a cycle, an algorithm, and it's computing the output of what's been input into the system. And that's what's currently in play right now. And people think that's what these people are so independent. They have their own system. This is already doing this. You don't think this is happening? They have this system that runs in the VA. No, I'm not. They're going to take this into. They're going to take this into. ASI, super intelligence, but it's still just advanced. So they've got all these names, but it's not artificial. But that's where the people are going to fall for. They have society believing like a thought in their head that these robots are alive and that they can think for themselves and that they have feelings and therefore they can, people don't see this coming, but they're getting to that threat level on their end when they've got these EpiPen Island files. These people are being pushed into a corner like a raccoon. And if you push a corner into a raccoon into a corner, brothers sisters, that raccoon is going to strike back at you. So I'm not sure if you see what's going on here. So that's where we're at. Whether you like it or not, they've got people convinced that these robots are alive. It's only just a matter of days, maybe weeks or months. I don't think we have years from them unleashing these tech, brothers and sisters. I don't. This is not going away. This whole threat level. I want you to bring you to a date. I'm not picking the date. I want to bring you back into a date and time. That's astronomy, is where the stars. I want to bring you back into this historical record of this country, World War II. And I told you they are 100%. And I don't care if you don't get it. And I know one of you are getting it. I know one of you are getting what I'm saying with this 923 ritual. It was on August 6th that we bombed 1945 Hiroshima. So I would expect some bombs, okay? I haven't done this since, well, the Boston Marathon. I haven't said anything and never said anything before that, never made any kind of, but I did then. And we ain't had anything since the underwear bomber. Right, in Blind 11. We hadn't had an event since that, and that was a plant. He was a patsy. So if they're going to do this ritual, and I'm not saying, but hey, just be prepared if it does. If it doesn't, great. That's how I look at things. I don't make predictions. I look at what they did before and go, oh, they could do this again. It's a game to me. This is how a veteran thinks. This is how a 5D chess player can game his opponent, by thinking ahead of the game, putting them in check, if you will. Prognosco, to have foreknowledge of. That's all I'm trying to tell you, not to incite any panic. But if this is what they've already been doing once, I would expect them to follow this same ritual. Now, I already told you how I think this could happen and what to look for. Not pancaking, but a hydrogen buster. Remember? Yep. So this is their plausibility, and I see it because it's 23 ritual. virgin, the birth of this new age, and we're already part of this same cycle. Works of darkness, you'll know them by their fruit. So not the day of 923. I'm not saying 923. So I would, again, you already seen 11004, brothers and sisters. You're already seeing it. They're sweeping people off the streets like some, uh, dust sweeper, or some kind of, whatever you call that, little thing that goes out with the robot and sweeps your floors for you. I'm pretty sure they'll have people sweepers here pretty soon too. They already got things that can grind up tech and recreate new tech out of tech, or metal. So what is going to stop them from making some Soylent Green out of you? I don't know. You tell me. I'm not making any predictions. I'm just telling you what they do 99 things and then commit one murder. Nobody cares about the 99 good things that you did then, right? Does that make sense? Oh, man, we lost our chat. Where'd our chat go? Yeah, I'm going to get I think I'm going to lose my light here. I think I'm going to get like I said, I'm going to get that the next time I have some extra funding. We're going to go sit down in the chair and get the Big Dipper going around the pole star. So it'll be worth it. I'm excited about that day. Well, that'll be hard to swallow, but sometimes a good pill is, not like black pill or a red pill but a blue pill, but that's the way life is. It's not supposed to go down easy. Not supposed to just take it like that. So again, I'm hoping that it'll be seen here that more and more that we learn that we're supposed to be separate of these systems. We're not supposed to be partaking of it. It spoke of it again in Jeremiah, to come out of the system, separate ourselves in every way we can. If the system is, you might not be able to totally separate yourself from the system. I understand that. I know that there's people who can't leave. I'm one of those people who can't leave. If I could leave today, I would leave today. I get my animals. I get in a car, in a bus, in a plane, if they could fly, whatever, and I would leave today. That's how much I don't want to be in this country right now, because I don't feel safe in this country. I feel safer being under the threat of the other side of this gun, so to speak, because they're literally starting their street sweep right now. They've been pulling homeless. They've been telling executive orders to take these people that are poor. And what's the cure for being poor? How do you cure somebody for being poor? You've just been literally taxing the living snot out of people, where they can go, you could take a modest income, poor people, nearly poor in the poor American, and go live like a king in another country. Do you understand? Do you hear what I said? You can live like a king in another country that you live for on what you consider yourself poor in America. How's that working out for you? But no, you're going to stay here and live in this slave nation. No, thank you. So I'm hoping soon, again, Father will help this situation out, because, it's okay here. I'm okay. I have everything I need here to continue. Father's blessed. I'm by the sweat of my brow, I can create everything that's needed to create an abundance here. I could create abundance here if I had people here sharing this place with me, then I could do that. So yeah, I don't like any of the autoflower stuff. I don't mess with any of that, because it's all been modified. So no, I know people. I recently talked to people that have been on the streets, brothers, sisters. I've talked to people who've been on the streets of these country, been traveling around, and said these homeless are gone, man. these homeless are disappearing at an alarming rate already. So this Executive Order 11004 is already put in play, brothers and sisters. I already told you that. We're already under this national emergency, so I'm not being tricked by this. And again, I don't care who gets this, who does. It doesn't matter to me. If one person hears I can't breathe, cross to this ritual they're pulling with, their 923, their pagan sun god, and their lunar calendar, their equinox. That's why they did their fake eclipse, their eclipses, because they did their equinox ritual, remember? With the Alice symbol and all that, covered that, each one of those events, other than I couldn't cover the 2017 event because I wasn't going live back then. You know what I'm saying? Actually, it's pretty strange times back then, but this is not a safe place to be. If you're poor, if you're homeless, they involuntary detain you. Canada's way safer a place to be in America. For both those places, I'd feel safer in Mexico than Canada. I wouldn't have to put up with that disgusting, filthy government up there. They're freaking disgusting. The Mexican government, they don't really have enough funding at this point because we keep them in our pocket to really go after. They're very poorly funded. That's the Mexican government, but the Canadian, the whole system is a joke. It's just part of the American system. It's all the same, slave to the queen. We're part of the same system. Canada is America, or whatever. We're the same thing. People in America can't understand that, but some people do, if they understand the way that it's been set up to Washington District of Criminals, and it's not part of this corporation. Oh, well, it's not part of the nation state. No, they've just turned it all part of this now. So we're all part of this original Scottish Rite, Queen, UK. Nothing's changed. We went back to the old law. But Canadians, are Americans, and Americans are Canadians, because we're all under the same NAFTA, Atlantic Free Trade Alliance, all this part of this original, you know what I'm saying? It's not, thanks for coming in, Ed, good to see you. So we're all part of this, and that's what I'm saying. I think it's safer outside in Canada than it would be in America, and it's safer in Mexico, even though those are part of that same old 80s 90s NAFTA whole deal with Clinton, and this is all part of this. So whether we realize this or not, when he says come out of her, my people, that's when I'm saying, hey, you hear that? There's people out there making some sound. But we have a way of again being in this, the Northern Americas have a mindset because we're biased. You have a North American bias. People in South America don't think like people in North America. Yeah, I know they've already started that process up there. That's why I say their connection. It's bad up there. The government's imposed on people's Second Amendment. I know that's not the same right is in, but under Magna Carta and the Rock of Chicago, Illinois, because it's been to some people who are, innocent and turning to me. How successful do you think you're going to be at robbing that bank? A heavily armed public is a polite public, whether people realize that or not. And I'm not advocating for the Second Amendment. I'm just telling you, you're not going to get anywhere when everybody's got a weapon going to try to cause roughshod. You're going to get taken out. And I don't want anybody to ever have to use their Second Amendment or use that, but that's just the facts, Jack. Like why people would go to Chicago, Illinois, well, nobody's armed there. You could easily run over everybody there. If you had a weapon and they didn't, you'd be pretty easy to go rob everybody there, wouldn't it? Murder and all. Yes, see what happens, So, yep. So that's why, again, all right, let's crush through this here again. Yeah. So again, I think the best thing you can do is separate yourself from the system, though. Rather than trying to be heavily armed and fight the system, why not get away from the system, become your own system? That's what I've been advocating for, is separation, evolution. Come out of the system. Don't go around and around and around and around and around like a rat on a wheel, like plumping, pieces of lead at people, 6, shoot at a time. Why not just go around the system and check out of the system? Become separate of the system. That is how you're going to gain your independence from the system, is not by being part of it. Separating yourself from the system is actually a threat to the system. But if enough of us did it, the system itself would just dry up and they wouldn't be a threat anymore. They didn't have anybody to behind those weapons to be firing them at the people, then how would this be happening? Look, for example, ICE is a pure example of this right now. These ICE raids, these ISIS. This is ISIS, brothers and sisters. I'm going to call this out right now. I don't know why anybody hasn't caught on this. It's so funny that they're called ICE, that you guys have forgotten who ISIS is. ISIS is a bunch of paid mercenaries. Mujahideen, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, ISIL. These are all the same paid mercenaries. They don't care which outfit they put on. They all put on the same one. They're called the state troopers. They're no different than the ICE. They're deputies and sheriffs and city cops. They're all part of this ICE system. These are ISIS. No, we got sound. So, I'm not sure what that was. All right, we got any sound yet? But whether you realize it or not, that's what's happening. They're already sweeping people off the streets. They're already, using this executive order. How about due process? In America, I thought you had the right to due process. I don't care what the hell, if you were a citizen, you had the right to due process under the Constitution. This is such bullshit, guys. So anybody who's supporting this right now and is just standing by is an abomination in my eyes. I don't agree at all. As somebody who took an oath to the Constitution, they're not following the Constitution in any way, shape, or form. So this is disgusting to watch. It's one thing to take people who had committed, hardened criminals that have committed crimes, rape and murder and armed robbery, but we're talking about people who just don't have a piece of paper, or even people, I've been seeing people literally saying that they're American-born citizens being taken off the streets. Literally, brothers and sisters, there's videos out there. People's family screaming, he's an American, she's an American, they were born here, their family right there with them, and not some, and I know these are people just saying that. They're literally ripping and stripping Americans off the streets now. And people in this country don't care about it. They don't care at all. And they're doing this under the cover of some private contractor. So I apologize, guys. It's just where I'm at. It's me. It's my end. It's not you guys. It's my end. It's what happens when you're out here in the country. So I just want to go down in history not being okay with this. I'm not okay with how they're treating the general public. I'm not okay with this, on how they're these are all people that are within the confines of these constitutional walls, so they're not going by the Constitution. And this could be you on the other end of one of these vans or wherever they pick you up at. It could be me, one of these people, because I speak against the system. Maybe it's because you're growing your own tomato plant. So careful what I tell you. Maybe it's that you grow your own, you got your own farm. You're growing your own eggs. You grew too many eggs. You're growing over your allotted amount of eggs. So people don't see that coming, but it's happening right now. There we go. See, most people, again, thank you, Marina, for bringing it up, are a paycheck or two away from being in the streets. And now you're homeless and you're swept into the system because you couldn't even, and they're the ones taxing us, federal, state, in America, right? You got gross and net, and it's sick what you actually take home. And then you take home and you go in your car and you get taxed for that gas, and you get taxed on your car, and you get taxed on the cell phone, and the wife wants you to pick up some milk and you get taxed. This is disgusting. Gas tax for the car. This is, and there's all these different, things that they make us fee us for and fine us for everything. You got to ask permission to build something on your own. You got to ask permission and pay a fee to build on land that you own. You own the land, but you got to ask permission to build on the land. Now that is the biggest crock of crap that I ever. I'm talking about the U.S. I'm a veteran. I thought I took it to the Constitution. People have the right to choose, not this. Let's get up and go check on the ladies. Let's go check out. Let's go outside. Maybe we'll get a better reception outside for a minute. We'll move around. I know you guys will go outside. We'll go collect some eggs. Do an egg collection. Check on the ladies. Oh, everything's all nice and dry out here. All right, how many eggs do you think we got? How many eggs? So we're gonna go over here and check out our ladies here. See all our hi girls. Hi pretty ladies. Hi pretty girl. Hey girls. How's my girls doing? Are you doing good? Hold on, let me come through here. Let's see how many. All right, well thanks for the. So here's the Rancho Pollo. Yeah, we've got 8 girls. 9 with her. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, 8, 9. So we got 9 ladies. We got 6 eggs yesterday. So there's Nigel. He's a good boy. They're pretty ladies. They're so pretty. You ladies are pretty. All right, let's go in here and we'll see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. Okay, let's grab these eggs here. You going up there laying another egg, lady? Can I have that one, please? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're such a good girl. You're such a pretty girls. Thank you. All right. So hold on, I gotta get these in my hand here. Let's set you down here for a second. All right, there's the haul for today. Oh, Watch it, ladies. Y'all checking Dad out? Are you checking Dad out here? You girls are good ladies. You're also pretty. Should we do rabbits in here? I don't have any rabbits right now, but look at all these pretty girls doing such a good job. I don't see any underneath. Like I said, sometimes I get one that lays one back there. I don't see one back there. Or sometimes in that basket there. Okay, hold on. Oh, you be quiet. I hear you, Mr. Bone. We're gonna have to go put the eggs inside here. Hold on. You guys stay outside. You puppies stay outside. You guys been inside with Dad for a minute. Stay. Stay. All right, let's go back inside here. Hold on. All right, we're going. I have to shut you down here for a minute. All right, so we got some more. We got us 6 eggs here for now. I don't know if we'll get any more for today. It's getting a little late in the day, so this is kind of a blue tint. She lives well in blue, or more of a blue tint before, but all right. We got those in the egg holders, the egg cartons. Here's my puppy out there being loud. Huh. Well, I'm getting hungry. I think it's about time to make something to eat. About time to make something to eat. What we got there? Down. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a tortilla with a yeah, an egg tortilla. Nathan's reading my mind. I'll put some queso. Yeah, I gotta get some food in my belly. Just give me a minute here. You're hanging out. You get to look at the cabin here. So. Let's throw down some farm fresh eggs here. Right off the chicken butt. Well, we'll use yesterday's eggs, but those are fresh. You guys store-bought eggs are like 30 days old. Those eggs you buy from the store aren't anything like the eggs that I get. Right off the chicken butt. Nice. Good stuff. Still warm off the butt of the chicken. Nice. Guess what? Chicken butt. Oh, there we go. Right off the chicken butt, right off the back of the egg and the chicken. There we go. Good stuff. All right, where is the puppies? I was thinking about making some coleslaw too. I've got been on this kick that I like, been wanting coleslaw and cabbage. I like cabbage. So. Cabbage is good. I've been eating it cooked and not eating it with the. Last time I made a lot of coleslaw. This time I've been making a lot more cabbage. Oh, hey, wait, I got some freeze-dried meat here. Oh, forgot. Maybe we'll put some of that in there too, eh? Got some freeze-dried taco meat from 2019. Freeze-dried taco meat. Let's throw some taco meat there on with that. Heck yeah. All right, let's get some fuego, some fire going on that. I ran out of butter, so we'll have to use some coconut oil. Some coconut oil. So I want to heat this tortilla up first. Let's get that hammer the meat going here a little bit. A little bit of beef bouillon. Throw a little bit of bouillon at that. Yep. There we go. Oh yeah, there's onions in there too. I forgot. Nice. All right, let's get that all going there. Get us some taco meat. There's no such thing as healing, Nathan. There's no healing. Christ can heal, but people can't heal. That's all was fulfilled with him hanging on a tree. The prophets can heal, and there's no prophecy, so there's no healing. So it's a good question, but healing is an Old Testament that was all fulfilled. If people could heal, we wouldn't need hospitals. Okay? So there's no healing. I've already taught you that over here again. There's no prophecy. There's no healing. That speaking in tongues was something that didn't even literally mean people spoke in tongues. That means they came from a different area, spoke a different language, in a different dialect, gloss, or tongue. But healing, like remember, the prophets could speak in one language, one dialect, one gloss, one tongue, and you could understand it. They could also heal people. Okay. Cool. There you go. But it was all fulfilled when Christ hung on that day and fulfilled all the prophecies. So where's no prophets? Everything's already been written now. We're only seeing what has been already written. Prognosco, from the foundation of the world to have foreknowledge of. So good question, Nathan. That's okay. It's an honest, sincere question. I don't think it's out of line, but we would need hospitals. Remember, one of the biggest faith healers, didn't he die of like a heart attack or cardiac arrest? Why did he have one of his buddies come over there and just be like, hey, you're healed, right? We would need hospitals. You could just go stand outside the healing, right? That we wouldn't need no pharmakia then, right? Snakes up a pole, get you on the script, go to the doc. What's up, doc? Silly rabbit. Want some tricks? But it's okay. I know that's a good question, and you can answer that with Christ, because he's the one who hung on a tree and fulfilled all the prophecies, all the rituals, all, told us to go out and put hands on the sick to heal. We can't do that in this modern day, that we live in under this testament. It was all fulfilled. So through Christ, he can heal. Through the healing of Christ, through Christ, healing is proper, is possible. But he's the one who heals people. It's not by the hands of man. So that's right. We're just seeing what was already written. He said, I create everything that ever was and ever will be. So no free will and no such thing as luck. There we go. And we do that by casting him into the word. We show him to the narrow way. Somebody's in the broad way, show him to the narrow way. Show him to the light. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. They already bought, paid, purchased from the foundation of the world. Prognosco. To have foreknowledge of. That, like in Romans 8 and 29, he said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. So only those who conform to Christ's image will be written in the book of life, the Lamb's book of life, at the wedding feast of the Lambs. But they don't want that. They want some other religion nonsense. They like their religions and their blasphemies. They're Jesus, their other gospel. So they think that they have such thing as free will. There's no such thing as free will. There's such thing as self-will. That is the word porneia, or idolatria. The tree is served and they're serving themselves. They're serving their own word, their own gospel, their own Jesus. And they're not serving Father. I am Christ Jesus. It is the word. He said, I come in the word, in the name and the Shem of my Father, in the law, in the authority, in the Aleph. All right, let's do this. Put a couple eggs on these bad boys. Oh, I think I want to use some Parmesan here. I feel like little Parmesan is the way to here. Those. You want to warm up this tortilla for... No, I don't. No, I don't. Actually, I don't. There it is. Ooh. Make some of that too. We got more eggs over here. How many more eggs we got over here? Ooh. We got more eggs over there. Muy más. All right, we got eggs, we got queso. Well, name is authority, not Jesus is not. That's not what name means. Name is Shem. Didn't say in Jesus, because it didn't say Jesus. There was no letter J at the time of Rome, or was there, nor are there any J's in Hebrew. So name means all the words in that book. All this new covenant that we're under. All this new agape, all this New Testament, not of the old law, because we're not bound by flesh. We're not bound by fate. We are destined. Those that are not destined are bound by fate. They're under the law. I'm not under the law. I don't go by the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not judge. I'm supposed to judge with righteous judgment. Father is the one who's the separator. He's the horizo, the separator, the divider, not the scorpizo, the false teacher. These people think they get to be the ones that condemn. We can't condemn. He is the one who separates the wheat from the tares, or the wheat from the chaff. So, but we don't go out and honor his word by 2 John and 6 by Agape and by loving him and just letting evil flourish. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. We go out and we share the light. Somebody's in the broad way, we show them to the light, show them to the narrow way. He said, I am the Hados. I am the Aletheia. I am the Horizo. I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the light. No, I am the separator of the light and the dark. I am the Horizo is what he said. I am the separator of the dark and the light, the day and the night. I call out to their hearts to seek after me. If I didn't call out to their wicked hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. We wouldn't, brothers and sisters. We chase this flesh. We love it. We all succumb to it. It's just part of who he made us. It's our nature. We're born of this corrupt dust, and we'll go back to this corrupt dust. I'm a man of the land and soil. I'm not under the law. I'm destined. There's a difference. Those he knew already from the foundation of the world, he already chose them. They're bought and paid, purchased possession. It's called redemption. If you bought something, you come back and you already bought it, you come back the next day, redemption. You come back 2 days later, 2 years, 2,000 years. He said, look up, for your redemption draw nigh. It means you've already been bought and paid and purchased. See, I'm not under the law. I'm not bound by the law. He already paid. So that's right. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Not from the foundation of the world. Not one of us would. We love this meat suit. We chase after it. And the laws of this meat suit. The meat suit laws. What do you think he said when he may come out of her? Do not fornicate with her, with the beast. Come on out of there. Doing the best I can. Ooh, that's not too bad. Lost a little bit of it, but get back on there. Ooh, it was a freaking hot sauce on that. Fold that bad boy up and eat it like a taco. Eat it like a taco. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Oh, I don't like Snoop. My bad. Stop saying Snoop. What a sellout. Snoop's a sellout. He's a Democrat. He's part of their... Oh, that's my good boys. The puppies are barking, doing their job. Somebody's driving by. I only get somebody to drive by every couple months. I asked Kevin that yesterday. How often does somebody come drive by the property? Oh, once a month. Maybe. Have somebody come drive by down your driveway. Or you live in the dream when you only have one person come down your driveway. Maybe once every couple months. That's the American right there. When you don't have neighbors, you can scream for help, but nobody's coming. You got to take care of yourself. So you don't like the America or the government? Well, I don't like America. And I don't like the government. I'm a veteran. I took a note to the Constitution. So I love the Constitution. I hate America. I hate what it's become. I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin. So that's what I don't like. So I don't have to like this country. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm leaving as soon as I can. I live in America because I took a note to the Constitution. No, you're an idiot. Nobody's complaining, you dumb idiot. It's not complaining. You have the right to address grievances. You have any idea? You say you live here. I'm a veteran. I took a right to defend it. It's actually Congress who gives you the rights, but you're one of these dumb Americans. Okay, let's prove that you're not dumb. Show me you're not dumb. Tell me what posse comitatus means, Jaden.
complain. Listen here, biatch. You'll be my dog. I'll have you barking like a female. You will. You'll be saying my name in a minute. So tell me what posse comitatus means, or get out of here, child. I took a note to the Constitution. So if you don't know the rights, then you're just one of these bumbling idiots, Americans, that just think that, you know, it's okay to kill people in other countries, and it's okay so you can stand on an X. Okay, well, cool. You're a first responder, so you're service to others. I don't know, but remember, you're service to others. That's fine, but you're still serving a beast system. At least speak up about this disgusting, filthy corporation that taxes people. You know, they're denying. I heard this thing. They're going to deny people emergency services, and I don't know. I got to look more into this. Something about which is if you're I'm a first responder. I'm a military, police, SWAT, prior pig, traffic crash reconstructionist. You know, so I do have a heavy, you know, obviously my job is to deal with first responders because I'm the one who puts their guts back in their body before you show up. Hopefully I won't have to call the coroner. But I do have a love, you know, you never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? Or the first responder, have you? Because these cops are tyrants. Fancy words don't make you smart. Don't be an idiot in here, okay? Don't come in here and try to put me down because I'm speaking up about this disgusting, filthy fucking corporation that's for 50 years plus gone and enslaved and dropped democracy and freedom bombs. So if you can't hang in here, go somewhere else. Maybe you can see blood and guts, but your ear, you got a little soft ear and soft skin. Maybe you're a service to others, but we're supposed to speak up. So this country is fucked. And the people who don't speak up about it are part of the problem. So appreciate you took a tour of service to others, because there's only two kinds of people on this rock, service to self and service to others. Many of us can't help. I'm here because I stayed here because my son, they were attacking my son. And now they have kidnapped my daughter, and potentially my daughter's been raped and murdered, and so has my son. So I'm still here having to deal with their case. Otherwise, I'd be out of here. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that I'm turning my back on the people who give a fuck about the Constitution and the right of the people. I apologize. I've been stripped of every right except for my First Amendment right. So I hate this country. What they do to people. Free, then what the hell were people wearing face diapers for? Standing on an X. Did you wear a face diaper? Did you get one of these warp speed jabs? Are you one of these people who participated in this masquerade, walked around and made people feel guilty because they didn't partake in this warp speed corporate shut all the businesses down? No, you didn't have to. See, that's where you didn't have to. And you're a part of the system. So moderator, moderate that stupid fucking idiot that said they had to. You didn't have to do shit. You could have found another job. You could have quit your fucking job and you could have suffered, but you didn't. You kept your little tiddly fucking wing job and you paid your fucking bills and you're part of the system. Get the fuck out of here. You could have fucking suffered, but you didn't want to. Instead, you had to because you're first. No, you're smart enough to fucking know that a virus is not a living organism, you dumb fuck. First responder, my ass, you're a bumbling fucking idiot. You might be able to administer first aid, but you still don't know anything about health or fucking nutrition. Get out of here, fucking idiot. I hold these first responders like I hold the doctors more liable, brothers and sisters. These people should know health better than the people who don't. You not disagree? A person like that dumb fuck should know, apologize for my cursing, but at least they should know the autoimmune response of the human fucking body, our genome, how all this works. So, idiot. I hold them are more liable. They should have spoke up about the jab. Look it up. Is a virus alive? What the hell are you afraid of a virus for? Then grow up, child. So what? Apologize, but I'm not sorry. I'm not. Oh, maybe I should put some cabbage on here, huh? I apologize for my cursing, but I'm not. First responder, such a person should know the 3 autoimmune responses of somebody if their body's put under stress. You know, maybe they know MD, first responder, but they know nothing about nutrition. Medical doctor is different than a nutritional doctor, brothers and sisters. Medical doctors hate nutritional doctors because nutritional doctors are keep you alive, tell you how to stay healthy. Doctors don't stay in business if people are healthy. So the MDs and the snakes up a pole and the first responder that doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground. Those are the person that should have been, they will help liable. They had some training. They just apparently didn't listen. Or as a first responder, I think that's something you'd want to actually, you know, dive into if you were into some kind of, you know, medical doctor or doctor. And as a first responder, you'd also look at nutrition and health and realize, now, wait a minute, I'm feeding the system. Yeah, sorcerer or sorcery to be fooled by pharmakia. So it says that. So I apologize, guys. I just don't agree with this. I am a sinner. I'm not a saint. I commit sin on the daily. I need those 490 times to turn my cheek to try to, because I want to do things, but I don't, Father. So I apologize for the words that fall out of my face. But when I have somebody that's a first responder, I hold them to a higher standard than you, sisters, that don't have the certification. It doesn't mean they're better. It just means the measure that they'll be held to is different than me. And so I held them to a different, maybe not higher, but in my sense, it is. I can't help it. I was a law enforcement. You're supposed to be setting the standard out there. As a law enforcement, not be out there breaking laws, but these officers break laws. They're not serving the community. They serve the beast system. They serve the corporation. And so if you're going to be serving the people, it'd be a community service. You'd think you'd study nutrition. And you think you'd speak up about the jab. It should have been all these first responders should have said, now, wait a minute. I've studied nutrition and health. You know, a fungus is a living organism. You can catch that and you'll have a mask. A doctor wears that because you can get an infection. Right? That bacteria can cause you to get a fungus. That's a living organism. You can get that. That can cause an infection. That's why a doctor wears a mask, not for a virus. A virus doesn't have anything to do with the mask. You idiots that allowed this. I'm a veteran. That's very offending. I thought us veterans wore masks, so you didn't fucking have to wear them. The right to choose. You know, in the desert, under Sharia law, only women veil or burqa their faces. What the hell is men doing covering their? It's fucking Sharia law in America. Or it's like, calm down, Tracy, calm down. It's all right. I say, dude, wait a minute. You know what it's like to wear a mask? How about at 100 plus degrees, having full mop 4, wearing a charcoal suit, literally sealed up for 10 hours, 12 hours without do you know? I thought that's why a veteran did that, so you could choose whether you wanted to wear one or not. Period. That's my right. If I want to fucking die, let me die. If the mask works, then shut the fuck up about people wearing it then. That's what I told people. Let them fucking wear it. If they think they feel safe because the fucking thing doesn't even, it's like throwing grapes through a chain link fence. The science behind it. You know, let them wear the damn thing. But that's the right to choose. You know, if this is something, they did the same thing. Exactly. Give the right to, if it works, then shut up. You're safe then, right? Be quiet. Stop bugging these people who don't want to wear it. This America, what do you mean stand on the fucking X? Flatten the curve, go inside. This was not righteous. Christ said to go out and be with the people that are down and then put hands on the sick and be with the widowed and be with the people who are less blessed or fortunate. Do not go out and turn your back and go inside and flatten the curve and fear. That was so anti-Christ. And they veiled Christ. They put a cover, a mask over him after they killed him. So I'm very offended by that. They put a veil over his face. Remember, Mary found it neatly folded like a little blue mask. Folded across your face. Annoyed me the whole time. My PTSD was through the freaking roof. It was so hard to keep control during the COVID. They literally veiled Christ and he left it. That's why Mary had said the redemption of the king, that he had risen because he had found that neatly folded as a Jewish tradition. If the master was done, and he would just wad his napkin up and he would throw it on top of his plate. If he was not done, he was going to go deal with something. He'd come back and he would have neatly folded that so the Jewish servant would know that the master was going to return. Redemption. That was the promise of his redemption, brothers and sisters. He would come back and pick up his bride. So when I see that neatly folded mask across your face, I'm like, What the hell? People don't even read the word. They don't even understand the Jewish tradition. Who's your master? He says you can't serve two masters. You know, the whole time during the PTSD or whatever you call the corrupt, I had that a little bit, obviously. Imagine what that makes a veteran feel like. One thing to be wearing a mask when a veteran, you know, myself as a veteran, but let alone to be spiritual, a soldier of God, and understand he had left that mask. That's how Mary had declared that he had risen. Nobody, I never shared that, brothers and sisters, till the very end of the COVID. I didn't. I held it in. I didn't want anybody to know that. I'm like, somebody's going to come to me and say something about this, but nobody ever did. And I finally disclosed it. And I knew this because my grandmother was a practicing Jew, and I knew this was an old Jewish tradition. And that's why Christ had left that mask. That's how Mary, she didn't find it. It just thrown over the veil. It was like bifold, you know, like accordion folded. That's how they had left that to show the return. Like a spring, it would return. You understand what that signifies? So me as a veteran walking around seeing people wearing masks thinking, you know what? Oh, where you go kill women and children in other countries so you can shut down your business, stand on the X, flatten the curve, go inside. I'm like, you guys don't give, you know what? I know I'm probably maybe one of the only counties, let alone town, and we're a township. We ain't even that town. We're a township that held protest against Donald Trump. Did you hold a protest against Donald Trump for some scamdemic? Did you hold a protest against your governor? Because it was done at a state level. That's what I was trying to tell everybody. These people are talking heads. They're doing this at a state level. We need to protest this government, but we also should be protesting our local governor. So we held protests and protest our sheriff's office because they wouldn't get off their ass and protect the fucking businesses that wanted to stay open. Not the first time Flatten the Curve where 2 to 3 million small business shuttered their doors and never opened them again. But the second time, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't. I gathered the locals here. We had prayer. We had a city council meeting. We held that right, and we held protest against the sheriff's office. So that's why my son is probably dead, and my daughter. So you wonder why, what's going on in pastor's life? Well, that's why. Because I held protests during the COVID. This is the same time that my son had gotten in trouble, and this is the perfect way for them to attack me is by attacking him and now attacking my daughter and anybody else that gets around me. Kevin's already been pulled over for no reason, got a ticket, and they threw him under the bus. Anybody who gets around me ends up paying the price. So that's why my son probably never wants to talk to me ever again if he's alive. Be 100% honest with you. That's my life, brothers and sisters. Everybody around me suffers because of me. And I'm so tired of being here, but I'll keep going until Father says I have to endure to the end if I want to be with him. I can't let this be the demise of my flesh be my demise. Father didn't give me an easy life this time at all, for sure. He didn't give me not anywhere close to easy. And I don't want it to be easy. I didn't say that, but he definitely made this go around. It's very hard. Every time I report my son murdered or dead or my daughter kidnapped, I get threatened to be thrown in jail. Wow. Who would have ever thought that would be the way it would have gone down, huh? And it's still happening today. Nothing's changed. I'm still living that life. I don't get this cush, easy life. It's a freaking nightmare. And I'm living the American dream all at the same time. Man, what a freaking hard shake of the stick, eh? Well, I got to get some more hot sauce on this. I'm feeling like I need some spice. Inside, you guys have to take a pause here. I don't know how, but all my birds are out of the out of their area. So let me get these birds put back up. They're not going anywhere. They can wait. Hold on. You guys stay in here while I put the birds up, okay? Hold on. In the kitchen area here. What are you ladies all doing out here? How'd you ladies get out? Oh, right here. You ladies got out right here through here, huh? Come on, ladies. Come on, girls. 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 Come on. Come on, ladies. Come on. Come on, ladies. How many we got there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh, there's the last one. All right. We got them all back in there. Yeah. Out of the farm, baby. Those are my girls. I've been raising them since they were, well, they were pretty young when I got them. So we got all the ladies back in there. Look at that. We got them back in there like nothing, Skippy, eh? Let's go give them some more food. I got some more food. Actually, I need to get that food moved. It's all right if it gets a little rain on it. There are all kinds of treats in there for them. Just redo this real quick. All right, let's go feed these ladies. I hope those dogs didn't eat my burrito in there. Boys, come on, ladies. Here we go, ladies. All right, let's go see if my burrito's in there still. Puppies might be having a heyday. Did you guys eat my burrito? Did you eat my taco? No, good boys. You guys are so good. You guys are so good. All right, hold on. Let's flip this around here. Come on, flip around. There we go. All right, get back, guys. Dad's got to eat. Ladies all got out.
See them ladies, they got right back in there for dad. Mm-hmm. Got the jalapeno salsa on this one. It's my big taco, my super taco. Yeah, these chickens are really smart. These chickens, I raised them in here when they were molting inside the cabin for a couple months. I had them in here in cages. You can go back to the live stream and see them in here making noises when I'm live streaming. So these are the red sex link, which are Rhode Island cross. So they're really friendly. They're like puppies. You remember when the chickens were? So they're kind of, they know who I am. They're like puppies. They're actually, you can pick them up and they don't mind being held, and they're amazing. Look at that thing. Can't tell me that don't look like freaking amazing. Oh my goodness, that's got eggs and cabbage, Parmesan. I went Parmesan cheese on there, salsa, meat. That's super good. And then I toasted the outside a little bit of the tortilla. Thank you, Father. So that cabbage has got a good crunch to it too. You know what I'm saying? That's cabbage. That's not lettuce. So it's got a nice snap to it. Oh, every bite. Look how much it is yolk. Look at a little bit of white and all the yolk at the top. Look at all that yolk. All the top is yolk. All the bottom is there's the white on the bottom and the yolk is on the top. It's crazy how much there's yolk in these eggs. Oh man, I love the Berkey water too. That is so much better than any energy drink. I am Elsa. I know it's so hard to get beat by Father and live the dream at the same time. You know what I'm saying? If there was 5 of us right now, I'd already made 5 tacos. I'd have made all of us tacos. I love to cook, so my part is that I suffer because I can't share the dream with nobody else. That's why I'm on here blogging with you guys, so we can share it together too. You know, share each other's. That's so good. So, it just never stops. How much yolk can you have in one egg, huh? Then even duck eggs. Duck eggs had even more yolk than the chicken eggs. Poquito. We're getting there. Oh, thank you, Father. We got the right amount of spice too. Yeah, this is a jalapeno salsa. So it's got a pretty good bite to it. You know, it's got jalapeno, lots of jalapenos in the salsa. So yeah, you're not no dinosaur eggs there, huh? Dragon. Oh. Okay, yeah, we got meat in the last bite. All right, thanks for your patience, huh? All right. Well, that was very good. What a good oh man. I'm telling you, that's better than an energy drink. Cut back on your sugar, get a Berkey filter, and it's like did to the last drop. Oh, pardon me. I'm not much into lemon in my water, but I know people like that. When, you know, I used to serve tables and worked at restaurants a lot of my life. And hi, big guy. And I know people a lot of the times they would ask for lemons in their water. What do you do, my big old guy? My big guy. Oh, wow, that was a big old sneeze. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're my big guy. You're my biggest guy that I ever did. Big, my biggie. You're my biggest guy that I ever did love. You're so big. How'd you get so big? Why are you always so big? Why you gotta be so big all the time? Why you guys so big? So big, huh? Good kids. Sit down, Mr. Bubba. Nice. Yeah, I like the old vitamin C. I can't wait to get out of this country and grow better, you know, have a grove of fruit trees that I can have my, I don't know. Let me ask you this. I'm in my 50s. Is that too old to have kids? I can't have kids because I've been fixed, but I'm just wondering, is that too old to have a kid? I think when Sarah had a kid, right? At what was her age? So I don't know. because I think I'm fit enough and healthy enough that I could be, 18 years from now, I'm sure I'd still be here and be healthy enough. I haven't teetered off that much in my health. I don't go to the doctor or anything. I don't do drugs. Remember, hold on, I'm going to take a bong rip. Hold on one second. I stick to maybe some carcinogens. That's not good for your body. But anyways, no, I just wondered because I don't think I'm ever going to have grandkids. And that breaks my heart because I really thought it would be an amazing thing to one day have grandchildren. And I don't think my son wants kids. And I don't even know if he's alive right now, let alone, and it would, if he get his life back and like if they did something, he might have to go to prison if I don't see why. So, so I just thought, I'm fixed. So I thought I was done having kids 25 years ago, but I just thought, nice. So I just thought, if I couldn't have grandkids, that I might open up my idea to, I don't know if I'd ever meet a woman, my age or somebody younger than me. She still might want to have kids, and I don't plan on meeting anybody. I'm not saying that. I'm just open. I just thought if I would never have grandkids, that maybe I'd be open to the idea to maybe I might just have my own kid, just something, an idea, something I've been kicking around lately. Cause it's just like, man, I remember how that, look at me. I'm still serving. My son is 25 and all this stuff is going on because I have a kid and I'm dealing with my kid right now who's 25, almost 26 years old. So I'm just like, something hit my mind the other day. It's just really weird. It was like, if you don't have Elijah, if Elijah's gone, you're never going to have grandkids. And you probably weren't going to have grandkids anyways. He didn't really want grandkids, or he'd want kids. And that's fine. If he doesn't want kids, he doesn't want kids. But I just, it kind of hit me. And it was like, I don't need anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything to live for. Like, not live for. I have every reason to live. I'm not saying like I'm pleading like I'm going to take my life. When I'm saying I don't have any, I've already done everything. I got married once. I had a kid. I've been to all 50 states. I've been out of the country. I've got to do everything that a man could ever want to do. I don't have a bucket list. I didn't get to fly airplanes. So what? Remember, if I'd learned how to fly airplanes, I would have figured out how to fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes. I'd have been the guy to do it. I'm telling you, I'd have figured it out. How the hell do you fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes? I'd have figured it out. But anyway, so Father told me don't fly. So other than that, I don't really care. I don't have to fly. I'll have wings, if you will, not literal wings, but Father will lift me, so I don't need to worry about buzzing around over this plane, okay, with wings or whatever. So, but I just thought again that having maybe, adoption or something like that, if I can get myself without any of these charges sticking, I don't have charges. I don't have any charges. And I own my own land and I have my own ability and I can make my way. And maybe I thought about adopting a child because there's plenty of children out there that need adopted. I don't have to have a kid. You don't think a kid ain't gonna care if I'm even the same melanin or they're from Asia or Africa. I don't care where they're from. As long as they're a breeding boy or a girl, I don't really care. It wouldn't even matter to me. I never had a girl, but it wouldn't. I'd prefer a boy, but just a little easier wouldn't be so darn protective over a little girl. I'm sure I would just be like, hopefully not overly, but I think it'd be a lot funner to raise a little girl. Dress them like with every little freaking suit that there. There are so many little things, and it's not that little boys aren't fun too. They have their own, because I was mom and dad for my son for a long time. For a lot of his life, I was, his mom just doesn't want to be a parent right now. She's not even helping him. She has not helped him at all. She has not come to do anything to help him. Actually, I remember before he got, for the SWAT team, he pleaded to his mom to call. She can call the radio station 3,000 times to win tickets coming up, but she couldn't make one phone call for her son. So I've been dad and mom, but I don't think I would raise a little girl any differently than I would a boy. I mean, they need to be raised, because they have they're male or female, but they're both kids and they're both going to be raised as, children. So I don't know. I think it'd be fun, like I said, to raise a little girl and just kind of have that little bit of a protective thing over her, just the way. And you do the same thing for your son. Look at me. I'm potentially get thrown in prison over my son, and I'm in my 50s and I don't even have a record. And here I am, could spend time in prison because I'm helping my son. So maybe I should worry about getting this taken care of first before I start worrying about any other kids. And that's what I was saying, is I thought once this happened, and maybe it was done and I didn't have a record, I might look at, adoption. And because I don't have any, if they're here already, then somebody's going to have to take care of them. And why not? Because I raised my son's sister for 8 years, and so it's not like I haven't raised a little girl before. But I don't know. It was just like I said, it would give me some. Like I said, I always just thought it would be great to just spoil, again, not like that, but spoil with love and show, to a grandchild. And I never thought that. I just don't think I'm going to get to have grandchildren, guys. So it's just something that it sparked me the other day. I'm like, man, I wonder if I could get this case taken care of if I got down there to Ecuador and I got that all taken care of, and I got back up here and I went on the road or something, or, if there's somebody that Father again is shaping for me right now, that I would be blessed to meet that person, and maybe that person would want to share kids, and I don't have that ability. So I just thought, well, maybe I'd bring up with them with adoption, because I brought it up with my son. And I'd always told him that you don't have to have kids, son. There's plenty of kids that could be adopted. When you get old enough, man, don't worry about having kids. Don't worry about having them. There'll be plenty of kids. You can adopt a bunches of them if you want. There's plenty of kids that will need love, and they won't care if you're, if they're black or Asian. They'll just want to be loved. They don't care how old you are, or there's an age difference, and they don't care. They don't see color when they're young like that. So remember how I raised you. We don't see color, right? There's no races. We're all one race. So, remember I told you, I think I told you the story. My son, when he was younger, he used to tell everybody he wanted to be black. I want to be black. I mean, why you let him say that? Shut up. Well, say whatever you want. It's innocent. There's nothing to it. If he wants to be black, okay, cool. Right on, son. That sounds good to me. I don't know how you're going to do that, but if that's the way you feel, so that's what I always thought. You know what I'm saying? He was a kid. He was saying that, it was like this. Oh, no, why would you let your son say that? Shut up. Stop it. Well, I've heard him say that a couple times now. I didn't say it to him. That's the way he feels. He came out of nowhere, and that's just the way he feels right now. As long as he don't want to be a girl or something, I'm fine. He can be anything but a girl. How about that? That's just some melanin or more melanin. You're not starting to cut off body pieces, and, then we got a problem here. So as of now, it's innocent. Shut the hell up. Stop talking about it. You're going to make it into a big deal and something that it's not. So, you know what I mean? So, but anyways, I just thought it would be neat, brothers, sisters, again, I'm not saying it would give me reason to live, because I have every reason to live, but when you're a parent, you take things very seriously. And look at me, I'm taking very seriously. I literally jumped and didn't let my son throw my son in prison. I hope it didn't get him killed. A lot of things backfire on me, guys, really bad. Most things, when I try to apply myself sometimes to, to help people, it just blows up in my face. And I know we've all had that happen to us, but it happens to me a lot. And this situation is a prime example of stepping in live stream for 258 hours straight to say, here's the evidence. And then I end up getting grenaded. My daughter gets grenaded. My son gets shot. My animals get gassed. I get gassed. We all get thrown in jail. I mean, that was the complete opposite of what should have happened. And look, here I am 15 months later, and I still don't have any of this taken care of. All this still things in this property that haven't been able to restore. I still don't have the windows that they shot out of the front of the cabin replaced. I haven't been able to find any replacement windows, and I just can't seem to afford them at the time. When I do, I actually haven't found anything that would fit the hole. I'm thinking about tearing the whole front of the cabin off and redoing it because I just can't seem to find the right windows to fit the holes. So, yeah, I know. I apologize. It's just I needed change in my life and I wasn't getting it. So, I like the beard better. I think people take me a little more seriously. I'm in my 50s now, and when I was in my 20s and 30s, I looked like a teenager. So it was really hard to get people to take me very seriously. And it doesn't matter if they did or not, but the beard, obviously, people take you a little more serious when you look like an old man. Nobody said grandpa or old man. I don't get the grandpa or old man anymore. Darn it, I missed that old man. Used to get the grandpa a lot if you've been here for a minute. So you remember, we get the grandpa all the time. People come in here and call me old man and grandpa. I'm like, you guys, I'm not that stinking old. The beard just makes me look older than I really am. I'm eternal, so I'm a lot older than the stinking beard, you idiots. But I do appreciate, that when people will take me seriously, whether I have, I hadn't shaved and since I was a teenager. So I'd always had a mustache or goatee, and normally a goatee and a mustache. So very seldom did I not have some kind of facial hair. The only time I'd ever shaved was when I went in the military. Before, and I shaved my head, and I've shaved my head ever since then. So, but not my face. So I didn't shave my face because I shaved my head. So, but anyways, it's a different look. I know it takes people by surprise if they've been back here for a minute. Yeah, that's why I didn't do that, because my brothers can't grow. You don't need to go out there, puppy dog. It's raining right now. Well, not yet. You'll hear it on the roof, but it's who I am. I don't know. I've always had at least a mustache and a goatee, so the beard just comes when I get a little lazy, and then there comes times where I don't even want to shave, and and just because I always shave my head, it's just one more thing to shave. So it's much easier to shave my head than my chin or whatever. My hair is freaking weird. I get weird. Obviously, you can see my hair get quite a bit of facial hair. So, but it's strange because it's not real thick. A lot of people think my beard hairs are real super thick, but it's not like that. It's actually more of a fine, and it's really strange the way it grows out my face. But either way, I needed change in my life. I wasn't getting any change, and this is the only change I could force upon myself. So I did it. And I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. I didn't want to ever shave my beard ever again. But I said, Father, if you're not going to give me any change in my life, I've got to get some kind of change. I'm literally going crazy. Not literally, but just I need some kind of change in my life. I'm beating my head against this same wall over and over and over and again. And I need something different in my life. And he wouldn't allow it. And I'm like, well, there's one way to make a change. So I just did it. And I went for it. And it's just in a weird mindset that day. And I just said, I'm doing it, whatever. And so I know I look like a goof, but I give him a silly little jawline. So you're fine. You are, but you just want in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. It's gonna rain, and then you go on inside. You're good boys. Crazy kids. Best kids I ever did have. So. All right. Sure, a lot easier to take bong rips without a beard. You not eat your beard. If you guys don't remember, I mean, my mustache hairs are a lot longer than they look. My mustache hairs go. They're about that long, and they don't look that long. That's all I need. That's why I did it, to change it up. So, but yeah, my mustache hairs, they'll go. They don't look like they're that long. But my mustache hairs, when I shave it, I took some other like that long. They'll get real long. I actually have to start because they'll go.
down past my hole. And it's a process of learning how to eat things with a beard. So it's a lot easier to just shove stuff in your face. It just goes in, no problem. And I didn't eat my beard too much because I've had a beard a lot. But there are some things that are nice, not eating your beard every once in a while or eating mustache hairs every once in a while. You get a mustache hair that'll go along with it for a ride, you know. And so oh my goodness. Well, it's been raining off and on here today. Sounds like we had some thunder there. The weather's been pretty nice, and I'm actually need to get some firewood here pretty soon. This part of the year is coming where I normally have at least 2 or 3 cords. I think I burned 7 cords last year out here in the desert because they had all the front windows got shot out of the front of the cabin. So all I've been able to do is tape them up, and that definitely lets a lot more of the air out than, you know. Ooh, we got some thunder out there. Hear that? And so, yeah, I burn a lot of extra firewood. And so if I stay in this cabin this year, I want to freeze my, you know what, off. So I built it like an old cabin. I didn't insulate it. This cabin isn't insulated. All the other cabins have insulation, but this cabin doesn't. I didn't build it like that. I built it like I was living back in the old days. So you keep the wood stove going, and you can keep it warm. As long as you got wood, it stays nice and warm, but you got to keep the wood stove going. Just like back in the day. Back in my day, we didn't have no Owens Corning. Did it. We didn't have no Pink Panther freaking. We didn't have pink. All right. Panther. Insulation. We just took horse poop and stuck it in the walls. Corn husk. That's the way it was, and that's the way we liked it. So in this case, I didn't insulate it. So I better get myself some more firewood here soon. Or I might go ahead and stay in the Rusty Dragon. In the Rusty Dragon for the winter time if I end up staying here. And I hope I don't want to be here for the winter. I don't want to be here during this winter. I want to be in Ecuador. I want to be in Ecuador. I want to be out of the United Corporation States in the winter months of this coming. And we're getting close, so come on, father. Big bucks, no whammies. Stop. Oh, whammy. Oh, that's pressure luck. Remember that? Don't pressure luck there. There's no such thing as luck. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and that's what it is. It's like that in the Rusty Dragon because it's all insulated. You know, I'll have to. It's got the same era wood stove, and I don't even run the blower. If I ran the blower in here, I could heat myself out of house and home too. With this, I would just. The blower makes a big, huge difference, but I don't run that very often. If I had a better battery system, because I only have one battery, I just only have one battery, I could probably run the fan, but I don't run it because I don't make that much power. I'm a minimalist. I live off minimal power. So I'm saving my treasure for later. That's how I prefer to live, but not everybody has to live that way. I know most people like their creature comforts and like to have all the extras, you know, as much as they can, but nah. I don't, like I said, I just don't have the need to have a lots. Got some good meds if my back starts getting whacked out or crazy from the sciatica, and other than that, I don't, you know, I have more than I need, you know.
The only thing I am desiring right now is to buy this other property for the ministry so I can go on the road because I don't need anything. Well, what do you need in your life? Nothing. Maybe a vehicle when I'm down in South America because I don't think I'm going to bring the 4Runner down there. I think I'm going to leave it here. So I'll just need a vehicle to drive, but that's just to be, one of the base. I don't need anything. So I'm looking forward to having nothing. Actually, I never bought this property for me. And I have witness that I bought it to build a community of off-grid, underground lifestyle living. Not literally living under the ground the whole time, but learning to live without having to pay a water, bill because you have your own, well, and then not paying heating because you're in the geothermal portion of this rock down in where it keeps a constant core temperature. So you're not paying heating, you're not paying cooling, and water's taken care of. So there's your water. Now you got solar. Now you don't have any bills. You don't have a power bill. You don't have a water bill. You don't have a heating bill. You don't have a cooling bill. Boy, that sure makes your lifestyle a whole lot different, doesn't it? So there's ways to thrive. And that's why I bought this to build a community of people to come out here to learn to live like that. And I did it. Remember, I dug a shelter 28 feet from where I'm feet down in the ground from where I'm at now. And it's done. I need to tighten up the doors, put some doors, but it's the majority, it serves the purpose for what it's not 100%. I need to put the doors on it, but other than that, with the doors go on it and a little bit more concrete, and it's something again that it's below the ground. It's going to save, the word if need be from hailstones and wind and fire. You know what I'm saying? That's what I built it for, was to not save me from my death. I don't want to be here. I was ready to die 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I thought at 45, I'd want to stick a 45 to my head and finish it at 45. But because my dad died at 37, I didn't need to live past 37 years old. I thought every day I got past 37 years old, for me, was a gift. We've all had different death in our life, but when my dad died real young, it made me appreciate every day I had. It's like, oh, this day is a blessing. I'm going to get the most out of this day. And I'm going to live like, I could have died even younger than my dad. So, and you can grow year round too. Again, exactly, Nathan. And then you have nice, beautiful. Yeah, it's a wonderful place. There's wonderful places all over this rock, but that's just where Father has drawn me to. I don't know what it is other than Father wants me to be at the Eagle Door. I live right now on the closest place you could live to Ecuador, in my opinion. I don't think Ecuador, now there's going to be a whole different scenery that's around me, obviously, because I'm in the desert. But the elevation is very similar at the property I'm looking at. I think it's about 500 feet higher, and Ecuador is obviously, this property I'm looking at's in the jungle. It's in the Amazon, but it's a ley line. It's a ley line thing for me. I'm a spiritual entity. I am a temporary meat suit. I live forever. I don't ever die. I die every day to flesh. My death is already written. My day of death on this rock has already been written from the foundation of the world. And I'm pretty sure I've been here multiple times before in past and don't have a flicker of any understanding of who I was. But I know things that I shouldn't know from times past that I have not studied. Again, I just know that this is not my first rodeo. Let's all put it that way, okay? But time is such an illusion to us. Death is an illusion. We don't grasp the concept of how this works because, one day on this rock is like 1,000 years being with Father, and we cannot grasp the concept of time. And we think death is something that because we leave this flesh, that's death. Death is a doorway. You know what I'm saying? Death is a passing through time of a door, where that one door closes, the other one opens up. And we should be experiencing that every day anyways. You should feel that same feeling every day, because that's what's going to happen after you die. So when you die, it won't be foreign to you. Do you understand? It won't be weird. It's like, oh my God, this is weird. It'll feel right. It'll feel right. You know what I'm saying? It'll feel correct. You'll be like, yes, 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 yes. Not, no. You know what I'm saying? It won't be like that. So, but we have to make the best of our time, if you will, here. And the doorways that we take each day, we open more windows. We need to learn that. So I think that's why, again, that Father is drawing me to this place, because there is energy on this rock, no matter where we're at, that's under our feet. It does come from our sun, you know what I'm saying? But there is energy below our feet. And we are supposed to be grounded, not be in the world, but be not of it. See, in it means you got to be grounded. You're going to have to be here. You can't exit this early, or you're not going to be saved. You have to endure to the end. You can't take your life. I'm not one of these people that think people who decide that they cop out earlier and take the sucker fish or whatever route they want to take. But no, you got to endure to the end if you want to be saved. But you got to be in this world, being out of it. So if you're not well rooted in this ground, grafted into the vine of this, place and space that you're in, you're not experiencing what Father has. This is a beautiful rock that we live on. This is an amazing place. It is unfathomable, the beauty he has created here, but we find ourselves a lot of the times now on this electric web, this internet, get caught up because we can actually go anywhere on this interweb right now. They've got all these live cams and all that. Look at dogs. It's springing. It's just spring. Would you guys like to come in and not get rained on? Those are for the ladies. Those are the chicken shields. Hold on. They don't even care. They love it. The birds don't care. They're loving it out there. They're out there getting rained on. They're just like, it's all right. We're all right. We're birds. So. But that's what's, I believe Father's drawn me to Ecuador, because I believe it has something to do with the ley lines and with the energy on this rock. And I know that it's a constitutional republic. And I know that there are a lot of people who live in that country that are very happy and lead very productive lives and organic lifestyles. And it's not America. So at this point in time, anything but America is what I'm seeking, if Father so chooses, but not by my will, because I can't do anything in my life. Father pushes me where he wants me to be, although I have this meat suit to look after. And, we all have that, but, we all are led, down two paths to two gates, either the broad way that leads to the wide gate, or the narrow way which leads to the straight gate. There is no other way. The only way to the Father is through the Son. So, but I need to get to the equal door. Something that's drawing me there. Like a bird does not need to be told to fly south for the weather, sisters. There's just something about that. And if you're part of this ministry and I set up, you're more than welcome to come be a part of it, to see if you feel the same way I do. Because see, I constantly, I guess nobody feels the same way I do, because I can't get anybody to join me. I know there's others that do, but I can't, never been able to make a united, you and me, or you and I. You can't spell community without you or I. And I've never been able to form that, no matter how hard I've tried. I've done everything except for basically just complete out the builds of where I'm at. But I'd seriously been better to go get people from the border and try to bring them here to my country, or to my little community, and to
I think they would appreciate more people that had come and missed a meal or three or many meals before they ever got here and came a long way on foot, and anything they would appreciate, where the American person would probably just tear up what I have. They would probably take and build. That's what I was actually trying to get people to build with me. I had, you know, more than one building built, not completely done, because I wanted the other portion of it built by the person that was going to reside into it as they were building their home. See, it was a dual thing. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, it was like, you build this building and it stays here, but all this material is mirror of the material, and you don't have to make the same building. But there's something you can, now you have some skill set of kind of how I do things, and I see how you do things. Now build your own, and I'll help you build it. As a matter of fact, we can take half the day and finish this building that you live in, and we'll start on yours. That's yours. That's all yours. I don't want anything from you. I need you to help me with this. You got a roof over your head, because it's got a roof over it now. It needs finished. I've got about 50, 60, 80% of it done, you know, on the buildings. And that was the idea, to never finish. That's why I quit building. I can't imagine if I had a community of people here and there were people still coming, I would have 10 buildings built out here, and they'd all be done, because I'd have the other hands that I need to, you know, like I said, to, you know, to build that community. But it's okay. Nobody came because Father didn't want them to come, and I'm okay with that. So I know that if I go to Ecuador, I won't struggle to get anybody there. I can actually pay people there. I can't pay people to work for me here. I don't make that kind of money. I don't have any income coming in. I make what I work for, what I fix, what I buy, what I trade, what I breed, what I sell. It's how I make my way. And I've been paying on 65 acres of land for, well, I mean, this ministry's paid off. I paid on this one for over 10 years, you know, and this one is paid off. So I got the 5 acres paid off. I don't have the 20 paid off, but working on it. Actually, I don't want to pay that one off. I want somebody to move on to that property, because I don't think Elijah's going to ever move on that property now. So I'm actually went yesterday and purchased some material for that property to build a cabin on that property. I need to get going. I'm going to have to get my rear end in gear, because I got to be prepared to go when if this case gets taken care of. I want to leave. And so I don't want to have any loose ends. So I probably should have done more, because today's the better day, if you will. But there's nothing in this world that's pushing to me. So as long as I can get that cabin built before I leave, which I'm sure I can do in the next month or two. I don't think I'm going to get out of here in the next month or two. I can get the Rusty Dragon finished. If I got to stay here for the winter, I'll just stay in it. And then I'll have whatever building that's built out on the Bowens property to pay for the property itself, because the land payment's $250 a month. And I'm sure I can rent out a off-grid, how I plan on building it, for probably $500, because there's nothing to rent. So for a nice little studio, and it'll go super quick. So I'll make it simple. It won't be, you know, I know what I've done. I've done this, built a couple of these cabins out here already. And so I've got an idea on how to make the material work with what I have to work with. Here comes that rain. But again, I need to be ready, because I'd like to, again, be able to exit, you know. I hope those birds are going inside their shelter. They'll be all right. They're birds. But I'm going to have to, like I said, I'm going to have to get it through my head that I can just buy another property if that's the case. If Elijah wants to come back here, I'll just figure it out. So I'm sure if he's coming back here, I'll have already filed some civil lawsuit. But I don't get the idea he's going to come back here. And that's kind of a bummer, because that's the rug pull on all of this case, is that he was coming here. They were bringing their possessions from their house to here. We were going up and picking up material for them to build a house off of Bowens. So it's hard to squash that, you know, and I don't think I should. And that's why I've been holding on to the property and been paying on it continually since, because I wanted that, but it's just kind of a fading, you know, I don't know. I'll cross the bridge when I get there, but I know that I need to make sure that the land payment isn't something that if I'm out of town that I don't have covered. So I could probably double my money and help somebody out and find somebody not nice, to tear up my stuff. So hopefully we can make that happen. Me, myself, and I, and Father, and because again, I haven't gotten anybody to come do it with me. So I'm not trying to build anything complex. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make it happen without, like I said, I need material. There's things I need, but I'll be able to. Yeah, he's busy doing his thing, so I can't. And like I said, I need to go help him a little bit more. Yesterday, I was helping him getting his flooring in, and he's getting. He's going to make a really nice building. I'm really pleased on how Kevin understands how to make a better life out here for himself by putting that whole. He's going to build that whole building into rock, where you can literally just go in there and spray the walls out with the hose if you wanted to, which is brilliant, in the R factor. And that's the way I do things, these cabins I was building for everybody else. This was a guest cabin originally built out as a guest cabin, the one I'm in. And then I was moving to the back of the property. I was going to go underground and get my, do that underground house. That's all dug out and ready. That's all. I have so many projects out here that have been, can't imagine how I get it all done with the things that I do half the time. But I bite off big, projects. I don't bite off little things. I try to do things. So that's, I think, where I was going to do my son's house too. We're going to build a full rock home, all rock walls, all rock everything. So I think what Kevin's going to do is he's going to rock that whole building, and he is doing a really neat tile that we'd found it's actually from Home Depot, and they're a paver. We originally we're doing the fireplace, but he decided he wanted to do all the flooring, and it looks excellent. It really is. It's like a chocolate brown, grayish chocolate brown kind of color, and a gun metal brown, or whatever, so, if you will. So, but it's nice. It's got a neat design, and there's a couple different tile, and they're a bigger, probably I think they're 16 by 16, and they're a thick, like a paver. So it just looks really good. And we staggered some of the seams and really gave it, and I'm sure he's probably in there working on it right now. But that's the whole idea. And I told him he should do the same thing. And he's been following my lead. Every time he goes out and goes walking, he brings home a load of rocks. So he's going to get it, and he's going to do it. And I'm glad to see him. And so I don't want him really being burdened by helping me. He has his own thing there, and it's not like Kevin came out here as his different was separate. He came out here and not so much to build a place here, to be a part of the ministry. Not that he wasn't, but he came out here because nobody said that they ever would. So he came out with a whole different understanding. When he showed up with a 2014 Toyota Tacoma pickup and was willing to leave everything that he had, and he has retirement and farm and multiple houses, and he's not going to struggle. Kevin is he's going to do okay. He's not going to struggle. So, and he's adding to what he already has here. So, but he said he would just leave it, take the books and the animals, and just do whatever the word tells us to do. So I know he's got my back like that, and he's just part of the ministry, and and that's why I just need to let him do his thing, because he's got his own things that he's dealing with. So when he's ready and he does, and all I have to do was ask him, I'm sure, to just go over there and ask him for help. But I like that he's independent and he can do things on his own too. The other day I was just about ready to go over there, and I went over there and he'd already laid out like 2 rows. And he'd watched me do it, but he actually just did it on his own. So
he did a good job too for not, ever doing it before. So I like people who are self-motivated, and that's what I needed out here. And I know it's hard to find people that can, I can lead. I'm a leader. I can also follow. I can be told what to do. I know if somebody knows how to do something better than me, I'll shut up and listen. You know, I know most of what I know from other people. There's the ones who taught me all these shortcuts, and not all of them, but some I learned tricks of the trade on my own. But many is by other people showing me how to be efficient, learning from other people's mistakes and saying, hey, don't do that because this is how you don't make that mistake the first time. Wow, thanks for saving me from making that mistake. How do you think I learned that? From somebody else going through the hard way. So I don't have to make the same mistake as they made. So it's a blessing to learn from others. It's a blessing to be an open-minded and people, oh, you were Mr. Know-it-all. Hey, yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm still learning. I'm always in study mode. So I'm willing to, so I like people who are self-motivated. I like people who can be taught, and I like people who can listen. And I like, lead, follower, get the out of the way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Well, that's what in the military, that's what we call it. If you can't lead or you can't follow, then you're a dead weight. You're a weak link, and you're going to cause the whole, platoon, squad, or whatever to get, jeopardize the whole. No, it don't work like that. So you got to learn how to, sometimes be subservient, and sometimes you're the student and sometimes you're the teacher. I'm not a minister. I'm not preaching, I know I minister the gospel, but I didn't ask for any titles or anything like that. I'm still in a study mode. So just because, but if I do put myself, remember, there's times when I get the whiteboard out and we make it a little more militant. And if I'm in that, teacher mode, and he says, call no man teacher, which is the word prophet or scorpizzo, but then I run it a little more militant. You don't come in trying to teach the teacher or professional, or professor, somebody at a higher grade of study, and come in there by knowing it all. You're going to have to be quiet, leave your crap at the door and wring it out like two girls in a cup, and come in as a dry sponge and be quiet and learn. And if you're adding, make sure it's not an interruption, to whatever's, and people tend to do that. I remember when I was young, I thought, no, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Well, was it very thought out? Maybe you could answer that question on your own. Maybe the question was already so. But remember, everybody learns at a different level. Not everybody learns at the same level. Some people are twiddling their thumbs because they got it, while this person needs step-by-step instruction, brothers, sisters, to make it work. So leaders are not everybody can be a leader. Not everybody can be a teacher. Some people are followers, and there's nothing wrong with that. But who are you following? And like I said, and I have made mistakes of following the wrong, and then I have to go unlearn and relearn. And that's where in my old days, and I'm not that darn old, but that's what I really try to do now. I'm not so easily to take in 99% of your BS to get that one little piece that I was looking for. I'll just listen to your crap and be okay. I'll just filter it all in. Now I don't want to hear none of your crap. Whoops. Well, I'd be able to take a little bit of crap, but see what I'm saying? As we get older, we get more refined, we understand, and that's how we become the teacher, and doesn't mean that we can't still be a student and a follower and still not learn, because an old dog can be taught new tricks. Don't listen to that nonsense. That's a bad, idiom. It's not even real. Dogs are eager to please, and they'll learn to their day of death that they got to get up. They'll still want to learn something. If you give enough attention, they can be taught. So I teach this old dog new tricks. Okay, I can learn, and I'm just because I know and set my way, and I want to lead the sheep and the flock because I'm a dog and I'm not a wolf and I'm not a sheep. Then I'm gonna bark if you start giving me a hard time. I see evil, I might even bite, but let's hope not. You don't back me into a red corner. I start scratching and biting and clawing. I won't do that. Generally, I let Father fight all my battles and try not to get myself pushed into a corner. He said, come out of my people. So that's where I'm at now. You know what I'm saying? Why did it say that? I don't know what that Colin, why did Jared, that must mean something else. I don't speak that dialect. Huh. So, but either way, again, I do. I like to learn from other people's mistakes. Not that I like them to make the mistake of, but I like that people are willing to say, hey, I made a mistake and here's how I did it. the second time. Here's how I actually did it without making a mistake. Here's a shortcut without compromising quality, right? I don't want to always take the shortcut. The road to the path of least resistance is the path that leads to hell, because you got gravity at your back. When you go up, with every step comes resistance, and that's the road least traveled. Everybody wants that gravity, if you will, at their back, but where does it get you? You want to end up being the king. Remember, king of the hill. Not like propane, and propane is not like Hank Hill, right? But you know what I'm saying. Da-na-na-na, propane. Remember that song? That's not what it said. If you wanna hang out, you got to take a ride. Propane. No, it said, never mind. It said Coca-Cola. I don't do that crap. So I'm already get up and feel like that every day. So I don't have to do that. I have to go the other direction. I just need something to mellow out this, take the edge off this world just a little bit, the edge off the broken back a couple times, and the hip, and the just destroying the body. So good thing for good meds. Thank you, Father. Actually, I need to go get some of where that mullein out there has been calling my name, and I haven't. I need to make some tincture this year and make some mullein tincture. I need to not let it pass me, because I haven't done it this year, or didn't do it last year. I need to do this year. I really want to make some of that tincture from that mullein. Make some tea, steep some tea, and get some of that. Maybe I need it for my lungs, guys. They mess my lungs up. My lungs are hammered, and I'm not going to like the results that I'm going to get from the doctors. They're going to be like, why haven't you already been in here? No, and I don't think that the results of my cranium scan is going to return out the best either. The stroke, the whole, something had to happen up there. I still have pressure in my head, and it's almost been 15 months, so it's not going away. The hearing is all weird, robotic, and the eyes all, I just used to it now. It's just there. It's like just having a bunch of hair and sand in your vision is the only way I can explain it to you. Just learn to look past it now. Stop moving around like it was. It's just it's just there. Glows a little bit sometimes around the edges, but whatever, it is what it is. I won't have surgery on it. I know they would have, somebody told me they scarred the flash from that concussion, scarred my retina, but just like I'm going to have back surgery when my son turns 18, and I haven't had that back surgery, have I? So I won't go have the retina. I just need to make sure that I don't die. Keep myself alive. As long as I'm not going to die, I'll be okay. So I'd like to die, but I'm not, because I told you, I'm like, yeah, fall into it, but I'm not ready to die until my day of death's already written. So I got to endure to the end. So I'll probably beat every one of you to the end. I'll probably outlive all of you, because Father will just continue to beat me no matter what. And that sucks, because some of you guys are probably younger than me, but remember, you got to endure to the end to be saved. So how much will do you have? Is it Father's will, or is it yours? Most people want to quit. They want to fall out. They want to be the weak link. They let their mind control their body, right? No, they let their body control their mind. Who's stronger? Got to hit him with the mind control. Let me tell you. Too many fallacies. What's the reality? People be sleeple be. People got sheep paralysis. They got that sheep paralysis, don't they? Toxic waste. Toxic. Or food for Wi-Fi. You got a Wi-Fi router? No Wi-Fi here, boys. No wireless. We're not wireless. We got the phone. I'd take a landline, but I can't take that with me so much. Remember how long that cord was on your phone? You could take that thing into the other room. Remember? 8, 6, 7, 5, 3, 0, 9. Remember the old that was a lot of 8, 6, 7, 5, 309. Oh, never mind. You guys don't know nothing about that number, huh? I got it. Come on, the bubblies. It's not carbonic either. It's not well, maybe a little Synogen because it's burnt, but it's can, not car. Can. You can kick the can you? Or I can't. I can't. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad to have, access to. I want to get to where I don't use as much of it because I know that my diet is what's bothering me a lot. My diet affects me a lot. And I know people don't think that, but I try to tell everybody that, and they don't have to listen to me, but you are what you eat. And I'm telling you, this crap that we eat affects how we feel. And I don't like the way I feel. And I know it's because I have been under a lot of stress and I'm trying to tell myself I'm okay, but the body tends to, compensate. That's where we get something that you call a virus that's going to kick it and make it trust Jesus and trust the Bible. Well, there's no trust. It's called faith. And which Bible are you reading? Jesus is not in the scripture that I read that doesn't have letter J. So there's no J in scripture. So I'm not sure which Jesus. Paul spoke of another. Christ spoke of many Jesus. So there was no J. So who the hell is Jesus? Hell isn't below your feet and heaven's not above your head. I hope you're not one of these religious idiots that doesn't actually read and define any words that are in those books, which you call a Bible. Because it wasn't written on paper. It was written on scrolls, tablets, or stone. Remember, in scrolls. But hey, hola chingas, man. These people are smoking the world, brothers, sisters. They're got that smoking J Jesus. Like somebody said earlier, they're smoking a J, but not that same kind of J. They got them hooked. Like on letters, like phonics worked for me. So careful. Appreciate your, not being afraid to put it out there because that's the way we're supposed to be. But iron sharpens iron. Careful that you're not going after that other Jesus, the one with three genders. Their Baphomet Jesus, their cracker, Masse. Masse is the eating human flesh. That's called, cannibalism. Remember Cain, cannibal. Remember the giants. They were the Anunnaki. They were eating flesh, human flesh. Father said, go into the wilderness. Ahab had already married Jezebel, remember? It wasn't anything about fallen angels or giants. It was about marrying truth to a lie, yoking with somebody unequally. So the money Jesus, there we go. That's good stuff there, Nathan. Thank you for that testimony right there. The money, the lottery Jesus. Remember, put your pill draw Jesus, put the straws in the hat. We'll draw a lottery and you get to be the sex king. I mean, the orgy king of the Jesus wheel worship festival called Christmas or Masse. The eating it will eat you after this whole ritual. But don't worry, we'll give you the finest cheeses and veals. You'll get to lay with the finest men and sheep. This is not some Brokeback Mountain. This is for real. This is orgy Jesus. So are you speaking of the orgy Jesus? Maybe that's the one Paul was speaking of when he said the other. He meant the orgy Jesus. The one Baphomet, the one with breasts. Does your Jesus have breasts? Because there's Jesus with breasts. You know about that breast Jesus? Not like chicken. Are you chicken? You flying away like a bird? Supposed to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Fly, when it says fallen, doesn't mean from the air in the sky. Like wings, fallen angels. Angels don't have wings. But it says in scripture should be given the wings of an angel. Yeah, wings mean what? Oh, safety. Like putting legs on faith. Correct? She'll come out of her, my people. Correct? Yeah, she will do what she's told because she's not listening to the world. She's not going to fornicate. She's the bride. He is the bridegroom. That's when he's referring to she. The wings of an angel, the woman. That's the woman. That's the bride. Hello, McFly. Yeah, flying maggot. What are you, one of these MAGA idiots? MAGA, look what that means in all the different languages. Just look up in America, that's the high priest of the Satan church. Satan's the adversary, don't add a jot. Now they're spinning around on a planet of Chewbacca or
little Chewbacca's, Ewok, planet of the Ewok, apes, whatever planet they, there's no planets. Where do you get the word planet? Father didn't create a planet, not one single, he didn't create one world order. Ever does that say once? Or a one world religion? Or a one world super Jesus currency? Oh, the crypto Jesus. The digital Jesus. You got your digital Jesus? It's called iPhone, you idiot. Personal Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. What are you guys are saying it still? I heard you. All right, whatever. Just make sure you're on the Jesus that doesn't have horns. The goat Jesus. That's right, the horny Jesus. Jesus with horns, breast, and beast, man, and, well, man, beast, and woman, horn, hoof, and breast. The horny Jesus. Turn down for what? Turn up. That's Under Armour, you idiots. That's Pisces, Vesica Pisces, like stinky fish. Something smells like deception to me. I know the age is over. Welcome to the age of air. I can't breathe. That's how they did it. Remember, I can't breathe ritual. Like George Floyd, the known porn star, CIA trained operative, trained with a central and idiots and ass like an unwillingness to learn or a stubborn mule. Or, yeah, operative. Remember, asked to be taken out high on the fence and asked to be taken out and laid on the ground. Yes, remember, I can't breathe? It was a ritual so you could bring around the rosy. The king ritual, remember, like the crown, like the beer? I come quickly in Revelation 3:11, let no one take your crown. See what I'm saying? Probably not. Revelation 9:11, they have a king over them. The king of the abyss. Abyss is the word hell. Hell is not a place. Hell is the word knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. Guess we're going to spend their time gnashing teeth, just wanting a jot or a tittle of that aletheia truth, the living water. People in hell want ice water. In fact, it's cold as hell. Frozen would be even better, huh? Flames. The flames are supposed to be here. You're supposed to be refined before you, or you're going to go to a place that they're going to strip. How do you think they're going to strip you with fire? It's going to happen here on this rock. Remember, eyes of fire, feet of fire. He said he's going to use fire, not water, flood, deception. Hello, jerky. Is he giving you the meat? You go pull your own chain there, your own meat stick. Snap into a Slim Jim. No, you go ahead and eat your own stick somewhere else. Your other Jesus, so you know. Your stick Jesus. Your phallic Jesus. You can sit on your own pole somewhere else. Stroke your own fancy, whatever you want to do, but not here, please. Pornea, that's the word idolatria. Serve your own Jesus. Personal. Someone, yep. You don't know Jesus. How about this? Do you know what the word halakha is? If you don't know halakha, you don't know Jesus. If you don't know Haggadah, you don't know Christ. If you don't know Shiloh, you don't know my love. I'm not here to turn goats into sheep. It's already a bought and paid and purchased. That's redemption, the word possession. If you bought it, you come back and pick it up later. He said, look up. Get your head out of your fourth point of contact, your dark cornhole, and get your head out of that black mirror box and get it back into, put the light at the top of your house, he said, correct? Not pride. That's to rise and shine above others there. That's not what I said. Now don't get it twisted. Your own personal Jesus. Are you getting it? So we always, hey, imagine if we didn't ever talk about the comments, your comments, and I just shut the comments off in this channel. They'd be something else, wouldn't it? I'm glad we leave the comments on and we talk to the trolls. And we're not always trolling, or we at least talk about what's being said in the chat. And I remember I don't always get the chat because you guys are saying stuff sometimes in this chat that they messed with my chat filter. So I can't get all messages. So I missed some of your guys' messages. I probably apologize. So, yep, like there we go. Nathan just said something. Yeah, remember Stack said that. Stack Mac. He's going to go prepare a place. When he comes back, he will receive me. Where he is at, I'll be. Now, that's what you call a beautiful thought, Jack. Is this mic on?
I play chances, playing little felony games. That's why I've written my utility in felony names. All right. Some people will never change. That's why it's too easy to obtain cocaine. That's why I dibble dabble in the dope game. Oh, never mind. It's just a stack song. Stack Mac Million. Make money. I'm a cop 50 of them. Get 100 off each one. Repeat that 10 times. I'll be done. This ought to get me by until I get another check. BMI. I'm a good guy who never try to act fly. It isn't my smell like banana pie. I'm the kind of guy that come out the store. I've been poor before. I'm sympathetic towards the poor. Oh, never. I'm gonna stop. We don't want to cop too much lyrics. We might get a copyright strike. That's Stack Mac. Stack. He's not afraid to declare some Christ in his lyrics. So I'll listen to somebody who's not. Yep. If you deny me in front of your space, place, interweb, your friends, your net, your family, whatever your circle, I will deny you in front of my Father. So you got to let it out. Let it shine. He said, put it at the top of your house. Isn't that beautiful? His word is so it's such a blessing. Can't imagine when I'm not here on this space, it's running through my head all the time. So, you know, I'm going to have other things, but that's mostly where I'm at. Where he's at, I remember, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Agape, there I'll be in their midst, in my Shem, in my authority, in my name. Not Jesus, but we'll go ahead and use it for Christ's sake. Christ is anointed in oil. So the Hamashiach, the Messiah, the one that they hung, he said, follow after me. Does anybody want to hang you till you can't breathe? Till you can't stretch you back, like torture you, maybe compress you, like D Lobo, pinch you down. D Lobo from both sides. That's the word. D Lobo. It's a noun. Like faith. Belief is an action word. That's the word theolobos. That's a verb. So is believe. That's a verb. So it's not a thought. It's actually a pinching. It's a process, and it pushes on you until you can't breathe. Are you starting to understand why they did their crown, their 5G whiz, virus ritual, the 5G whiz? I can't breathe. Well, you can if you put a masquerade over your face and you partake in this, yes, occult ritual. They did that because Christ was stretched back so he couldn't breathe. Isn't this a blessing? There's no other ministry telling you that. What other ministry is showing you that the Corona crown was the halo? Halo, right? Remember? Like the ring around the rosy to their wheel worship of their sun god, Mithra. Their little dance around the stars, the Star Trek in the sky with their sky daddy, Apollyon, Baphomet. Just blind as a bat soup out of a laboratory or somewhere in a lab out of Wuhan, China. Oh, I mean out of some market. You've been merchandised, didn't you? Corona, the event 201, Crown, Halo, I can't breathe, like 5G whiz, like going around in a circle. Like respiratory, remember? So he couldn't breathe. Thank you, Father, for that. I don't know any other ministry that's putting this all together, and I'm thankful for that. I feel blessed to share this with you. I hope that your ear is hearing it. I hope that you're not blind as a bat, or you have scales like some kind of dragon eyes or some kind of serpent because you got scales like a snake. Remember, he said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. That's why it was easy to blow the horn on him. Look at him now, self-destructing the nation. from the inside out. Here we go. How long before we see Nagasaki, Hiroshima? What date did they bomb Hiroshima? What day was that? Would anybody like to put that date in the chat? I said it earlier in the stream. What day did they decide? Because first it was tariffs, right? It's terrible. They shut them off and they embargo, like you can't bargain, no more bargains, no more, nope, you're not going there. Shut off their supply. And tariff, that's what we see today. That's all a form of war. They did that during World War II. We're seeing it. That's part of this 923. 923 is... There we go. The 1945 ritual, there it is. That's the one that's locked in the abyss, brothers and sisters. In Revelation 9:11, the king of the abyss is the little Charlie Chaplin guy with the mustache. That is the Angelos of the abyss. Remember, during World War II, are you seeing it now? Should be right there in front of your face. And this is their equinox ritual they do every single year. They go into their dark abyss months where Tammuz, the son of Satan, had sex with his mom, Semiramis. Remember, this is this thing that's been spinning around. Like the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Exactly. So this ritual started with tariffs in 1945. They tariffed. Now, remember, I've been telling you they were going to do the Executive Order 11004, and they're doing it, brothers and sisters. Why do you think they're street sweeping? Homeless. So if you're poor, it's illegal. They'll put you in a forced detention, involuntary detention. I told you they could do this under the NDAA, November Delta Alpha Alpha, the National Defense Authorization Act, under 44, the 44 Obama administration, with their ether, 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down. Ether. Remember, they did their building. Their ether. The sign of the ether. Let's draw that for you. The triangles. Like the 44th regime under the Obama administration. The little horn of scripture. He played the little horn. I was telling you that on Truth Viral Television. Telling you that he represented that little horn of scripture. This is your ether symbol. Or 44. Where they build their false ether. As is above, so is below. So that represents... This is called the seeing eye. Only those who have an eye to see. Yeah, nice. Watching the world wake up from history. Wasn't that on a song? Watching the world wake up from history. What song was that? That was in a song. Nice. They put all this in music too, brothers and sisters, because it's in lyrics. Absolutely. This is the 44, and this represents Obama. This is the little horn of scripture, the one where they made this ether building. They dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes on 9/11. Revelation 9:11. They had the king of the abyss of Revelation 9:11. The sun god, Satan. Right here, right now. Okay, thank you, Nathan. That's it. Cool. We got it. Blessings, guys. So they put this right in front of us too, brothers and sisters. This is such a blessing. Remember, he says in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Remember? Let no one take your crown, brothers and sisters. There's 2 kings. Remember, there's the king of the abyss, and then there's Christ, our love. Shiloh, the one who holds the key to the pit, to the abyss, where the Revelation sun god of 9/11 is locked in the pit, in what is we known as the abyss. That is hell. Hell's no knowledge. People have no knowledge of this. This is a blessing if you have the eyes to see. This is what they did. They re-erected a One World Trade Center, putting 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down. That's why they dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes on 9/11. to re-erect it into a one world freedom. There's no such thing as free will, and there's no such thing as freedom. That's a joke. Okay, I'm a veteran. It's about the right to choose, but obviously they've taken that from this nation. So this 923 ritual of the 1945 ritual is happening right now. And they do this under the executive order 11004. This is this 114 too, brothers, sisters, okay? This is 114 too. And I know this is very important because my son was birthed on 114. And that 11004, the zeros in gematria are silent. So we're seeing this executive order 11004 take place right in front of our eyes, because when the seated president, now 47, which is 11, so if you go back in time, let's do that right here. Well, 4 plus 5 is 9, and 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. How come that looks? Hold on, that garbage. Let's make that a little tail on that. Wasn't right. Make that 7 a little better too. So 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. If you skip Joe Biden, correct? Somebody had to skip the Biden, right? Oh, somebody had to put the Biden. So, brothers, sisters, this is happening right now. This executive order 11004 is you. They might not like something you, okay? What I'm trying to bring you to understand, though, that this 923 ritual, just like Japan in 1945, okay? Remember? The little guy with the beard? Remember? They interned American citizens in 1945 and put them into internment camps and made them do work for the government. Relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. Brothers, sisters, is what Executive Order 11004 is, passed under during the 44th regime. Oh, vomit, the little horn of Scripture. Donald representing the 9/11 sun god, the final Trump. The one who has a 9/11 sun god tower, like the Freedom Tower, a single tower, right, that has 58 stories. A 66 penthouse floor he lives on, of a 58-story building. This is part of your 923 ritual, brothers, sisters. This is the most important thing here, is this Revelation 12, though, because this is 923. This is the birth of the Virgin. You don't know that this happened, but this did happen in your time. This was spoke about 2,600 plus years ago by Christ in the book of Revelation, where John was given that message by Christ. And then we did see the Revelation 13 sign as well that followed this celestial marker that took 40 weeks to process, not just a flash in a pan like an eclipse that happened at the equinox at the nodes. So some of these are fake fake eclipses. I know that because I know eclipses. That's an eclipse. It rings out, right? Not like the great red dragon eclipse of 2017 where it went diagonal. What's up with that? What's up with all that spraying? Why are you spraying all that crap in the sky? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, hold on. We better plug in the phone. Plug it in. Plug in. Oh, we haven't plugged in a minute. All right, what do we got here? All right. Let's plug back in here. Well, all those are all. Oh no. Okay, did it? I think it. Okay, I think it's charging. Well, 44. Remember, anytime they triplicate a number, it still means the same. It's that same Gemini number. So it still holds that same. 44 is 88, or 888, or 828, which is 2 8s, or 888, which is 888, or 44. It's the same, has the same symbology, the same geometric value. It's a Gemini, is what it represents. It's a mirror number. You know, there are other ways. I don't want to go too deep into it, but that's the basics of how that works. It mirrors. It's a Gemini, so it's going to continue a repetitive. Just keep doing it again and again, like a cycle. You know, say one thing, do something else. That's what we see with Mr. Taco. He keeps folding, right? On every say one thing, do something else. Fold like a taco. That's why he's got the name Taco now. He doesn't keep his word, and people figured it out about him. So he's even picked up his own Dorito taco shell. Now they got him folding over like a Dorito taco shell. See? So, well, sure. There you go. It has multiple meanings. Remember, the symbology is part of their ritual. You know, all of this is a blood ritual that they're performing. That is the Masse ritual. They're Masse. They drink my body and eat my, drink my, drink my blood and eat my body. It's that same, there you go. The same duality. It's turning paganism into Satanism, you know, vampism into crackers and grape juice. Religion, modern day communion, have a, and remember he said we're not to drink of the grape, they drink of a mead that made them hallucinate, not of grapes, not a wine. Their wine, their crackers and grape juice ritual is the cannibalism and the vampism ritual. That's just been perverted, kind of like that same ritual of blood. So absolutely, the little horde that bites, that put the bite in, the vampire, the blood ritual, you know, or the one who comes to, remember, it's like the stone, remember? Like, well, that's the same thing. Why do you please research the Hoover Dam. Go look into the Hoover Dam. Mead. Yeah, like Lake Mead. Like Lake Mead, like the Hoover Dam. Get it? Never mind. You guys, that's all right. The cup will pull, those bowls will be poured out like a dam, if you will, on the nations. And you want to be in the blood of the saints that's in the cup, not the nations to be poured out on. So get ready. They're going to do these things, brothers, sisters. You know they're going to do these things. They're already seeing it with the dam over in China. You know, I went to the dam to get some dam water, but the dam man told me there wasn't any dam water, so I told the dam man to keep his own dam water. The bowls of wrath will be poured out on the nations, brothers, sisters. In that will be the blood of the saints, those that were damned, because they didn't fornicate. They didn't become drunk on the wine, the leaven. You know how it takes to make alcohol? It's got to be exact parameter. If it's too hot, it's too cold. It wouldn't do. Oh, it won't. What? Those sugars, that sweet Jesus with leaven sin. What do you think goes on in that wine skins? Bottles. I'm going to pop some tags. No, he thought I was going to say bottles, huh? every answer at the bottom is at the bottom of that bottle for you, huh? And in punch drunk on the world there. Yeah, that's the way it works. So if you'll be hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth, he said. So good luck with that. Whatever, fornicate, get drunk on this world, and become well. The enemy came, sowed seeds while you were sleeping. You're going to pass out at the wheel. Watch. Yeah, we know you're a racist pig. Did you get what you wanted there, DM? You're a racist pig. So get out of here, you child. Father only created one race, the human race. You're an idiot. So I rebuke you, child. You're just such a little child. Did you get all the attention you have in your whiz all over your phone now? Take your man chowder breath and go somewhere else. Get out of here. I want to hear your broke back story in here. So, all right, back to this 923 ritual. So the street sweepers are out, and they're going to sweep you next. But I would expect that if we saw a Pearl Harbor type event, they've already been saying that. They compared Ukraine and Russia to Pearl Harbor. He even said Elon Sticky Muskrat spoke of a Pearl Harbor. So we have seen our tariffs. We saw those during the 45th administration. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. We saw that during this administration. Tariffs. He tariffed China. Washers went up by almost $200 for your average, GE general washer. 4 plus 7 is 11. Now he's tariffed everybody, the whole world. A tariff is a war tactic. This is war. And a tariff is actually not supposed to be made only by Congress is the one who is allowed to make tariffs. Presidents don't make tariffs, even though people are falling for that because they're idiots. If you knew your historical record, you would know that no presidents are not allowed to make tariffs. That's done by Congress is the one. They make the law, and they are the ones who put into law the tariffs. So these are not even constitutional, yet the whole world's going by it. It doesn't matter, but see, people act like these things are going to happen, and I try to tell people, oh, no, it's not happening. Whatever you think, man, you just keep doing you, and I'll just keep blowing this shofar, keep sounding the alarm. So I'm not going to sit there and try to change you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make this isn't Christ-like to sit down and keep letting people get subverted, letting people get just completely overtaken by these corporations. Who do you think selected the 47th pretendant of this corporation? He was campaign funded by the corporations, brothers, sisters, the Fortune 500 companies. That's who put Thump in office. Silly rabbit. Did you get played? And I want to say that too, if you got people jumping the shark, jumping off this MAGA train, but you had these people that were in your face for 12 years, even during the whole Biden administration. When he gets back in, everything's going to be awesome. He's going to make everything great that he didn't do on the first one. And he's done the complete opposite. He's taco folded right over. With the peace president that he was going to pull out in 48 hours. He was going to stop the war in Ukraine. Instead, you got the 48-hour warp speed is 8 months. You got 48-hour Mel Gibson and Danny Glover jab. Glover to put on little magic gloves, and now they're going to stick their finger right up there and check your little prostate and see if you're tickle. I want to see you wiggle it. Maybe we'll get Big Bob will come back there. He got the big sausage fingers. He'll help you out. Hey, you got to get looked at after a certain age. But don't let these people off the hook, brothers, sisters. These people stuck their thumb up their own, you-know-what. And they did it. They done doctored themselves and told everybody else that nothing, they couldn't do no wrong. Even when he was wrong, they said, no, all I would do is win. All we do is win. Remember, we had conversations about this trophy generation, these children. Isn't it kind of funny? After we had conversations about that in this ministry, we started seeing people flip the script with these EpiPen Island files, who I've been telling you the whole time, since you've probably been here, or at least for a couple years on this ministry, that he's an EpiPen Island boy with Joe. They trade lightsabers in their ice holes. Remember? They went there with Billary, the both of them. I'm going to put her in prison. I'm going to have a special investigation. Instead, he made hundreds of millions of dollars off of that scam with Alex Jones. She sat at his inaugural dinner. That's how lame these people are in history. They'll go 100 years from now. They'll say, these is the stupidest generation ever walked this rock. These people that got on this MAGA train. These maggots. Oh, wait, they're flying around. They're flies, flying maggots. You know, MAGA, the high priest of the Satan church. I mean, that's peace, brothers and sisters. That's that same symbol as peace. I'm out of here. Get it? Nanu. Mork from Orc and an egg. The serpent, Leviathan, in the garden. I think you see it in a little hard boiled in here, aren't you? Got to put you under the water, kind of like that frog in a pot of boiling water, but you don't want to get out, do you, huh? Yeah. Don't get out. Hey, honey, did you fart? We got bubbles now. This is awesome. Well, remember, Israel's not the place in Scripture that it says there are people that are his bride in Israel. But when he said, come out of my people, he's definitely probably talking about Israel, because they're bombing the living piss out of Gaza. And now we got B-52 bombers bombing Iran. And why can't Iran have nuclear weapons? Because, and Israel, there's my two witnesses. Oh, Russia can, but America can't. Oh, no, Iran can't. So must be a hard place to be over there, because nobody even understands where even Israel's at. They think it's someplace in the middle of the desert. And that's the Old Testament. And I'm not under the Old Testament. I'm not under the laws of some fake Jews. There's no such thing as anti-Semitism. That's the biggest bullshit I've ever heard in my life. Israel's a spiritual Israel. They're spiritual Jews. It's all flesh. No infidels. You sound like a Muslim if you're one of these fake Jews. No forgiveness of sin. No redemption. No salvation. So, fake Jews, Scripture warns us of them. People that don't go by this new covenant. Those that say they're Jews, but they're not. So, thanks for coming in from Israel. But most people think it's somewhere in the middle of the desert, and that's the Old Testament. Remember the 12 tribes? Jacob, who was a man who he later loved and gave the inheritance, who he called Israel. Not some place in the middle of the desert. It was 12 houses. Remember, there was the 13th Levite tribes, but most people don't understand the house of Aaron or the Sabbatical law. They're just a bunch of American and Israeli idiots. All of them. The Iran's got them too. So does Russia. They're everywhere. But remember, so is God's bride is everywhere. It's not just some place in the middle of the desert. So you know, Israel is not some place in the middle of the desert. That's not what Israel is. So I hope you haven't fallen for that. You're one of these people like a bunch of American idiots. You're one of these Israeli idiots. Or like some of these Hebrew Israelites, a bunch of street preachers saying that they're, you know, oh, Esau. Remember, he loved Jacob, who he later called Israel, and gave him the inheritance. And Esau killed his brother Nimrod, Satan. Satan means the adversary. Yeah, fake Jews, the adversary. So would you like to have a conversation about that? Do you know that there, medalist? I know probably more about your country than most people do. I know how the nation, your nation, off the triple conjunction and Aries. The sign and the stars that the Masons, that they knew the triple conjunction that led us to right here today where we're at. The apocalypse. Remember, that didn't even happen. That happened before the Revelation age. Whoa, back in 2017. But what you know about that? I don't care what you heard about me, because I'm a... All right, never mind. Nimrod, yes. Nimrod, Apollyon, Satan. The sun god. Mithra, that was Esau's brother, right? Nimrod. So it was, where's Esau? Remember Jacob he loved, Esau he, so where's that? Where's your timeline, Nathan? Remember, you just have to go through your begottens too. Well, that always really helps. So you can trace it back. Where's that Canaanite bloodline? Darn it. Why is there a 13th apostle? Why are there 13th tribes of Levi? Oh, I love it. I love the way they make this book for us. Well, Father prepared it. Remember, all jots, tittles, if you don't change. They like to add or take away, change names to protect the innocent. Timelines, warp speed. They got people thinking it's 2025. So when was the tower destroyed? When do we see Nimrod's tower? It was the giants, right? What time was that? What timeline are we the giants? Because it was the giants that he flooded. There was Esau, right? He told him to go into the wilderness and scout out the what? Israel, the land of Anak in Israel. So we see that, right? So that's why I like to chase history back down, because sometimes I don't get it because it's not listed. Like, it's not a book that's like, okay, here's a history book and it's written at this time. We got to go back and chase some of the details to make sure we're not, because some people used to live for extended periods of time. Methuselah lived for longer than Noah, right? And Noah lived for how long? 900. It took him 126 years just to build the ark. Book of Jasher. There we go. Hey, we can't talk about those books in here, but the rejected text. See, there's other type. If you study this too, that's why I can try to help people lean on the fact that if you study your base first and you get your base, you can add these other books which do edify. Now remember, he said, don't add to my word, right? They have to be in the hados. They have to be in that same narrow. They will. There are many things, but I advise people to stay out of those books. Get your base first built. I am the rock, not sand. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Mendo means a masterpiece of weaving. Religion. That's what. Nice. Masterpiece. Nice. Can't serve two masters. Who are you painting? Who's this? Who's laying down the strokes? Are you the one steering? Are you the one, writing with the stick? That's called, Hollywood. That is a orchestration, right? With a stick to orchestrate a masterpiece, an orchestration. Good stuff, man. I love words. Are just absolutely. There's no more meaning in English. Everything in English has been watered down. It's this American language that's lost its Latin base, its Hebrew base, the Greek, all the dialect from the original Testament. We have the Sanskrits. We have. Remember, there are things that are people with the cuneiform tablets. Things I don't ever talk about in here. No, I don't care about none of that anymore. I don't care about that, brothers and sisters. I love the gospel. Whatever. It's not about the gospel. I don't care. Man, I used to spend so much time studying everything. Thought I knew I needed to know all of it. You don't need to know anything about the gospel, brothers and sisters. That's all you need to know is the gospel. Everything else you can add, like it says, reproof with the word. To your faith, you can continue to study, but we need to have our base not built in. Build it on the rock. He is the Petra. Remember, he said, I am the Petra. So build it off the gospel, and everything else there comes so much easier, guys. It does, man, because those books edify. You're like, man, now I remember why I was rejecting that for a minute, because now I know why my body wouldn't allow. See, I'm so thankful that there were many times I started reading so many things. I start to get an understanding, or I thought I did, and Father would throw that old Charlie Brown over the phone. Want, and it wouldn't go in, and it frustrate me. And I go back and I'd read it to where I'd understand it, and I get that same. He just put a deaf ear on me. You know what I'm saying? He would put a restrainer on me. Man, I would have had so many things I'd have learned wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because I had made up my own interpretation. I wasn't literally defining the words. I was translating, thinking whatever I thought they meant, or whatever I thought. I made a translation of time. And we need not to translate time either. There's a writer of history, and that's not always the reality. That's normally somebody who's the victor, and they get the spoils. They get left out of the history book, and they call the Bible the book, and so you must study the definition. You must study the cultures, the customs, the maps, the parables, the idioms. You know, this book is not just something, and the timeline is another thing that you got to make sure you don't start messing with these timelines, because it can really lead you astray to think, now wait a minute, is this Old Testament or is this New Testament? But I can tell you that's why I bring you back to the gospel. Remember, under this New Testament, he didn't abolish the law. There are still statutes, commandments under the Old Testament. Now, like a revised statute, we go by a revised statute in the Constitution because they were adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Those are called the Title 18 statutes. Okay, those are lawful under the Constitution, not repugnant, but a revised statute is not, right? I don't go on dates with men, so I don't follow mandates. That's not constitutional, right? Or ordinances. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. So I don't go on dates with men, or excuse me, I don't go by mandates, codes, or ordinance, or statutes if they're not constitutional. And that's what Christ would have done as well, as he would have stood against this modern day. Christ would be in jail right now. He would have already probably been martyred. They probably would have hung him in front of the whole world and let him see that he was, made an example, kind of like they did at his time, because he stood up against the law, and they hated him for that. He was a threat to their law, their halakha, their targum, their mishnah. But people don't know these words, so they don't know who Christ is. And I'm not like trying to put you on front. If you don't know what the word targum, mishnah, halakha, haggadah, you don't know Christ. You don't have a relationship with him. You've fallen for some other Jesus, because that's exactly what he was here to fulfill, was the scriptures, to fulfill all the prophecies, so that this targum, this perversion of this forwarding of this halakha, this perversion of their own translation of the law they had made, like this corporation that has statutes, mandates, and ordinances which are not part of the original Constitution, which was God protected. Whether you had a right or a belief, it didn't matter. That was protected by the House, the Congress, and the Senate, the checks and balances of this nation that had never been done before. Not by some executive order, the voting process, not a two-party system democracy. Voting was part of the original constitutional republic, but we're not a democracy. We're not some serfdom kingdom. We were a separate House, Congress, Senate, judicial, legislative, and executive branch. That's why we were a constitutional republic, and so we're not anymore. And Christ would be speaking up about this, and he would suffer, and he'd be probably martyred. So if you're not doing this, you're not Christ-like. Please go away. Girl, don't go away mad, Jezebel. Just go away. I don't want to be with people who don't want to stand for what's righteous and upright and willing to suffer for his Shem's sake. If you are not willing to suffer, if you're not willing to be put through that press, the lipsis, theolobo. The lipsis is tribulation. Theolobo is to be pushed on both sides. Theolobos is to be pinched. If you are not getting pushed by this world from both sides, because they don't like you on every side, it comes heartache. There you go. Now you're in the narrow way. Yeah, you're not here to be loved. And if you're standing up for righteous things that Christ stood for, then you're going to get persecuted. It says that. You'll be persecuted, prosecuted for my Shem, for my name, for my Agape, for my authority's sake, for my love. So for my law, and we're not under the law now, it's under this testament. So we're supposed to stand against the law. Doesn't mean there's a difference between legal and lawful too, brothers, sisters. Please understand. Christ would have said, I'm not telling you to grab arms and start a fight. I already told you, separate yourself from the system. Grow some frickin' potatoes in a bucket. Put some chives up on a windowsill, cilantro, something. Grow something. Stick it to the man. Because otherwise he's going to stick it to you. You're going to be up on their new system when they come to their little stick, whatever bit or whatever they want to put in their little computer, data, whatever hard drive, however they want to stick you, they're going to do it, and you're going to become part of this digital system if you're not out and you have your own. And I don't feel any bit of, sorry, because I'm not sorry about anything. I apologize, but I'm not sorry about these people who walk right to their own, like World War II deaths, to the smoke when it rises out of the pit. That's the same thing. We're here again today. It's happening again. There's never been a better time to stand against tyranny. This is about as tyrannical as it gets. This is SHTF. And guess what? It's not going to get better. Don't expect anything in this case around you to start getting great again. or anything of that nature that does not go anywhere aligned with the scriptures. Don't say peace in here. Don't say mourning. Don't say none of these things. This vocabulary that we speak is foul. It's been washed out. It's vain and it's worthless. Stick to the word. Stay in the word. Be not of the world. That's what he told you. People don't even speak American. Oh, wait, English. They speak American, right? No, they don't speak English. Nobody speaks English in this country anymore. Not anything close to a formal English. Most words have multiple meanings that don't even mean anywhere close to the original meaning. So if you don't think so, I just went and had me some fire chicken skewers. Oh, that wasn't a good thing because they were a skewer. Some fire oven baked. See, there we go. But anyways, you see what I'm saying? Words they're all mixed. Don't worry, man. It's cool. He's flipping. Did you see that? That was flipping sick. Okay, hold on. I'll go get the Catholic priest. We'll sprinkle some holy water on him because he's got a demon. Try saying flipping sick. 500 years ago. Try saying it 1,000, 2,000 years ago at the time of Christ. These words in this book don't mean what they mean today. Well, they do if you'll study the definition, if you'll study from the right book, but 99% of the people study out of the wrong scripture. There's only one accepted text and everything else is rejected. So round robin, coming full circle. That's why I stay out of these other texts and I don't study them anymore because they're not gospel. And unless it's gospel, it doesn't do anything for me anymore. It's just like worldly stuff. It's okay. It's just not, I've read it. I've gone over these books. They're very fascinating, but I've got my base and I just want to share that. You don't need to overcomplicate the gospel. The gospel is suffering. The gospel is daily cross. The gospel is OCD, on Christ daily. It's everyday Sabbath. Sunday, shut up. It's everyday Jesus. It's always on Christ. OCD, on Christ daily, carrying your cross every single day. So unless you or that you're not a disciple. Oh, you don't have to do Christ every day. Okay, where does it say you can set your cross down? Where does it say that you can set your cross down ever in the gospel? Go ahead. I've been asking the same question for years. Nobody's ever rebuked me the word. And that's what I asked you. Put the word on me. Put any scripture that you can tell me that he says you can set that cross down, that you can rest. Because we're not under the Sabbatical law, the day of rest, Sabbath, daily, seventh day. Every seventh year they had to let the land lie fallow. These are the Levitical laws, the Sabbatical laws. These are the dietary. These are old laws of Moses and Aaron and Levi. And I'm not under those laws. And you're not going to put me under those laws, your Sunday laws or your Noahide. I'm not going to go. And they're going to do this to the whole world here, probably weeks or months away. This is what could be coming next. Seriously, this might be the thing that they really push next. And I'm not making any predictions, but this is going to happen as far as the timeline. They're going to put this whole world under a one world religion. It does never say that one time, brothers, sisters. So you better get this straight right now before this happens. And everybody's going to go along with this because everybody thinks God's in the sky and they think it's 2025. And they think they live on a planet. And they think God loves everybody. What a bunch of hogwash. Low energy nonsense. This wishy-washy people that are lukewarm, that don't love the word, and you'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. A little leaven leavens the whole lump. That's why he doesn't want you to mix this sweet tasting Jesus, whatever you want to call it. It's religion. They're all vain. There's not one good religion, and not one of them even are anywhere aligned with this new covenant under this New Testament. Most of them are very Old Testament based, and they still put themselves under these Levitical, Sabbatical, and the laws of Aaron and Moses and Levi. And this is nonsense, and we're not under these laws. I'm not under any Levitical laws. You're an idiot. I'm not under the law. I am destined, and there's a difference. You just don't know the difference because you haven't been told, taught, or you haven't studied yourself. That's what it says. To prove yourself worthy, you must go back and study this word. And I'm still finding myself correcting some of my old things. That's why I stay in a study mode, because I've had to really go back for a lot of years. I made the wrong interpretation. That is called idolatry, translation. A definition is called a transliteration. You literally don't change the definition or a letter or a jot or a yod or a till. You don't change any to punctuate. You leave it as it was in the original definition in text. That is called a transliteration. And most people literally don't have any outlet. They don't understand. They speak in slang, in mostly translation. Mostly what they say, they don't know what they're talking about. And it's okay. They're just an idiot. An idiot is somebody who doesn't know. That is the word idiotos. It's the same word as ignoramus, or ignorant. If somebody's ignorant, they've never heard it or have ever seen it in their life. So when I call somebody an idiot, they freak out. And that's okay with me, because they're just an ignoramus. And you can't hold their feet to the fire. Can't hold them against the wall. They don't know. But if they don't want to learn, then they're an ass. So that's not for me to try to turn an ass into or a goat into a sheep. If they can't learn, then they're stubborn, like a mutt. Well, mutts are good. I love mutt. I got a purebred mutt right here. So, but well, no, like an old dog that can't be taught new tricks, and we talked about that earlier. That's not true. If they have an unwillingness to learn, then they're stubborn like a mule or like an ass. Let them make an ass of themselves. They've done it to themselves. That's what idolatry is. And normally asses will do that. They don't want to be told to go in any direction. They make their own decisions. And watch out, because they'll heel kick you. You know, they'll stomping, and seriously, this is what they do. And so they come in here and try to kick, whatever, and they don't get to do that in here, do they? So we fish hook them. Instead, they come in here kicking ass. So hey, it is what it is. Most people, again, they think God's in the sky, so I can't help them. They're idiots. Father has never been in the sky. There's no God that ever came from some planet, and we don't come from planets or stars in the firmament. There's no, yeah, you know what I'm saying? They mule kick, they do that. They just try to stomp you out. You know what I'm saying? That's okay. Father created more goats, more donkeys, more mules, more, you know, unwilling. Uh, Goats are pretty stubborn too, if you think about it, right? Stubborn. You ever had goats? I love them. They're actually just pretty curious animals, and they can be taught. But if they're just wild, they don't want to learn anything. They go around just eating whatever and doing whatever, and they'll knock stuff over, and a lot of it's curiosity, guys. Kind of like a cow, but anyways, tend to be pretty. You can't turn a goat, because they have a stubbornness about them too, a tendency to be a little standoffish and want to kind of battle you and kick, and in this case, throw their head at you, kind of like a mule would do it from the ass from the rear. A goat's gonna headbutt you and buck the system, right? Like a goat. Does that make sense? So, just my copper pennies. I was talking to Kevin, and I told Kevin I think he should invest in some copper. I'm investing in the ministry and land. I mean, I don't have any investment anymore. I don't have any more retirement. Remember, I had to spend it all. And I was going to spend it on the ministry anyway. So I don't have the investment anymore. But I think copper will be a very good investment, because I think everything is going wiring and tech and robots until we die. I think that's going to be our demise. This whole, digital android, they used to say, like, don't sit, like 3 feet from the television. Now they're like, things in your face, we've become such an inverted generation. So I think copper will always have a place, though, no matter what. It is an antimicrobial. Remember, it's been used for circuitry for not just the combustion, but through anti-gravitics. It acts as a brake. Things I shouldn't talk about, because they don't like when some of us that are eternal that know that they can, But anyways, that there's a brake system. It's the propulsion system that they've been struggling with for all these times. But they got that licked now. I mean, they have to wait for the sun to do what it's going to do, and then they can do their propulsion. And That's what's restraining them. So they're waiting for a certain cycle before the sun will emit a certain frequency and a certain wave so they can get their propulsion right, so they can equilibrium like a Libra, like judgment, like scales. I know this sounds a little nutty, but just if you'll hear me out, it has everything to do with the sun, because the sun is magnetic, because it is electric, because it is plasma, it's ionized and deionized gas. So it has a heliosphere, which is magnetic, and we have the magnetosphere, right, which is also magnetic. So these two respond to each other. So the major effect of what you know as gravity is the magnetics, and there's no such thing. That's electricity and magnetics. You call it gravity, but you'll see, if you can cancel the magnetics, you can lift the whole building off the ground and take it wherever you like it. So there's ways and ways to do these things that have been done in the past, but they don't want you to know these things. Shh. So copper will be a big portion of that, though, through the circuitry and through what I just told you, through propulsion, through the braking, and then there's other things, again, that copper has been used for since Antiquitech. They use this as a well, look at these roofs back in history. Again, if you know what Antiquitech is, these old buildings that they've destroyed through their World's Fairs, and a lot of these buildings had these rods. Many of them had copper onion shaped, kind of like the obviously the Persian Empire. Again, these people, they had pressed air during Rome. So a lot of these tech that we've had in past has been suppressed, so we can fight oil wars. So you still need copper circuitry in a combustion engine, right? Too. So it's not going to go away, and there's just becomes less and less and less surface copper, and it's going to become harder and harder and harder to obtain. It is one of those things that does get used up, like silver. It's not gold. It isn't a precious metal, but one day it will be the poor man's silver. It will. You're not going to want to live in that age, but it's going to be an age where they start scrapping couches and anything that, if they raise the price of precious metals, which they will, because they've been, negated, canceled, pretty much, held back for 100 plus years. Once they let the top of these things off, and they have enough of them, they'll let them run. And it's not going to change their overall price of things much to allow them to stop their commerce. People still buy iPhones, and still people buy, even if they raise, like silver is one of those true precious metals, commodities that's been suppressed more than any other, metal. And when they use that, just like copper, it gets used up, in medicine and solar. And, they put 500 of those on the tip of a cruise missile and drop, one of those, that's like a monster box of silver, they drop on people. And so it gets used up, it's gone. And unlike gold, they refine and recycle and all of it. So I do think that copper will be a big player in the future of just everything. You can't go into a future tech world where we have, it works almost as good as silver, but not, well, it works. It doesn't work as good as silver, but if you notice, you'll sometimes find circuitry in your switches, you will find copper, but most of the time you do find silver. And that's probably what will end up happening too with copper, because silver is the most reflective, most conductive, metal on this rock. And so they'll probably go back to a copper for those circuits where they'll had silver, because it'll be way too expensive for something like I can't remember, what you can scrap out of like a switch for your your breaker switch, your breaker box. And so they'll probably start using that. Well, there you go, they're going to become veins. Nathan's got it right. Back in like copper pipes and copper veins, and there you go. Nathan sees where I'm going with this. So it's got to be pliable too, brothers, sisters. And I know that, and malleable to be in a vein. See what I'm saying? Nathan's understanding. We shouldn't talk about this stuff, Nathan, because this is where they're headed, and people aren't ready for this, And I don't care, but this time I already known I'm supposed to be checking out, not even caring. I just ignore it. Placebo effect. If you give it the attention at that time, it's going to take you to the work camp. The copper veins. in their copper top and their copper head with the snake, like the patina, the blue bloods. Remember, like Avatar, like Papa Smurf, or like Smurfette. Yeah, huh? Too many mushrooms. But anyways, somebody was talking about mushrooms in there earlier. Uh-oh, we gotta. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I think Kevin sent me a picture of the house he's been working on over there. I want to see this. I think I'm pretty sure Kevin sent me a picture of his house. Hold on. Okay, I apologize. Kevin sent me a picture of a chipper. Somebody's giving a chipper away for free, but it's a sage out here, and run it through a chipper and try to use that in my head composting toilet systems. Kevin's got one. I have a couple of them, and I want to try to use that. I want to get a chipper, and I don't have one. I've been wanting to get one, and I just can't seem to come up with the money for it, or the time or the money to get one. So it would be so nice, though, to use that. Use cocoa hair or the peat moss to put in these Nature's Head composting toilets. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but they're a waterless toilet system, and I use them out here. So Kevin just sent me a picture of the composting or a chipper, because somebody had one for free. It wasn't running. But I think it would work really good for composting because it doesn't sit in there that long where it starts composting. I mean, it does, because it smells just kind of like an earthy smell. It doesn't. It really, if you keep your urine separate from your douche, your number two, it doesn't pick the smell up. It's when they mix together, it really starts. It's your urine smells way worse. You're going to smell your urine separator container before you're going to probably smell your poop container. You know what I'm saying? Well, you will, but I'm saying you're going to dump that urine container multiple times before you ever have to dump the poop container. So my idea was to take and use this sage brush, because all the oils that are in it, and I just love the smell of sage. And I think that would make, and if you mixed it with peat moss or mixed it with cocoa hair, it would make a great mix, because that expensive to run the peat moss, but it does cost money. And if I can mix it, ahead of time and go 3-to-1 or 2-to-1, it would just save me. I got more sagebrush out here than I know what to do with. So, hoping someday to get a chipper here, a chipper shredder. So, if I had an extra $300, I would probably go get one, because I'd really like to, I really wish I had one before the summertime ended, so I can get enough of that chipped and emulsified and dried out, just kind of dried, and still gonna have its natural oil. But we'll see. I got other things. I still have a $5,000 bill that I got to come up to go to trial, which is a steal. I don't know why he's giving me such a good rate, but I'm not going to bite the hand that feeds me. So once I can get through some more bills out here, maybe I'll get at that. I'll try to trade or something. I've got a snow blower, and maybe I've got a swamp cooler. I don't use it. It's a nice one. Maybe somebody would trade me for a chipper. Maybe I could do that and put something up. I don't know. I get crushed on the internet a lot, and have a harder time getting response, because I've been using the internet for so long. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. The weather is bipolar. If you don't like it, wait till an hour, 6 hours, 12 hours from now. It could be a whole different day. So, but I think that would make a good. I think that this sage would make a great compost to put in with in the composting side, in the side where you take a deuce, and it would smell good, because sage has a wonderful smell, especially if you grind it up, and shred it. Even like the little branches or the little leaves, and even the branches themselves are super stringy. So I think if you chipped them, it would make a good, a good like an emulsific, it would make excellent. So I don't know. I got a bunch of stuff up for sale. Well, I would think too. So I don't know. Maybe that's not because you need it to form the bacteria. So maybe that wouldn't be the best. But it doesn't have to form the bacteria because it's not in there that long. I don't let it sit in there that long. You know, I take it normal, have a bowel movement every morning, sometimes twice. Not very often, but my body needs to clear itself out. But I can go maybe a month without changing that. That's a pretty long time without worrying about changing. Sometimes a little longer, but sometimes a little shorter. It just depends. But that has a lot to do with it. Why that a lot of people say that forms those microbes, which starts that composting. So, what it eventually would compost itself out, I imagine. But I do believe that'd be another neat thing, though. Pain, kind of antimicrobial in there, um, which would work for keeping it. And if you wanted a long term, just put it in with the rest of everything else, and it will still it will compost all that back to. It'll go back. I burn things out here too. I burn off all those piles that I compost. I still, even though I go out and I put the compost, it sits there and it does this thing, I still burn all that stuff off on top of it and stir it and whatnot. So definitely think it would be a good, um, yeah, deer meat breakfast sausage. There we go. Heck yeah. I don't eat sausage, but I'll eat some deer sausage. Heck yeah. Or beef sausage. Oh man, I should have bought that the last time I went to the store. That's good, man. That kielbasa and cabbage. Oh, I love beef kielbasa with the cabbage. Oh my goodness. Ooh. I need to start eating better. Man, I wish I lived organic and I didn't live like I live, guys. Gosh, I hate my life sometimes so much because I don't eat as good as I can. And I feel like that's why I lack sometimes the things that I do is because my diet is just garbage. My diet is garbage. I mean, it is better than a lot of people's because I don't eat fast food and I don't eat very little sugar and I don't drink soda and I don't eat pork and just a lot of things I skip. I don't drink soda and so I know my type be like, wow, what do you eat? But yeah, fast food isn't good and good food isn't fast. You know what I'm saying? Fast food is not good and good food isn't fast, guys. You want good food, you're gonna have to wait a minute. Let it cook. And actually, a lot of things we shouldn't even cook, man. We're making things. It's like I'm getting ready to smoke a bowl, and shouldn't do that. That's what makes the bad. Cannabis itself is wonderful, but our bad habits are just whatever. It works for my back. It still has the medicinal effect that I need it to have. So, but if we actually put things in the raw and didn't cook them, we'd be a lot better off because it causes those carcinogens, which could be cancerous to our body. But that's why I use the cannibals so that it goes after and attacks it. Because we can't talk about the can in here. Sir, not. No reason for concern. No concern, reason for concern. No reason for concern because I've been striked for that on this channel medically more than once. Oh. Tomorrow I'm going to go. I got to get to work on that dragon tomorrow, guys. I got to get the insulation up on that roof because I'm going to have to get started on another cabin. I got to get that cabin. I won't start another one. I know I will, but I better not. I better not start another cabin. I better finish this rusty dragon and then start on whatever next cabin that I'm going to be able to off the Bowen's cabin. So I'm going to need to be eating good. I'm going to need to eat good. I've been thinking about straight this month going on like nothing but eggs and meat. seriously. I mean, I might get some vegetables or something, some cabbage or something like that. Like I said, some peppers, but I've been seriously thinking about, because I don't eat much pasta anymore, but I'm thinking about like no bread at all, and no pasta too this month at all. No pasta, no bread, no carbs. Try to stay away from the carbs. Um, Even potatoes, try to stay away. If I'm going to do potatoes, try to do a sweet potato and see if I can, you know, up my game here a little bit and see if I think I'll feel. Because I remember I used to eat. I'm kind of wondering like what's going on with me, man. What's going on with my body? I'm just not. And I know I've been under some stress because what's going on with my missing son and my daughter and all that. But I just don't intake the red meat that I used to eat. I used to eat a lot of meat, and I was, nonstop. People were like, dude, do you ever stop going? You know, old Billy. Yeah, cool. So I think that's why I'll feel better. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm okay. I feel good. I'm healthy. I'm strong. But I feel like my issue is I'm lacking protein. I need more fatty acids in my brain. I need more, I just need more I need not carbs. I need more protein. I need more minerals. I need more, and I can get that out of the meat, you know. And so I'm going to go back to that diet because I used to be quite addicted to meat, and I was healthy, and I've always have been. I'm healthy now, but I just feel like I just don't have that mental focus like I had, and I don't have that extra oomph to push myself over that hump. Sometimes I stop back, take a rest, and I go back over it again. I normally come up to the hill and I tackle it. I don't. I know the hill's coming before I can see it, so I can be ready for it. This time, I just sometimes I just can't get over it, and I stop and I take a break. I don't want that. I want to go straight over that hill every time. I'm not 20 anymore. I'm not 30. I'm not 40. I'm in my 50s. So, I'm not a child, but I'm also very well in shape, and I'm strong, and I can work most 20-year-olds under the table because I'm a farmer and I have a lifestyle that I live that can't be sedentary. Spend a lot of time in here, but if I'm not in here, I have to be working too. So um, the little things of a farm and little things of being off the grid doesn't mean I can just sit down and have the luxuries that you have. It doesn't mean that you can't. I just don't. I don't have that because I choose to live this minimal lifestyle. But cool, nice. But I really want to uptake, and I think that's where I'm lacking. So I think this month I'm going to really try really hard to you know limit. When I purchase, don't buy anything but meat. Don't eat anything but meat. I don't want anything but meat. Stay away from everything else for now. Meat, and eat some vegetables, and that's it. You know, I got some fruit if I need canned fruit or something like that. I can buy fruit too, but I think I'm going to stay away from the carbs, stay away from the pastas, stay away from the breads. Um, just say no to sugar at all. I'm really good about being able to limit that. I not used to be able to limit sugar. It used to be kind of my drug, if you will, but I just don't crave it like I used to. Um, I think I'll be able to up my game because, like I said, I need to get a lot done here in these next 2 months. Fall's going to be here before you know it. It is August, and the winter could come early, and we're already starting to see an early fall in places. So it could happen. We're going into we're still in a solar maxima right now, but we are going into this solar minima where the sun is is going to stop emitting as much energy as it has over this solar maxima over the last 4 or 5 years. So we're about ready to dip back into the minima of our sun phase. So I don't expect warming at all. As a matter of fact, I expect everything at this point to just get cooler and cooler. And I know these cycles because I pay attention. I know that we have things such as the almanacs. there's a dual farmer's almanac, and they watch the sun cycle of the maxima, the minima, and how much energy that the sun is emitting, how much plasma of a solar flare. The sun has such as coronal mass ejections. That's when the sun actually has a plasma or a massive ejection of ionized and deionized plasma that leaves the surface of the sun that comes at us. And so our magnetosphere is going to take a massive hit, if it's a large, facing this rock and it hits directly facing us, we can take a massive pounding from a solar, like we have solar filaments, which is just like a rope of plasma too. And those things sometimes as well, they'll come off on that plasma rope, which is it's a coronal mass, but it's not a coronal because there's no coronal in that, in the sense that corona, remember, that means crown, right? Or like helio, like, but there's the spots in the sun is what they're referring to. There's plasma that sits up on top of the sun in like a rope. And sometimes when some of these solar flares, doesn't always have to, when it flares, it lets some of this ejecta, like a coronal mass ejection. We can have solar flares and have no ejecta. We'll have no coronal mass ejection come from even an X flare. And so it is possible for our sun to affect us as well. So I know that's another thing that's affecting us right now. Um, and people aren't aware of that because the magnetosphere is weakened. So every time that magnetosphere weakens, it allows more energy to come in. We're getting bombarded. It's raining in your living room right now, in your kitchen, wherever you're sitting at, in your car, I don't know where you're at, but it's raining on top of your head. Solar radiation coming from the sun. It goes right through your head, right down through the floor. If you got a basement, it doesn't keep going. Okay, it's not something like you can, not like an O2, like a water, H2O, but the sun has a lot to do with us too, brother, sister. So I know that's what it's affecting me. And I miss my son because I told him about this time where the sun was going to start emitting energy from the cycle. And actually, if you look too, if you study the sun, the people that live the longest, brothers, sisters, throughout historical record are the people who are born during the minima, when the sun is emitting the least amount of energy. They have the longest lifespans. The people who, and you can look at this and it correlates. You can go in your family. I guarantee, go in your family and go into anybody and their age, unless they, what I'm saying, and they died from, gotten like a car accident or something. But if they died from, natural cause, something, look at their age, and I guarantee you, if they live longer, it's because they were born during a solar minima when our sun was not emitting this energy as much. And they don't want you to know that, but these minimas have a lot to do with kingdoms. Seriously, brothers, sisters, these people, this is one of these things that they're trying to hide from you. They don't want anybody to know about the sun. I'm a huge threat to these people, and I know that, and I don't care. I'll put my neck out there. I've been watching this sun since I was a child. People told me, don't look at the sun, don't look at the stars. They call me spacey. They told me I wasn't even from here. I was from somewhere up there, and I didn't like that, but that's what they told me. That's what my dad told me. I wasn't from here. I was from somewhere else, and he told me he was from somewhere under the sink because he heard the water running. But that's a different story. We'll leave that for another time and date. But anyways, my dad was strange, and obviously looking up was something that I live right now in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. Literally the largest dark sky sanctuary, probably the best place to see the stars. I live right there. 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. I don't have neighbors, and I live off the grid, so I don't have lights, like that. I don't have a pole light out there, so I can see the Milky Way galaxy go from the south, west, to the northeast. It takes the whole night sky, and it does the twist or, whatever over the top of the, over the cabin here with the Big Dipper as it does its dance over the top out here in the night sky. So as we trek through the stars, but this sun is his father's greatest, weapon and one of his finest creations. And I don't worship it. And people are like, well, you sure know a lot about the stars, and you sure you're not a pagan? You talk about the stars a lot. I don't have to be a pagan Remember he said, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament, right? In the book of Jeremiah, for the heathens are dismayed at them. So I'm not trying to cause you to, any alarm. These things are there for a reason. Father creates this energy of this cycle. So it's like the weak link. And I'm not the one who condemns, but it hardens us, brothers, sisters, not by heat, but sometimes by cold pressing us. Like a good cold press, high terpene cannabis is a whole lot better than anything you're going to put under heat, because it's going to kill off all those good terpenes, and you're not going to get that same high quality medicinal value if you heat press it. So sometimes it's better to be not only put through the heat, but to be put through the chill and the cold press. And that's part of the minima, just so you know. So civilizations always make it through it, brothers, sisters. It truly makes us refined and hardens us quite a bit. Although populations generally flourish and grow quite a bit at these maximas, when the sun, pushes more energy, and we see an increase, like during the Roman, we had the medieval warming period. So it's been warmer in history than it's ever been during our modern time, but there are these times where we will see a mass populace growth during the maxima, and the minima, it dies down. But that's when the people get hardened, brothers, sisters. So here we go. Are you ready to be put through the cold press? Because I don't see, although this sun cycle, if you looked over, because we're in solar cycle 25, if you see solar, these are generally 12-year cycles. The sun itself has a norm where the polarity, the magnetism, the positive and negative, that changes every 11 years on the sun. The sun doesn't actually rotate, but the magnetism on the sun does. That has everything to do with our weather too, brothers, sisters. This has everything to do with the La Nina and the El Nino cycles. El Nino and La Nina are the ocean cycles of our currents. And it's because that sun is beating down a certain amount of energy, solar energy, on our water, which, if what's going to affect us, there's more water on this rock than there is rock, just like there's more water under our feet. So if you don't want to know the current temperature of this rock, you need to look at our oceans. That'll tell you. Okay, that has a lot to do with it. Well, salinity has a lot to do with it as well, but we're not going to talk about that right now. But these cycles of minima and maxima also occur with the La Nina and the El Nino cycles in our currents in our oceans. Well, it has everything to do with that minima and maxima of the sun. And when that changes over, there's a drag, a delay for a few years, if you will, which creates these La Nina or El Nino cycles. I don't know if people ever, it's not rocket science, and you don't have to have a flipping degree to talk about these things. So get tired of people. Oh, you don't have a degree, you can't talk about it. Get out of here if you have a degree. Leave right now, child. You know what's in a box. Good for you. You read what's in a book. Good for you. You ever know there's stuff that's outside of the box too that these people don't want to learn. So it's not for me to try to change these people either, brothers, sisters. I'm not trying to do that. It's hilarious, but pay attention. The sun is it has cycles, and if you would go through the last solar cycles of the minimas and maximas, we're in solar cycle 25 right now. 24, 23, and 22 all less increase. Now we've had a little increase here, but I think this might be the last hurrah of our sun, which hopefully we can make it through the next. I still think we have another at least 1 year of solar maxima. So I don't think we're done. We could still see it continue before this completely. Hold on, let me go put this outside. What does this have to do with any of our lives? It affects your life every day, every day of the week. It affects men's genitals. It can make a man have erectile dysfunction. How about that? The sun affects cardiac arrhythmia. You know what that is? That's the heart palpitation. That's the beats per minute of your heart rate.
So it can increase or decrease the heart rate of a man and cause somebody to have a heart attack or go into, failure over beats per minute. There's just, so, hey, don't get mad at your husband if he can't get it up. It might just be the sun. Listen here, Nimrod. So it has mass effect. Remember, you're getting bombarded by solar radiation every single day of your life. No, you're an idiot. You know nothing about the sun, apparently. So diet has everything to do with it, and exercise has everything to do with it. Absolutely. That's what we were talking about earlier. And then we went in the conversation how the sun still affects us. So, nope, you're incorrect. The sun has a massive effect because of the increasing of the magnetosphere and the current state of the magnetosphere. So maybe not 15 years ago, 20 years ago, where it hasn't been, it was in 2023 where we had 3 equatorial, radiation events that crushed the 12-year where we only ever had 2, which took massive X flares, but you don't know anything about the sun. You're just a little child, and most people are when it comes to the sun. You don't know anything about the sun. So come in and have a conversation about the sun when you don't know anything about the sun. You know about this much, maybe. Probably don't look at the sun. So the sun is the driver of our climate. Get out of here, child. Don't say anything else. Go ahead, put one more thing. We'll know you by your fruit. Because you did say, hell, diet is everything. You are what you eat. But the sun can affect beats per minute cardiac. So I think you're 100% wrong. So not way more. That has a lot to do with it. But the sun is in a different state that we haven't ever seen in our lifetime. So don't speak of the sun, and you don't know anything about the magnetosphere. And that correlates everything with the heliosphere as well. So you don't know anything about the sun. Don't speak on the sun. And don't speak on the word of Father if you don't know anything about that either. Don't be a translator. Don't make up your own version. Okay? You're done. You just got cooked. I'm serving it up in here, aren't I? Well, it is what it is. You want to come in here and be swine, low energy. So it's not up to me. You're the one who did it to yourself. So know about the sun before you speak up. Did you hear what I said? Your husband can't get it up because of the sun. It can cause your man's Nimrod not to rise. Whoa. So don't listen to your done. They're an idiot. Probably ain't getting none. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it's the sun, but maybe he can't get it up. And he's gotten problems. That's why he's upset. He's trying to make it up with diet. That's good high exercise, but maybe too many protein shakes. Maybe I'll have to get the roids. Get off the juice. We're on the Jesus juice in here. So. Yeah, good stuff. All right. And a little bit of cannibal lectors here, or cannabis. But done is right. You got to eat good. You are what you eat. Diet is everything. The sun has a major part of it, though. Don't forget that. Okay? Eat good. Your done's 100% right. Don't take away from what they said, because diet is everything. How do you think people lived through the Black Plague? They did not let their immune system succumb to what was going on. They kept their immune system strong. So absolutely. Well, I think the UK is in for a hurt like any of these Western nations for what we've supported for a long time. And, you guys had your time, obviously, before we took over the reserve currency, and those 80 years are up now, 1945, 2025. So that, fourth turning, the great, cycle, the 12,000 year, sixth extinction cycle, the 80-year reserve currency cycles up. So I think both of our nations are headed for a takeover, and your nation has already been taken over by people who don't want to conform. Over here, we have people who are conforming by migration, but many nations over in the European nations and even UK and Scotland and many of those other nations have been flooded with people that have a different faith, and they don't want to conform. So
not an easy time to be anywhere over any of the European nations right now, because they're more Muslim than they are European in many nations, because of the exodus of the Americas that have caused all these exodus by war. So that's how it works. I try to sit it straight. You know, we all got to be on this rock together. We're one race, the human race. It's our governments that are the problem. You know, all that parliament, and it's ridiculous what they've done with the EU, and I can't stand it. But Americans, they don't care. They just get like, oh, America party. Yeah, everything's awesome when you're part of the team. So I don't. Well, I used to be a veteran, you know, and so I don't. We learn from our mistakes. So I don't know why we can't figure it out, but you know, we all uh, have children, and children starve in every one of our countries, and we shouldn't be doing that. And yet we war with ourselves. And actually, the most rich, or the elite eight families, or what, you know, if you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. You know, Scotland, you know, Mr. Warp Speed, Gates, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, you know, DuPonts, all these, you know, obviously you've got Charles and Elizabeth and all the Reichs and all the. I understand this. I'm eternal, so these people can't even remember their own history, let alone any history that happened on the other side of the drink. But I like all the countries' histories because we're all very unique, and I remember where we came from what happened in, you know, right before in Germany. We're just talking about this 1945 ritual, you know, of the you know, destruction of this. People don't realize we have an 80-year cycle of a reserve currency, normally a last, and it was obviously, we know who had it before we did, right? So but this isn't going to last forever. People don't reign, you know, kingdoms fall, nations, you know, this isn't a permanent. And I think the funny thing is people think America is such a permanent nation, it's never going to die, and it's like 300 years old, and you can put a fork in it, you know, whatever, you know, less than, and it's already fallen apart at the seams. So, but I don't do karma, but we get what we put in. You reap what you sow. So we allowed our governments to overtake us, and you know, even original Magna Carta. I mean, original leaving and coming over here, we had rights, you know, and people have forgotten what the rights are. Instead, they go by these Reichs, you know, these leaders, these, you know, 8,000 years, these same, what, eight families have been able to keep, you know, hold over the masses. And now they only have, you know, what, 50% of the world's wealth almost, you know, and they're what, eight families or something like that's insane as people die in each one of these countries. So, um, man, you know, like I said, I didn't, obviously I haven't been to the UK, and I know, so because I know many people been in the military and stuff, traveled, and but I know at one time, you know, and it's still a very beautiful place, but it's not the place that it once was. None of these places are. This whole world is on fire right now, you know, and it doesn't mean that there's not beautiful things out there in nature that you can enjoy. In all these nations, there's beautiful places, and things that Father made to just make us forget about all these things for a minute, put ourselves back in the ether, in the original ether. So, um, but I was talking earlier about this 1945 ritual, so it's pretty pertinent that we talk about, you know, Germany and the UK and Russia, and here we are again. They're just following the same script, and people just don't see it happen. So, um, I don't know. I'd probably rather be in the UK right now than the USSA, to be 100% honest with you. I mean, if I don't want to lie to you. Well, I used to, and I have a massive library behind me. There's all kinds of books there. There's a bunch of books back over there. I have quite the large library. I don't go through and read a ton of books anymore because obviously, you know, I spend more time blogging and find other ways to obtain through like comment sections and links and things like this. I can refine my time with other people's studies and take way much more from a situation. Not that I don't like my own time or to study it, you know, read a book, or because that's, I'm not saying we should, but I'm not saying like a newspaper is a little outdated. People still read the newspaper, but there are ways we can go online and learn. we could look through the article and then look through the comment section and the same, use the text. So I tend to fall on that, and I shouldn't. And I'm trying to get everybody back to going back to at least having hard copies of things that you should, at least you're like the scripture, make sure you've got your lexicon, make sure you have a concordance, make sure you have the interlinear Textus Receptus. Book means, that's the word Bible, that means book, but I mean, that's the main book that I study, and that's all I read now. I mean, I don't not read other books or whatever, but I don't tend to have the time anymore because of the ministry, and I'm a farmer and I have animals and things like that. So, but I do collect a continual library because I have made what is, I call it an archive. Well, I would have to say, obviously the interlinear Textus Receptus, and that's 4 books. We'll put it all in one because you got to have the scripture, and we'll go ahead and include the concordance with that too. The concordance is part of the one because you need the concordance to one word study, and you might as well get the lexicon. So you got the dictionary, Greek and Hebrew, so you can study what you're reading by definition. We'll kind of group that all in one. That's my major, that's my master, that's my minor, that's my study now. That's my life's work. The second book, I would probably say that, and I know this might sound a little off the wall, but it would have to be, let's see, let me grab it, see if it's right here. Just in the modern times, where do we have? Third on my list would be Strategic Relocation. Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen. The author is Joel Skousen. But my second favorite book to read would have to be this book right here, The Lost Ways. This book is called The Lost Ways. And there are lots of books you can read, brothers and sisters. I mean, if you're talking about like a novel or a romance story, but I tend to lean towards things where I can gain a skill set. So The Lost Ways, and this is the last book that I would, because you said 3. So the third would be this book right here, Strategic Relocation. This is another book that gives you this book is worth $1 billion, $1 trillion, because it's all on each state, the demographics, the population density, the economics, your right to bear arms, this goes through and gives you all the military sites, the nuclear sites, weather, everything. This book has everything about more of this is about the northern and southern hemisphere, but there are things about other countries that are in this. There's 2 authors. This is Joel Skousen and his son, or excuse me, I think it's his nephew, Andrew Skousen. I'm not sure if that's his son or not. I know they're obviously family members, but this book it's loaded with more information than I've gone over this and done this. We've done whole live streams just on this book where it rates each state, like it gives it a 5-star rating, and each state has a rating of stars, or it gives each state on the probability of whether it's good or bad as far as climate. It gives, again, population density, cost of living. Man, my eyes don't work anymore. Building permits, land and urban planning, food production, health, environment, traffic, politics, taxes, corruption, crime, personal liberty, Second Amendment liberty, alternative medicines. This goes into all the different thing of the demographics from each state to state. And it does this as well as in other countries here, but it is very northern and southern Americas, heavily. There are maps in here that go over, such things as firearm rights in each state. I could just go through here. There's just so much information and it does talk about like property rights and which states are better to own, and taxes, and and each one of these is going to go through each one of these and have a different. What is this one here? The voter distribution. Some of these maps are phenomenal. So your way within this. You spend a lot of time in this country, obviously 50 years or whatever, not my whole life. Let's see, hold on. I don't feel like I've been here my whole life. I know I've been here my whole life, but not studying just the Americas, but I have spent a substantial amount of time. This is the country that I took a note to the Constitution. So earthquake hazard maps. This has just got the colored maps, and the maps in the back are just unbelievable. This has got, like I said, military targets. Here's like all your military targets with all these different. It's just an unbelievable amount of information in this book. And then this book right here is The Lost Ways. The Lost Ways. And this book has just all the old ways to make it for when there's no power on anymore. It's not that you can't have power. It's not that you can't make power in this modern day age that we live in, but you better learn how to live and use some of these old skill sets. So this whole book is on nothing but the old ways that have worked for thousands of years. And this is literally like, several generations of people studies. This one man went and found all this information and put this in this book right here. So these are kind of I've been in preparedness because I like preparedness. I got lots of books here, obviously, but you asked. So those are the 3 books that I would definitely recommend that everybody have this set here, and you're good to go. If I went on the road, these are the books I'd be taking with me. What I'm saying? I can't take my library with me, but I'd definitely be trying to take these books so I could have all this information with me that I have a lot. I know a lot of this information, but I don't know jack diddly squat compared to all of it. That I can still glean from these books, and I've had them for many years. So I tend to study more like this now than sit down and read there's so many books. It is what it is. My studies again now are scripturally based. I generally spend a lot more of my time in Jasher and Enoch and the second Enoch and Lilith and some of these other, obviously the book of Enoch was one of the, we'll just leave that alone. But as a Magi, but anyways, there's my answer. The first one is the interlinear Textus Receptus, and that's the scriptures. That's the original text that was canonized in the 12th century. So if you're going to read what people call a book on paper, a Bible is the word book, okay? I only want to read what was defined, and I still need to define every word anyways, but I need to read the word that was actually defined back in the 12th century. So there's hundreds of different versions, and they're all watered down, and they're all garbage. You can toss them, throw them in the trash, burn them. Actually, don't archive them like I have and put them to the side and let people study them later so they can say, wow, they really had a lot of different languages. And well, that's basically like its own religion. That version there, and that one's its own religion too. And that one's it because they're not not a religion, a relationship. They're not the word. So it's called an interlinear Textus Receptus. It's the accepted text in the scriptures, and it's just interlinear. So it's written in the Old Testament in Hebrew and in the Greek in the New Testament. And this is an old 12th century book. And this is the only version that I will read out of anymore because everything else is garbage. It's a different translation of this book because this wasn't even written in paper. This is written on tablets and tables of stone and scrolls. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, the 10 Commandments, they were written on tablets or plates, or not like tablets like your iPhone, tablet, you idiot. Somebody's like, tablets, honey, tablets. I heard that. No, I'm just kidding. I think you're on the tablets or something. But anyways, don't sup with vipers. But anyways, you want to be reading. This book is written in Hebrew and English, and this is the Greek book, old Jewish book written in Greek and English. And then this was every word of this book was taken out and defined, which is known as a lexicon, and that is your dictionary. You can use your modern day studies until they shut this web off and use the eSword app or use, you can get these books. Yeah, The Lost Ways. And this is called the rejected text of Scripture. Yes, they want to know how big Kim Kardashian's butt is today, or if Trump's went to the Diddy party. We know Trump went to the Diddy party. Who do you think paid for all that baby oil? I get you. They're into all these actors, and I hear you. It's ridiculous. We could be helping each other. Instead, we're more orchestrated. Hollywood. To orchestrate with a stick. Holly, never mind. All their Yule wheel and throw the baby lamb, the Yule lamb on the fire. They love their rituals, but they're ritualistic. Instead, they could be, hey, get a water filter, man. Get one of these so when things break down, you don't have to shoot your neighbor just to get a drink. It's going to get worse, and it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. So just be ready to get away from people that are unprepared is all I try to do. What are you prepared for? Unprepared people. F the government. You can be a threat to the government by just becoming your own power company. There you go. Have your own, light sources. Have your own heat sources. Become your own central bank. There you go. That's one way to take your, become a buffalo herder. You ever heard of buffaloes? If you ever heard of buffalo, I had to give up my whole herd of buffaloes, but whatever, they're trying to throw me in prison. So sometimes a man's got to sell his buffaloes. Never planned on selling them, but what it is. So take your own purchasing power back, right? Back like the olden days, The old head and eagle. When they put it in when the money was actually gold and silver. So there's lots of ways that people can be separate from this system. And one of them is to go be a part of these lost, right, ways and go back to the old ways that have been tried and tested. When everybody takes everything from you, all you have is your skill set. So I don't care what you got. You better at least read it a couple times. You better not be some head knowledge. You better put those legs on faith too, be exercising these things. I'm a veteran. How do you think you can go in there and just knock down doors and not ask direct a threat? Doesn't matter. Move out, draw fire, soldier. As you were. We'll talk about it in the rear. Just go execute the mission. That's what you're told to do. Soldier doesn't think. If you think, you die. The soldier reacts. So you're not going to react very well if you haven't drilling ceremony. Haven't drilled it into you over and over. Made it a habit. But habitual. Stop bitching about it. If you do it enough, you won't bitch. Habitual, it'll become a habit. And what you're habitually or bitching about earlier will become, you can do it blindfolded in the dark. See how we do it without question? Programmed, basically. So you better have a program. Not like a virus, like a computer. Bill Gates, hello. Wide Gates, Mr. Wide Gates. Mr. Broadway, Wide Gates, Kill Bill, Wide Gates, Broadway Bill. Broad is the way that leads to no knowledge, death, to the flesh, in your head, your empty space in your place, in your cranium, the top of your house. He said, let it shine, and yours is empty. Your lights are on, but no one's home. Wait, there's no lights on. Nobody's home. Oh, he said he'd come like a thief in the night. I think you got robbed. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. You must have been sleeping and your lights were off. So he said, don't go to sleep. Remember? Not like don't go to bed and get to sleep. I'm talking about spiritual. Hokodesh, that's the word ghost. I don't mean like busters, to bust your balls like God's in the sky. God's not in the sky. Their God's in the sky. Their sun God, their Hollywood God. So their stick God. So that's why I love the word. That's my favorite book is the scriptures because it tells me the script. So I don't have to prophesy. I don't tell. There's no prophet. That means that's the word teacher. He said, call no man teacher, like Popa or Papa or Pope. Yeah, like Catholicism, like Catholics, they're vain, like Christians, communion. They communicate with do the same vain ritual of the Mass. They've got their orgy Jesus. So I like to go back and study cultures and customs because you can read what's in a book, but a book is the word Bible, and that's history. And history is shut up, loser. Sorry, I just woke up my puppy. You're fine, puppy dog. Hey, somebody was sleeping on the job there. You get left out. Nobody hears the loser. Remember? The winner gets the spoils. The victor always gets to overshadow. The loser never gets to really be heard. Correct? Hey, you're all right, Daggy. All right, but the loser doesn't get to write history. So history is not written in a book. So you might want to go back and because the mention was. Well, I hate America and I can't stand what Zelensky has done. And I remember when America went over there and put in Poroshenko, the chocolate king. See, I've been blogging on YouTube since, Kiev and Donetsk, the whole family, but nobody wants to listen to me, just so you know you're done. I mean, I truly have had, like, not your back because I'm a veteran. I don't like anything. Like, we funded the satellites that are going into Moscow right now. And you can't, how could you, like, people don't understand right now, you're done, that most people in Ukraine speak Russian. That before, the Baltic states and all this, tear down that wall. I don't know your age, but, Mr. Gorbachev and Reagan, I'm kind of old, so I remember when, that'd be like Americans, people forgotten that'd be like people in California. Well, maybe better, something like Washington or something. Okay, whatever. People in California and Washington fighting people in New York and Florida. It's like fighting your own brothers and sisters. So, man, you're better here because right now they're just sending Ukrainians into the meat grinder. They are trying to change the inscription age and they've unalived a whole generation of Ukrainians. And I bitch about it every day in here that nobody gives a fuck about Ukrainians. And it's the US tax dollar that's paying to kill all those Russians with these Ukrainian dollars. And they're getting destroyed by unalive because we are supporting the war. It's the US that is funding this. You think Ukrainians want to go fight their neighbors? Will you testify? I don't know how old you are, but I've tried to make people in the US understand this, and I don't think they get it. I don't like what's going on there. I don't throw the blame on Putin because it's the US through NATO that's gone in there right up, Putin's ass. That'd be like China coming right up on our border. Russia taking over Canada and China taking over. It'll happen. Don't worry about it. It's already divided up anyways. This isn't going to the US is almost done. You can put a fork in her. She's done. I can tell you that. What I don't like is that Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe, and they've just destroyed and annihilated, which was, a beautiful countryside that produced a massive amount of food. And they haven't grown hardly any food in Ukraine. So I don't know how much you've kept up on your own country, if you have family there still, but I'm keeping up on it. Like I said, I go back to even before. I know we've been in that country for a long time. How do you think we got up all those, that they had found all those facilities with those, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. They were all US funded. And it wasn't just the Bidens. So see, it sucks, right? You're done because I don't think either nation wants it. Correct? Will you please at least testify that? I don't think Russians want to be fighting Ukrainians because they used to be Russians, if you will, or part of the Baltic, original before the breakup of the Berlin Wall. Most of their brothers do speak Russian, and I don't think anybody wants that. So that's a good. What if U.S. attacked Canada? Thank you. Exactly. Like we already are. We're going to take over Canada. You're done. Because that's what Trump said, that remember, Canada wants to be the 51st state, but we don't need their, 80% of the here in America of your paper products. I don't care if they're clamshells from some store or teepee for your bunghole comes from the Canadian forests. We get massive for decades amount of oil at a good rate. And then he said, we don't need it, but they want to be the first. We've already attacked Canada, not, what I'm saying, but, and they have, the governments have. Look at what they did during the trucker protest, so, but that's a good way to put it. Fighting Canadians. Thanks. But people in America probably don't relate to Canada like you do. Is a similarity. Most people in America don't relate to being Canada. They think it's like some whole other world. You know what I'm saying? No, the fact. But I'm telling you, Dunn, who's caused it is America. We're to blame. It's not Putin. It's not Putin. It's not even Zelensky. He's a freaking puppet. You understand? He's a puppet. They're all puppets. I don't fall for but same thing. It's no different, Dunn. It's no different. Just like everybody, we kill more people than anybody else, America. We are the biggest destructive nation ever. We've got 1,000 military base. We got more Americans in Ukraine. We have taken over Ukraine. Why do you think they put in Poroshenko, the chocolate king, back in, Kiev and Donetsk, the whole agreement with the ceasefire, all that overthrowing, stealing of all the Ukrainian gold? Where do you think it came? Right here. So this has nothing to do with Russians. That's propaganda. Most people in Russia, don't give a fuck about that at all. Like Americans, they're blind. You're just dumb fucking Ukrainians. You're dumb fucking Russians. They're dumb Americans. There's dumb Canadians. They don't care. They don't care about the things that you and I care about. It doesn't make them below us. It just, and we're not above them, but, they just don't care. They don't see it. So let's not be dumb and think that our governments have propagandized us and that we represent what our governments do to the people. Most Ukrainians don't want this. Most Russians don't want this. So your statement is Russians are brainwashed by propaganda, the ones who fall for it. But there's a massive amount of Russians that don't, that love Ukraine and love the people of Ukraine and don't want any of this that's going on. Just like there's a lot of people in Ukraine that don't want what's going on and do that to the Russians. They know they're like fighting their own brothers or somebody who's very similar. So there's a bunch of brainwashed Ukrainians right now going, no, they're not. They're literally being thrown into the meat grinder. They're enforcing these Ukrainians to go to war. It's one thing, Russia, it's communist, so they're going to have to do, but Ukraine, they're literally kidnapping people on the streets, women too. That's why I can't stand what the Ukrainian government has done over there with the assistance of NATO and the US. But it's not the Ukrainian citizens that want this. I know most Ukrainians don't want to be fighting Russians. It's hogwash. I'm tired of it. So thanks for bringing it up. Thanks for coming in and making a mention. And because this is a struggle for all of us. I struggle being here in America that I know that we pay for the war to kill Ukrainian women and children. That's like a whole Ukrainian generation I've already said is gone. They've either fled the country or are dead. That's disgusting. That's your country. I'm not okay with that. Fuck this country. I hate America so much. What we do to all these other countries. We're going to get it someday. And I'm not saying, karma, because I don't do that, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of Americans acting like they have any say on what goes on with Ukraine. Why the hell do we get all Ukraine's minerals if Trump makes a deal with Ukraine? That's bullshit. Why does U.S. get all the minerals in Ukraine? Because they want what's in Crimea. They want what's in those underground pyramids. You know what I'm saying? So Did you know that Ukrainians are forced to go to? Yeah, but Russians are mostly. So I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that sometimes, but I'm not saying done that people don't chase a paycheck. So I don't know if that's everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, I know. Like I said, you have the U.S. to blame for all of this. What's happening? Hey guys, I'm gonna get off here. Kevin just came over. I'm gonna visit with the puppies and hang out for a minute. We've been down here for a while. Hey, you're done. Come back again one time. I'd love to continue to talk to you again. You know, appreciate you putting yourself out there and mentioning you're Ukrainian and bringing up the hard things, man. You know what I'm saying? Bringing up the hard talk because nobody wants to talk about it. It's the U.S. tax dollars that are funding the death of Ukrainian citizens, though. You know what I'm saying? It is the U.S. tax dollar that's paying for it. So I don't want to see that. I hate it. I hate what's going on over there. I don't hate anybody. I hate the sin that's being committed. So appreciate your conversation, your good talk, and come in. Let's have that hard talk again. Okay. I normally don't try to pick up some subscribers, but I think you're coming in, you're having some real talk. And I like people that don't want to tiptoe through the tulips. These are people dying that, you know, we're all people. We all got to be here. One race, the human race. So, all right, guys, thanks for your time. Thanks for those 27 thumbs up. Thanks again for, you know, your support of the ministry. Come back when you do have some more time. All right. Thanks, Linda, and Ross was in here. Everybody that was in here earlier, I do appreciate. Linda spends a ton of time in here. Appreciate from the beginning. West Coast, we saw West Coast was in here a Euro. Who else did we see? We had a couple other people, but Sydney, thanks for coming in too. Appreciate it. Talking about the UK. Bringing up good questions, guys. Nathan was in here forever too for Country Minute, and Lee, thanks if you're still in here too. Appreciate you guys. Art of Pain was in here for a while as well. So I do want to give out some good information there. Appreciate who passed on good information here too. Joe, we saw Joe in here. So a couple of shout outs. Try to do that again before we go out a little bit more. Carl was in here too, mentioning food and whatnot. So thanks for your time. You guys want to support the ministry, there's links in the description if you want to do them in a why are you making up profiles of somebody in jail? You're an idiot. And I don't even think that's the right profile. So you're an idiot. So look at this right at the end. They kind of come in and be Stephanie.
They do what?
They're going to try to be Stephanie. And she's in jail.
You're
that's low life.
You're a low life. God bless your little heart. God bless your little heart.
You know, so all right. Hey, thanks for trolling me. Thanks for trying to dox me at the end there. So anyways, no, whatever. She's doing what she needs to be doing. So all right, guys, thanks for your time. Appreciate those that are going through the narrow way, being pressed, putting through the wine press. This isn't an easy walk in Christ. It literally is. It's getting pushed from both sides and beat by the world. So if you're not getting beat, then you're not being refined and you're not being put through the fire, and you're going to have impurities and you're going to break when you're putting it through judgments, the final fire. So blessings. Thanks again. We will see you guys on the next High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast here. We'll go sow some more seeds. So thanks for coming in, guys, and thanks for the good comments. We really had those good. We cracked off the rest of that live stream with some. It was popping off with some good questions. So I appreciate it. You guys aren't just sitting there like a lame, bump on a log like a duck in a pond. So like a lame duck. So much blessings, much agape. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.